Notice this line, north-south, that's the Earth's axis, right? Remember the straw. If you picture Earth's equator projected out into space, that's the celestial equator. And then you picture the ecliptic, which is the plane cut out by the Earth is going around the sun. It's the plane of the Earth orbit. Now, remember what I said?
All motion.
Yeah, and it takes a little bit of thinking to get this integrated in your consciousness. North celestial pole, that is where Polaris, the North Star, is. If we could go back half a cycle ago, it would be tilted over this way, and the pole would be pointing towards Vega. And one of the things we do on our wheel screens, which is fun, because it's, we'll go out, they'll point out Polaris, the sky, the North Star, and then you can picture that we're standing on the Earth, the axis of the Earth is pointing. So 13,000 years ago, it was 47 degrees on the other side of the circle, and there's Vega. So now if you can actually picture what's happened is from Vega 13,000, half of that number, 12,960, half of that number around brings us to now. Polaris, one half more cycle, 12,900 years from now, 13,000 years, the North Star will be Vega. So if you're around, Danny, 13,000 years from now, you try to navigate by the North Star, you will get lost. I mean, by Polaris. You'll find yourself. So this intersection is the key point right there. That's what's moving. Here's another version of it. Again, can you see the 12 signs? So look here. Here's Aries, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, right? Sagittarius, Scorpio. You're coming right around. So right now, it's showing at 0 degrees here, which is the cusp between Aries and Pisces, which would actually have been 2,000 years ago. But now it's over here. It's moved this far in 2,000 years. So that intersection, again, that is the celestial equator. The plane of the ecliptic remains fixed. Right. Okay. It's the celestial equator that's moving.
The ecliptic does have that's one of the cycles. This is the one of several sort of oscillations that the Earth goes through. But some people think may actually function as a basis for ice ages and things like that. There's a whole bunch of them. There's like a 41,000 year cycle as well. Obliquity of the ecliptic.
And I pretty much will concur with that. I think it does affect gradual accumulated climate change over thousands of years, no doubt. I don't think it explains things like the Younger Dryas, but where you have, major shifts from glacial to interglacial within a few decades.
Right. It seems to require something of an external injection of energy into the sun. It's a great way to put it. We're not cosmic shooting at it.
So here's your homework assignment. Find a nice flat open space, draw a big cross on the ground, and get a chair and sit right at the middle, and sit there for 1 year. I mean, now you can take breaks to eat, go to the bathroom and stuff, but come back and sit there for 1 year, face the south, like this guy is doing here. And what you're going to see is this changing from summer solstice, the sun is way up here, winter solstice is way down here. The equinox is right in the middle, right? And you'll notice too that if summer solstice, notice the path of the sun above the horizon is much longer than it is here. Well, it's because the day is much longer. Now, let's do something. I'm going to go back to all these numbers. Let's see if I've got these numbers here, because you're going to see that certain numbers recur over and over and over. Let's see if I've got it here. Let's go to this one. Okay. These are part of the canon of sacred numbers. Okay. Now, let's see, here we are now. 25,920 years. Here's graphics of the star patterns. Okay, right? Half of this number, 25,920, is 12,960. Curiously, this is within about a half a century of the Younger Dryas catastrophe, the start.
Which one of the, where did the Younger Dryas happen?
Right here, at the cusp of Virgo Leo, right here. It lasted for about 1,300 years, 4.1 is the sacred number, which lasted 1,296 years, which brought it right to the center of Leo. And that was the end of it. And then we get from there into the constellation of the Crab, the constellation of the Twins. This was the post-glacial world right here. And we get into Taurus. Something interesting happened right here. Is that what I have done in this other graphic that I have up here? Let's see if I can. Yeah,
What ended
ended with the
This is one of the reasonings people talk about the Emmy slot. The Sphinx happened within the line, and it happened to be coming through the sunrise.
Right. That makes sense.
So one of the proofs that this suggests it could be a marker. I mean, it might be the end of the rise and a marker for a significant event of the planet. Within the, I mean, one precessional cycle.
It's the fact that the original Sphinx was a lion. Symbolism would be perfect.
Right.
Now you're looking at it. Right?
But it may not have been, I'm not saying that it would have been made in that procession, right? It could have been made in other places procession.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible, but in terms of the Younger Dryas and nailing significant events, you also have other sites like Göbekli Tepe, which seem to be a celestial calendar indicating the Younger Dryas as well. It could be a marker for that. I mean, I've heard that used as one of the potential proofs that suggest it's older. I mean, along with the erosion and everything else, but it would be perfect symbol.
Right.
So all the age of Leo and
Yes.
a significant event that we can happen based on.
Right. Sorry for the minor tangent, but it's just that if they would have built that after the Younger Dryas, it would explain all the water erosion on it, right?
No, it could, yeah, it still could, because Egypt actually was verdant and green during that period, and for several thousand years after that. It wasn't like an immediate climate change at the end of the Younger Dryas. I think that it became a desert. Oh, I think about 8 or 9,000. It's somewhere in that range. There were a few thousand years after the end of the Younger Dryas where it was still essentially green. I mean, it's whole Sahara over there.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
What I've done here is I've gone through the scientific literature and I've taken events. Indeed, I call them event notes where things happen, right? And I plotted them on this wheel. And you can see there is a very interesting correlation. Like, let's go back to the cusp of Taurus Aries right here. And oh, yeah, 4,320 years ago, right? That's twice 2160. And we've got Heinrich event 3 happened 4,320 years ago times 7. So if we go back to here and then we go back 7 cycles around, an event happened 30,240 years ago.
What kind of event are we talking about?
But we're not sure. What we know is that the manifestation of it was a what's called a Heinrich event. A Heinrich event is when you have this massive, and you got a picture,
This is a digital one.
pardon me,
300,000 years? Oh, no, 30,000 years. So one cycle.
yeah, let's see, 43,020.
4,300 years. It's 43,000.
No, it's supposed to happen 4,320 years ago. So 30,200 years ago was Heinrich event. So if you go back to this event right here, and then you go 7 times around, right back to when the vernal equinox was standing in the same position in the sky, but 7 times more than this, you'll see that it was at 30,200.
Oh, in intervals of 40 to 320.
Yeah.
I thought you'd say in intervals of precessional cycles.
Oh,
Then if you go back to this here, this is called the onset of the glaciation. So So here's the end of the Younger Dryas. Here's the beginning, actually the beginning of the Younger Dryas. That arrow is slightly off. That arrow is actually pointing to the end of the Older Dryas.
1920.
12,960.
Sorry, 12,960.
Yeah.
Spinners.
And then here's the end of it. And then by the time you get to 10,000,
Which way are you moving around this wheel?
we're moving this way.
We're moving.
How time moves this way, and if we go backwards in time,
Okay, backwards in time is clockwise.
See, if we start here, if we go backwards in time, we're going to clockwise.
Got it.
So we go from here back to, say, 8,640. We had a hydro demand. Again, at times 7, so 60,480 years ago, there was a demand. And again, it falls on us of this transition. But 6,480 years ago, you had the onset of neoglaciation. Now, what happened was during the age of Cancer and Gemini, which are these two ages right here, the planet went into what has been called the climatic optimum, where temperatures were warmer than they are today. Now, this is well established by multiple lines of evidence. Tree lines were higher, sea level was higher. The Younger Dryas is a flowering plant that likes cold weather. It's a polar wildflower. So, in the Older Dryas, in Europe, in Northern Europe, you had an abundance of Dryas occidentalis, which is the plant, the flowering plant, gave its name to the Younger Dryas. That went away and was replaced by warmer, loving species. They prevail, and if you look on this graph, that's from right here, end of the oldest Dryas, and there was a sharp temperature rise. The cold-loving Dryas occidentalis did not like this rise, the warmer temperature, because they were adapted to a polar climate. Well, the polar climate came to an end, and you had a warming period for half of the cycle. And then, very suddenly, at around 12,960 years ago, Dryas occidentalis suddenly returns, the cold-loving plant. Now, that's an example of how you can use botany to determine environmental change. Because if you go from cold to warm, plant and animal species will change. So, cold times you're going to have certain species of animals. The warm comes back, and now you bring back these plants and animals that like one species. Now you can correlate that with studies of where sea level is. So typically what will happen, temperature rises, more glaciers melt, sea level rises. Right? The latitude of warm weather, so warm climate shifts to the north. Just like if we go back to the medieval warm period, say 1,000 years ago, that lasted roughly from 900 AD to 1250 to 1300 AD. Sea level's higher. You had much warmer weather, warmer climate. You had a flourishing wine industry in the British Isles, right? Which didn't exist until genetic modifications allowed the
grapes that are just wine grapes.
Yeah, wine grapes. That's also when Greenland was colonized by the Scandinavians during this warm period. Well, the warm period gave way to the Little Ice Age, and with the Little Ice Age came expansion of polar ice, like sea ice. It cut Greenland. Now, during the medieval warm period, Greenland, you could sail from northwestern Europe to Iceland to Greenland. When the medieval warm period ended, the sea ice, the polar ice, extended far to the south. It sealed off Greenland, so you couldn't sail to Greenland anymore. It almost caused complete extinction of all human society on Iceland because there was trade going on, and the cold weather, the return of cold weather, drastically affected agriculture, caused food crops to spoil in the fields, and that led to people getting hungry, and that led to famine. And so, what we see if we look at history is cold spells in normal climate has always been far worse than warm spells.
Right.
Warm spells increase the growing season. They tend to increase the amount of rainfall. I've documented this, talked about this extensively on my Cosmographia slideshow. Podcast, showing that the overwhelming evidence that warm periods have been benign times within for human society, usually associated with, like, if we go back to about 540, roughly AD, the onset of what is called the Dark Ages cold period. It saw famine, it saw pestilence, because pestilence follows naturally related famine. People get malnourished, their immune systems become compromised, and now have opportunistic diseases. So in 542 AD, after 6 years of cold weather and repeated crop failures from the Justinian plague, that wiped out half the population of Europe. So now you have this cold period for about 300 years, 400 years, and now that gives way to what's called the medieval warm period. The growing season extended, tree lines moved up, you started getting a much wider range of latitudes where you could grow food, had a longer growing season. During the Dark Ages cold period, the population of Europe declined. During the medieval warm period, it increased. After 150 years of warmth, so much prosperity had accrued that it allowed launching the great cathedral building enterprise. That was precisely timed within that medieval warm period. And you can see the end of the great cathedral building era ended with the end of the medieval warm period, which occurred between 1250 and 1300. And then in 1300, we began the first phase of the Little Ice Age. And again, this whole series of crop failures over the next few decades. And then in the 1340s, the bubonic plague, which again decimated a third of the population of Europe. At that point, the great cathedral building era came to an end by that time. And we went into the first phase of the Little Ice Age. That ameliorated somewhat right in the middle of the 1600s. We had the Renaissance, and then the cold came back. That cold, which was the second phase of the Little Ice Age, kind of came to an end between 1850, about the mid-19th century, and by the 20th century it was over. Interestingly, all of our measurements of modern warmth, on the baseline is the end of the Little Ice Age. So again, think of the analogy that I was going to land on here. While I'm here, you can almost not see it. Okay, got it. Right? Here you've got the onset of the Dark Ages. Here you've got the onset of the Little Ice Age. So it's like a quarter of 2016. Roughly, yeah. So we go back to getting to the Little Ice Age to start in round numbers. And it didn't start everywhere at the same time. But within half a century to a century, it pretty much affected the whole world. Now, that Little Ice Age was the coldest half millennium since the end of the Great Ice Age. Now, knowing that, how do we know that? Well, all these other factors that I talked about. For one thing, glaciers throughout the planet expanded enormously during the Little Ice Age. In Europe, Northern Europe, you had whole villages and farms that were wiped out by the glaciers that had swelled up to be bigger than they had been since the end of the Great Ice Age 11,000 years ago. Now think about what it means is our determination of global warming and so on. Our baseline is the coldest period of 10,000, 11,000 years. Right? Just like the analogy I used earlier, you started marking climate warm, but you started in March 1st, and then you get to June. Well, obviously, yes, each month you're going to see growth, right? That's what people are not being taken into account, and the scientists that know this, some of them are pointing this out. They're being dismissed as climate deniers, even though there is no such thing, because nobody denies that the climate changes. Right? Show me one professional, one scientist, one meteorologist that's denying climate change. They don't exist. It's a completely fabricated concept to try to discredit anybody who's pointing out that the whole climate change narrative has been manufactured and it's based upon certain assumptions that completely don't come out legitimately once you've examined it. Because most people don't realize, okay, well, we're measuring glacier recession from the point at which the glaciers were the biggest they were in 10,000 years. Yeah. But see, this is what's not being told. And it's deliberate. It's a deliberate deception.
How far back can some of these glacial core samples take us?
Well,
400,000 years. The maximum, so you took the ice core
The ice core samples, yeah.
yeah, Greenland and Antarctica are going to be the longest way. And yeah, we can see in there that there's massive changes. Now, there have been changes enough that we can help the way to make that ice sheet towards the Antarctic. However, the Laurentide ice sheet that was over most of Canada was as big as the South Polar ice sheet. The Cordilleran, which was over western Canada, was about roughly the size of the Greenland ice sheet. The Fennoscandian ice sheet over northwestern Europe was even bigger than the Greenland ice sheet. All of that ice melted away literally in a few thousand years, and we don't have an explanation for where did the thermal energy come from to affect that drastic change that caused that much ice to melt away that quickly. And given that we don't really even have an explanation in anybody that there's a consensus around what causes the onset of an ice age and what causes the termination of an ice age, if we don't know that, how in the world can you claim that the science of climate change is settled? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And if somebody says that the climate, that the science of climate change is settled, or they call anyone who questions that consensus a climate change denier, right there, those two things are telling you either they don't know what the hell they're talking about, or they're phonies in their mind.
I think people get lost in the politics of this. People don't understand the history of this, and it's more nuanced where people are arguing over whether humans contribute to climate change or humans not contribute to climate change.
Of course, humans do contribute to climate change. The question is how much and how significant is that relative to the natural forces? And I argue, basically, look at the history of climate change on Earth, the natural forces are overwhelmingly the dominant factor.
Right. And we talked about this a little bit on our first podcast, but the way they're measuring the climate right now, they have these like old sensors that are near airports or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On top of tarmac.
Right.
That's why there's manipulation of raw data going on too. That literally changes the measurements from the past. So essentially, call it the past, the present. Yeah, the trends match some of the computer models more or less. There's a guy named Tony Heller who does this.
He's great.
Yes, he does good stuff. So 50 years exposed to some of the data that's works to kind of manipulate the data such that it matches the predictions that we made almost exactly.
Yeah.
And it is political, unfortunately. Where I always find it telling that the first moment you usually ever engage in some sort of skepticism around the narrative of climate change, you generally, first of all, have to then defend yourself as saying, well, pollution bad.
Right.
It's like, for some reason, it's weird. It's like, of course, pollution is bad and we should just help the planet. But that right there is telling you that it's pollution.
There's some negative studies. You'll see that people who basically reverse engineer people's view of climate change and said basically all you have to do is figure out their political needs.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so that's the point. I mean, the point is that the climate, anybody who studies the climate, and I've studied get there for decades. No, the climate has changed profoundly over and over and over. Right. There's never been a point where you can say the climate has remained stable. Right? It doesn't exist. So what you're now going to tell me is that all the natural factors that have been causing the climate to change, whether it's the sun, or the magnetism, whether it's ocean currents or atmospheric currents, or changes in albedo, changes in the relation to the planets, which is also a very interesting theory. Volcanism, I mean, we could go on with the list, but you're going to tell me now, all of those are irrelevant and non-operational. And it's only because people are driving SUVs.
And
But we're not going to use cows tonight.
Give it time, Java.
But I think that the ancient peoples knew that there was a tenfold rule of it. And a lot of their mythology and so on embodied their knowledge of environmental change, climate change, and so on. Because when we look back at you know, the legacy of heritage traditions from the legends, the folklore, and mythology of the ancient world, over and over again, we have to recognize that their catastrophism is a major part of all of it. And, you can start with things as obvious as the Great Flood. We're all here brought up in the Judeo-Christian tradition. Well, the Great Flood was introduced very early on within the biblical story. Right? And, of course, like flood myths from all over the world, there's always a moral component that's sort of juxtaposed on it. And I think that's sort of the natural thing. When something like that happens, we can refer to the impact, the atmospheric impact of the so-called Tunguska cosmic body in 1908 Siberia. Right. In the aftermath of that, what happened? Well, the Tunguska populace, the tribesmen that lived there, they launched a new religion. And Agni, the god of fire, descended from the sky to punish the people for their sins and their infractions and their bad behavior. So immediately we see in a modern context a celestial event like that spawning a religion. Now imagine if you have an event that's 10 times or 100 or 1,000 times more powerful than just a single Tunguska event. Obviously, yes, and when you start looking at flood stories, I mean, one of the things we'll be doing in Montana, Brad and I, is that we will be exploring landscapes that were created by flows of hundreds of millions of cubic feet per second. We'll be exploring landscapes that were carved and created by water flows that are 10 and 20 times greater than every single river combined. Now, if you survive something like that, yeah, it's natural that the survivors of events on that magnitude would look at it in theological terms and moral terms and so on. But behind that veneer, the theological and moralistic veneer, I think we're looking at very natural events that we now know we can document that events like this have occurred repeatedly in our history. And the wonder of it is, in some ways, is how we humans did not go the way of holy mammoths.
Yeah, we did have a bottleneck. I mean, we know that there was definitely a bottleneck in both population and genetic diversity associated with the time frame. It's kind of funny that there's a study done recently. But it's a study that shows that there was across the world, all the populations of humans, almost everywhere, was simultaneously went through a decrease in genetic diversity, particularly in male populations. And it's all associated with periods of time shortly after the onset of the younger dryas. And of course, the studies authors don't make a connection to the younger dryas period because it's still a debated topic, I guess, in similar mainstream science. But they said that, well, perhaps there was just some sort of somehow simultaneous change in breeding and preference patterns between these isolated and temperate groups of people that resulted in this genetic diversity. But it also coincides with this extinction event. It turns out we're making the same answer for the next 490% of the world population. Well, some percent wasn't that. It's the bottleneck is population and diversity, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was probably. I mean, it could have been. I mean, we're just like kind of beginning of piecing this together. I mean, clearly, the human species was affected by these events. You don't have events that wipe out half the megafaunal species on Earth and not affect the other half of the megafaunal species that survive. It's not like half the species came through completely unscathed, but the severity and magnitude of those things completely exterminated half the other species, right? We did know, how close the bison, the American bison, they come extinct around the turn of the century. There was only a few hundred individuals. Now, we can go to the grocery store and buy bison burgers, right? 1,000, 10,000 years from now, you could completely miss the fact that bison came this close to becoming extinct. Because it's only, within a few generations, once we made up the mind, or people decided that they wanted to salvage the species, and didn't take on the species. So, 10,000 or 12,000 or 13,000 years ago, the species may have come that close to extinction, but there was still enough numbers that the species within a few centuries could recover. See? And it brings us to the question of, how drastically it's affected.
And I think there's parts of the world as well. I mean, it's not, as you say, younger guys, although it probably the most dramatic thing to happen on the planet in maybe 1 million years.
It wasn't 5 million.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been the worst thing that's happened to the planet in 5 million. Certainly from an extinction perspective. But it's not, there were parts of the planet that weren't as affected as others, as badly affected as others. Certainly North and South America were tremendously impacted with the species that went extinct. You see a similar thing in Europe, but you look at Africa or Australia, and there seems to have been much less impact. I mean, that's one of the, Africa has a lot of exports, and if you look at what we estimate the age of lots of those exports is still going to be like 2 to 3 million years old, which those species also live through. The younger guys, Australia is somewhat similar.
Australia did undergo a very severe mass extinction, but it was much earlier. Now, if you look at percentages, North and South America both experienced about a 75% reduction in megafauna. So in other words, North America lost about 3/4 of the big animals. I mean, think about the animals that used to be here in North America. 4 species of Proboscideans. You had the woolly mammoth, the Columbian mammoth, the imperial mammoth. You had mastodons. You had direwolves. You had giant cave bears. You had huge moose. You had giant deer.
Armadillos, giant armadillos, size of a Volkswagen.
And giant ground sloths. I mean, the list was up to like close to 100 species, right? How did we know? It's the founder remains.
That's something. Cincinnati Airport, I went to there the other day. They actually had skeletons. They had a direwolf, they had a saber-tooth tiger, they had mastodons, they had one of the big elk. Giant elk. Just
So North and South America both lost about 3/4 of their species. Eurasia lost a little more than a third. About 35% of species in Eurasia went extinct by the end of the Africa had to come. So a lot of the big animals in Africa are the survivors of the Pleistocene. People don't realize that. You start looking at rhinos and hippos and elephants and giraffes and all the rest of them. So clearly, the cataclysm was not uniform around the planet. Now, one of the other things that I noticed when going back is that a lot of times you had places where there was obvious settlements. They've been there for centuries, and then all of a sudden they're abandoned. The usual assumption was, well, these people got up and migrated somewhere else. The problem is that then the other places you find evidence of human occupation, and they're gone at the same time. You find quarries all over non-glaciated North American settlement camps and things like that, where people were living, working, finding the refuse pits, the business, all the things that was evidence that there was a fairly long period of occupation, and all of a sudden it ends. And that termination coincides in many cases with the beginning of human rights. And it's probably more a case, less a case that they got up and moved somewhere else, is that they didn't survive. Like the quarrying, they're pouring flint or stones for their spear points and things are active for centuries, and all of a sudden they're abandoned. oh, well, they got up and moved somewhere else. Well, where did they move to? But what's more likely is that, yeah, that particular social group died out, and that was the end of it.
How much debate is there over the cause of the attacks, whether it be comets or solar rejections or all of the above?
There's still debate. I'd say that. I mean, at this point, there's 60 odd papers peer reviewed. The vast majority are very much in favour of the cosmic impacts theory. So it's initially, I think people thinking about thinking of it in terms of a single impact, but it very much seems like people say, yeah, a series and potentially different periods of cosmic impacts and airbursts. Airbursts are also traumatic. I mean, there's actually been a few recent studies on sites that show cosmic impact. It's not related to the drive, but Dr. Stephen Collins and Tel Hamam basically discovered the source of the biblical Solomon war story. Did a digging on the site, and they showed that site was actually subjected to a cosmic airburst, and it literally matches all the story that's in the Bible. And they're still a few kilometers away, but yeah, I mean, airbursts are bad as well. So there's still debate. I mean, there was a sort of another paper released recently that was attacking the theory pretty poorly, I thought. I mean, some of the opposition to it is quite strange. And, you know, some of it has probably no place in what I'd say is peer reviewed science, like the whole Rickwood or the Dry's paper is a silly issue. But safe to say at this point, there's still some debate. I'm not playing in that arena, but it feels to me like vast amount of evidence
Yes.
both on the macro and micro scale, as well as cultural evidence. It's like yeah, so it's exactly. A lot of the papers focus on we have a number of sources of evidence. There's a lot of papers that focus on the impact of concepts, the things they find in the strata layers of the earth, shocks, precise matter, diamond, carbon, and magnetic microspheres, extraterrestrial platinum, iridium, spikes, the black mat layer. So all of that's in those layers. You have the evidence for catastrophic climate change that correlates with those strata layers that have been to the icicle samples, so we look at oxygen isotopes and other elements that, like soot particles. There was a paper done looking at some of the particulate matter in some of these icicle samples in the upper drives as there were wildfires at one time, instead of the water burning. So you have these indicators there. And then you have the macro evidence. A lot of the stuff is like really random showing. Yeah, or flooding like astronomical there, channel scatters, astronomical volumes of water pouring off, those ice sheets on the way to the ocean that sort of must have happened in these catastrophic sort of short-term events. So you've got a lot of evidence that points to this traumatic period, and that something happened, and then there's all the scientific work that sort of said, well, these are all impact properties. Mark, there was a great presentation done by Mark Young at the Summit Conference earlier. Sort of looked at a lot of this evidence, and I think at one point he points to some of the rebuttals of some of the naysayers that just pointing out that, well, no, we're not looking at micro diamonds, we're actually looking at like bugs and ice. Well, bugs don't shit diamonds. So bugs shit diamonds? I don't think so. He's a fan guy, and he can live that line quite well.
What is the idea about solar?
I think it's worth considering. Because now we have a lot of evidence for a cosmic event at the beginning of the younger drive. But there was also catastrophic events at the younger drive. The younger drive is broken by two disasters. We don't have the same kind of proxy evidence for impact, cosmic impact at the end of the year. Robert Schockman thinks that I don't know if he's come around to accepting the possibility of impact. But he's been arguing in favor of a solar event. And I think it's totally possible. Particularly since I learned that there's a correlation in the windfall of the sun, and a reaction in the chromosphere of the sun was translated into solar thermal. I'm going to do a paper on that on my website, or even do a whole podcast on that idea. I've fully dived into all of what's now known that we glean from the information, insight that we have from the sun since we started deploying solar observable satellites. We now know a whole lot more than we did. Let's say since the early 90s, we've got 5 or 6 satellites that are looking at the sun and what capacity and others. The evidence that seems to be emerging is that the sun is much more variable than was previously assumed. Now, when we go back to the beginning of the climate models and the first IPCC report, which I believe was 1992, they were not looking at the sun at all. They were still looking at the constant sun. So if the sun is not changing, then you can't blame the sun for climate change if it's an invariable sun. However, if the sun is far more dynamic, then it is going to play a role, and on multiple levels. And I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing now the cutting edge information about the sun suggests that it is much more dynamic star than was assumed in the 80s and early 90s when the computer models were being generated and the sun was being dismissed. The solar constant was the working assumption. Well, if the sun is constant, then the sun is not the planet. But that's wrong. I think at this point you can clearly, assume that that's wrong.
Yes, and then the sun could entirely also be a source for cataclysmic events. We've seen smaller versions of it with the Carrington event. And yeah, we did with the Carrington event. There was 18, I'm trying to think the actual date.
You know that there were telegraphs.
It was 1870. It was something 1870. So it was essentially it was probably the biggest solar flare that's happened in that period since, and it literally set telegraph wires on fire, melted their eyes. And if it happened today, the Carrington event, it might fry all the electronics on whatever side of the planet it hits when it comes along, because it's a huge part of that solar solar flare. It's just like it's like an EM pulse kind of thing. Fry. It sort of fries electrons. Right. And a lot of our electrons are very sensitive to electronic energy. Pulses and things like that. Solar flares. And there are theorized more serious events even than that come from our sound.
They've been more powerful than carrying.
Okay. Really?
Yeah. We can talk about that in the future. Two things I want to mention. George Howard reminded me that the second Cosmic Summit is coming up next year. And the tickets have gone on sale, I believe, wildly. Sitting here having heard podcast. Yeah.
So I'm sure what it does.
Yeah. They were talking about our podcast. The last I heard was
I think it might have filled up. But there might be one spot there. I think it filled up yesterday. But there may be a spot.
okay. So the other thing that's coming up on ESPN, starting on Halloween for the following 4 or 5 days, we're doing a tour of Eastern Tennessee and Cumberland Plateau, which is amazing. The caves, grottos, pits, cataracts, mostly hidden under the vegetation and the canopy of the forests off the beaten path. This will be our 4th tour up in that area, off the beaten path. We've got a great lodge preserve for the tours that we're using as a base to do these explorations. And we've still got, we've got probably 8 or 10 seats left open for that. And just, very, this is what comes together. And I get this feedback all the time. People say, well, as awesome as learning about this natural history of the landscapes and the catastrophes and all of this, just as interesting and valuable find is the connections and the friendships that come out of it. Because, like Ben said earlier, repeatedly people that say, "Look, I'm every day, I just go to my family for dinner, or I go, work." There's nobody interested in this kind of stuff that I can talk to, but I come here, and everybody is interested in the mysteries of our past. And that's a big part of what we're exploring. And so it's not only about these people who read this decipher the landscapes. Because what you said, what you've seen.
Oh, it's for me, it was revelatory having something like you teach. It's great, like actually being able to look at that land. I mean, it's a place, these are beautiful places on their own. But then once you actually get some of that context about what caused it, you can start to imagine what actually happened there. It's a whole other level. I mean, I've met people who actually live in these places, like in the Scatterlands, and you start to explain to them what happened.
They've been living it, and they've looked at it from that view.
How many people, I've lived here in this landscape all my life, and I'm suddenly looking at them with new eyes. Here's an analogy. Imagine, like we look up in the street and see birds up there. And you can read those words. Because you can read those words, you extract meaning from them. You can make associations. You can understand things. But if you're illiterate, you look up there and those don't just be shapes. They won't convey any meaning to you. They won't convey information at all, will it? If you're illiterate. So, what I'm getting at here is that there is a grammar, a syntax, a language of catastrophist geology that even most geologists are not well versed in. So what I've been doing for 40 years is learning that language. So when we go into the field, we look at things. What I'm trying to do is teach people to be able to read that. And imagine this. All your life, you've been going through and you're surrounded by words. And maybe if you're intuitive type, you get the sense that they're not just some kind of meaning, but you don't know what that meaning is. Now you come and we do a week-long intensive, and I start explaining to you, well, this is an alphabet, here's how you say it, and this is what this word means, and this word means. And if you take letters by themselves isolated, what do they mean? Now, if you arrange them in a certain way, suddenly the word has meaning. Then you take those words and you put them in a certain arrangement. It's a sentence. More depths of meaning emerge. Put those sentences into paragraphs. You see what I'm saying? Now, let's say we do a week-long intensive, and you go from being completely illiterate, and now you walk out, and suddenly words all around you start conveying insight and information to you. That's the goal of these tools, to teach people to read that language that has literally been hidden within the landscape of the entire planet for 10 or 11 or 12,000 years, because nobody had the perspective to see it on the scale that we can now see. That's why when we do our briefings, we do the full study of what we're doing. It starts with, we look at myths, we look at stories, obviously, then we look at photographs, then we look at videos, then we look at NASA satellite photography, we look at, geographic information systems, we look at Google Maps, we look at digital elevation models, all of this, because now we can see things on a scale that our grandparents couldn't see. 50 years ago, 60, 70 years ago, we didn't have satellites where we begin to see the scale of some of these events that are put out on our planet. So I try to bring in as much of that as possible. Then the crown of that, you go out in the field, you start seeing this stuff. And I'll tell you, even with all of the photography and the drone footage and everything, seeing that, it's still not the it's just that's what it gets. You get to realize the micro here. I'm like a micro. These things that are played out on the surface of this planet are in another realm, all together. So,
yeah, you can start to appreciate it. The literal, one of the terms I've heard is they call it, America was also known as the New World. And it literally is, because it was feels on the brilliance of the old world. You get a sense that that's some of those processes that you start to see. Right. These catastrophes, and that's why I think catastrophes are such a, and the evidence for it is such an important key that unlocks the possibility for a longer timeline of civilizations. It's because it literally changes the it's the flooding, fires, the sea level rise and falls. It changes the surface of the earth.
Where's this? The Devil's Canyon?
Hey, this is drone footage from none other than
Van Bersworth.
Am I okay?
I sent it to you.
Yeah, okay, but I want to make sure that this is Ben's work here. This is one of the places we visited. This was a canyon that was probably cut in a matter of a week or two. And by one of the great floods. Now let's take a look at this.
This is basically an outflow for the Snake River.
Yeah. And what you're seeing here is not a canyon produced over millions of years, but a canyon produced over by a flow that probably would have been close to 50 million cubic feet or so. And
so this entire canyon is rushing with water.
Yeah,
for a short period of time, for a big dry season.
Yeah. So now this is channel catch. So this was on one of our tours. And you'll see as we pan around. And again, a lot of this is not going to be, it's not going to necessarily speak to somebody until you've been trained to read the language.
Right.
But now you can see here, there's the group. There's some outcrop boulders that were left in the aftermath of the great flood flows.
Was everything on the left?
Yeah. There you can see our bands.
How deep is that from the very end to the top?
Deep probably,
I mean,
well, it started with an
overflow and then it cut down.
here is what you call a cataract. It's bowl-shaped features. Now, this entire landscape you see here was completely submerged. This whole falls is all that's the whole remnant, but you can see it's cutting its own little cataract here. But the cataract produced by the thick flood was this big round thing. You're seeing all this is one of our regular places to visit. And it's fine scales. So this is one of your great features here. This is called Pothole's Cataract. Picture out here, this is like a turbulent, moving sea. The entire width of the sea here is probably close to 200 feet deep. It's choked with thousands of icebergs. It's moving towards the viewer. And this is a ridge, and behind me, you can't see here, it drops down into the Columbia Valley. This water is pouring over this ridge, and these walls here are about 400 feet high. Think about this. If you have floodwaters coming through, ripping up stuff, excavating, eroding, well, that's half of it. The other half of the equation is that material is transported, and it has to be deposited somewhere. So you learn to correlate both what kind of rock rips up from here, and where does it end up?
Right.
So you're going to see West Bar here, which is pretty amazing. We're coming around. This is West Bar. You're going to see it now.
So are there giant rocks here that came from somewhere else?
Oh, yeah.
Glacial erratics. Yeah, there's rocks and huge chunks of granite that probably came from Canada that are out of this joint, of this true floodplain where these ended up. Boulder fields, huge chunks of basalt, even some granite that probably came from a wall right away, and then you get these big erratics where, like haystack rock and things like that, that are just giant holes.
I want you to look here at the surface of this 3-mile long, 200 or 300 foot boulder bar has giant current ripples on it. Now, the height of these current ripples varies between 30 and 50 feet. The height of like up to a 5-story building. And that's how we know, without any doubt at all. There we go. Look at these. These are the kind of current ripples. I mean, you'll see it walking along a sandbar on a creek. Except that these current ripples are gigantic. Like I said, from
Isn't this also seen in the Sahara?
well, you have sand dunes in the Sahara, and they're being blown by wind, not water. They're dynamic. They're constantly moving. These are not. These are pretty much like they were when they were deposited 13 or 14,000 years ago. When this gravel bar, it's actually a bold stone.
That's what this is time comes out. Huge.
Yeah, that's right.
Scaling bearings, right? It's a great example of it. The same sort of phenomenon of moving small scale as it is. Right. Imagine this current of water coming around the inside of the band, giant current of water. This current of water. 50-foot like current of water.
It's almost impossible.
Wait till you see it firsthand. You got to put on your bucket list if you want to go on one of these jobs.
Yeah, no, how did people show and pointed out specifically, I think it might have been Jim who pointed out that those things are near the reshot structure. Those water ripples. That was you. Oh, okay. Jimmy got it. I think that's what he said too.
Well, Jimmy just been arguing the three-shot structure of the land.
Exactly.
I don't agree with that. No,
Right. I remember you were here last time. You said it's Azores.
I think that the most likely, if it exists, I think the most likely place that's the most consistent in the details of Plato's two dialogues is the Azores. Those islands are the tops of mountains, whose bottoms are part of flat hill, that about which there is a lot of evidence that it has subsided by a substantial amount since the last ice age. And I do I've got like 9-hour that I do on it. It's a pretty solid.
I watched it. It's phenomenal. I watched it after our last podcast.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
Wasn't there a recent voyage that went out to the Azores to look at this? We were talking about this.
Okay, Cameron. I thought he was supposed to look at. I haven't heard anything about that since it happened. I mean, I'm not involved. But a lot of the science on this
Now died or something?
could have been. Yeah, I don't know. It's unfortunate that a lot of the actual science looking into the Atlantic Ridge Convergence sort of ceased in the 70s and 80s. Yeah. Most of the real science was Atlantis began to 30 world.
Right.
They kind of stopped looking at it, but it's like.
Oh, yeah, like they, for example, one of the seamounts was back then was named the Atlantis Seamount. In the literature and everything, and I got the old from the 50s, 60s, 70s, and then we get closer to now, the same seamount has been renamed the Atlantic Seamount. Yeah. Well, I mean, to try to get rid of that. But what I try to show in my dissertation is, I mean, what's wrong with this? I mean, if you start talking about, whatever, some crystal spaceships or whatever, yeah. But if you stick to whatever Plato actually says, which is what I do, I pretty much break Plato's two dialogues down into what did he actually say? Now, what is geology, geography, oceanography, and so forth, botany and genetics, what does all that say now in the context of what Plato said? And that's why I come up with, that the Azores fits the bill. But I'm not saying the Azores was Atlantis. What I'm saying is that if Atlantis was real, of all the places that have been named as potential sites for Atlantis, I think the Azores is the most consistent with Plato.
And where did they go? He got his information from Socrates.
Well, actually, what the sentence says. In the Socratic form of Critias, who was like a great grandson of Rothschild, who I think, if I recall his succession, he got the original story sold, got it from the Egyptian Greeks. So he gave him the date, which was 9,000 years, in their sacred registers.
And that would have been when?
Well, Solon's trip to Egypt occurred about 600 BC. So if you had 9,000 years of 600 BC, which would have been 2,600 years ago, what's 9,000 plus 2,600? 11,600, which is precisely the end of the Younger Dryas, which precisely coincides with what's called meltwater pulse 1b, where there was a massive melting of the great ice sheets pouring water into the oceans, causing the oceans to rapidly rise. Coincidence? Maybe. But what if it's not coincidence? All the pieces fit.
This is the stuff that I know you cover in your lecture series on it. But once the glaciers melt, you have isostatic rebound of the Earth's crust, which is lifting up, like all that weight of ice on the top of the globe here is going to come off it. So I love the beach ball analogy. It goes up to the mid-Atlantic ridge, which is where the Azores is located. It's essentially like a hinge joint in the crustal plate of the planet. So imagine,
right.
So imagine if the land over here is going up, and what's it going to do? It's going to pull that apart. So you're going to have submergence of the landmass at that mid-Atlantic ridge. It's going to go down.
Isostatic compensation. Because the Earth is constantly trying to make equilibrium. So if one place goes up, someplace else has to go down, and vice versa. That's the geoid. The stripe constantly adjusts itself to fit the mathematical geoid, which is the perfect distribution of mass given the mass of the Earth at its orbital speed, at its rotational velocity, which is what causes that bulge around the equator. So during the Ice Age, you had this enormous buildup of ice on the planetary surface, on the land. All of that weight, which is millions of trillions of tons, is taken out of the oceans. So, like Graham said, the beach ball analogy. Take a beach ball, you press it this way, it bulges this way, right? If you, Danny, get up and go and sit down on that cushion, what happens? Isostatic depression. When you get your ass up off that cushion, you'll have isostatic uplift or isostatic compensation and come back up. Right? I told this to Joe Rogan when I was explaining to him, and I said, Joe, you probably didn't realize that right at this moment, your ass is causing isostatic depression of the cushion on your chair. He probably doesn't remember that. But I did say that.
One more thing I wanted to cover about that is the idea of the pole shifts. The magnetic pole shift of the Earth through like a 90-degree tilt.
No, see, now a lot of these people that are speculating don't really even seem to understand the difference between the magnetic pole and the geographic pole. The geographic pole is the Earth's axis of rotation, right? The magnetic pole doesn't necessarily exactly coincide. In fact, it vibrates. It doesn't coincide with the axis. The geographic pole, which is the axis of rotation. Those are two different things. Now, I believe, I looked deeply into that when I was first studying catastrophism, listening to work in Velikovsky and Charles Hapgood and others. Charles Hapgood saw the catastrophic history of the Earth. He was trying to come up with an explanation. He came up with a relatively sophisticated model of crustal shift, not the whole mass of the planet. Because he looked at the map of the
Crust, right, exactly.
Right, crust is placed.
Right.
So it becomes disconnected from like the mantle.
Yes.
The asthenosphere, the plasticky kind of connection. You think of the Earth as like the crust as being like the skin on an apple. That's like a relative thickness of it, right? But beneath that, we have varying degrees of plasticity and connection. So it's like the tectonic plates are sliding around on the group that has this plasticky kind of properties. Hapgood proposed that should have been disconnected and shifted slightly.
And the other part was that actually before continental drift was accepted by mainstream physics. Yeah. But of course, then when continental drift came along, this was a much slower process, whereas after it was immediately something faster. Now, I'm not sure I'm 100% correct, but I'm pretty sure that that have to abandon that idea. So they didn't abandon the idea of capacity, just the mechanism that caused capacity. Now, I have a very different, I think that back to the subject of price effect compensation, again, the geoid in equilibrium is spinning out of axis. So now, remember the 13-mile difference.
It's greater than the Arctic.
That's the radius. Yes. The radius. The diameter is double the length of line. So now, picture this. If you have a pure redistribution of surface tension, so let's say that it lies over North America, the area of America under the sites by a couple thousand feet. Well, now it's with this latitude, is it? Because all of the surface of the Earth's crust, if it's in equilibrium, the northern latitudes are going to be miles closer to the Earth's center of mass than the equatorial. But now what happens if you change that distance by thousands of feet, or maybe even in the case of the ocean boundaries, a mile or two, right? Now it's not in equilibrium. There's not that correlation between the latitude and the distance from your center of mass. Could that then lead to an accelerated plate tectonics where the planet is trying to regain that equilibrium? So in other words, if you've got parts, the half of North America is compressed by 1,000, 2,000 feet, and then all of a sudden and I say all of a sudden it's a geological sense over a few thousand years, it's moved away from the center of mass. Now it's the distance that it would want to be if it was at a much more southerly latitude. Does that make sense?
I think so.
It does.
I think so.
Yeah, so then the Earth is trying to receive equilibrium, which I think what you're saying is could that possibly cause a adjustment which leads to volcanism?
A period of accelerated plate tectonics.
Yeah.
So it's the weight. You're saying it's the weight from
It's the mass.
the mass of the ice sheets on top of.
Again, picture this whole plate space. Both out distance, right? So the equator is 13 miles. It's half equal. Now, go 45 degrees north, halfway to the North Pole. Well, now it's 6.5 miles closer, right? Go even further. Now it might be 10 miles closer, right? Now all of a sudden, let's imagine that it shifts upward by thousands of feet. Now where it wants to be happy is going to be further south. It's going to want to be farther away from the Earth's center of gravity.
Got it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And what would cause that to happen? Melting glaciers. Melting glaciers.
Because you've got this huge redistribution of mass.
Right. Okay.
From off of the land surfaces into the ocean base. And during the onset of a glacial age, you got the opposite. You're drawing out trillions and trillions of tons of water from the ocean, piling it up on land, and now that weight is pushing the land down by perhaps several thousand feet. At the same time, we're removing that weight from the ocean basins, which is going to cause the ocean basins to want to rise. So picture glacial, interglacial. You've got water being extracted from the ocean, building up on the land surface. From glacial back to interglacial, this is all melting and going back into the ocean. So if you look at over a long period of time, hundreds of thousands of years, oscillations, glacial, interglacial, glacial, interglacial, the shape of the geoid is pulsing in response to that redistribution of surface mass. Now, I think there's a possibility, and I'm not a geophysicist, but I think it would be a possibility that could introduce this disequilibrium that would cause the movement of the plates to try to shift. And once they start moving, the inertia of that movement, they're not going to necessarily stop. Because clearly, like Hamilton was right, I think, when you look at the Genesis mountain building, in Canadian Rockies, you look at these incredible overthrust points. Yeah, that's right. Where you have slabs of rock, thousands of feet thick, crushed up over other, forming these mountain ranges. So, okay, you can look at rates of erosion, and the higher you get material up, the faster the rate of erosion. The problem with mountains is this, that seems to be ignored. Is that when you look at rates of erosion or downcutting, they're roughly, mountains are being built by continental drift. If continental drift is a few centimeters, a few inches per year, that would mean if you're moving, it's causing the plates to buckle and raise the mountains. Well, how is it going to be any faster than the lateral movement of the plates? But we've got mountains that are 10, 12, 13,000, 15,000 feet high, yet when you look at the rates of downcutting and erosion, the rates of downcutting, of erosion, the eating away of the mountain masses being uplifted is roughly equal to the rate of uplift. How'd they get up there? Unless the rate of uplift was a whole lot faster.
It's possible. I mean, I think places like Tiwanaku in the the Andes mountain range, so that's a huge mystery. That's how the hell that whole plateau got up there and how it could have supported that amount of life that was required to create a city of that magnitude. There are some real clues to something potentially happening at a faster rate. I mean, I don't think it's like a day, like there's too much inertia in the system, too much stability in the system for that type of thing. Just personally, again, I'm not a geophysicist either, but yeah, I am interested in something causing a fairly, at least geologically, quite rapid shift in the Earth's crust, or in as percent.
So I think we need to kind of I think we need to go back to kind of another geological history of our planet within the context of catastrophes. Because since the end of the 19th century up until the 1980s, the models of Earth history were strictly gradualistic, strictly uniformitarian, to use the term. Meaning, we have unlimited the biblical age of flooding up of the Earth is 6,000 years. So if you have 6,000 years, you've got to do all of this, create the surface of the world as it now is. It had to be catastrophic, right? But now suddenly we've got billions of years. So we're going to get away from biblical literalism, which was actually kind of a straitjacket on science and everything. We're going to get away from that, and we've got now unlimited amounts of time. So given unlimited amounts of time, we don't need catastrophism anymore. It was kind of a case of the baby being thrown out, right? We're gonna dump biblical literalism, but at the same time, anything catastrophist was seen within that framework of biblical literalism. So it became one grain of sand, one drop of water, and people were all impressed. He was the first to propose to the scientific community that the features that we were looking at in Washington were creating a gigantic flood. He was rejected for 30 years because his critics said, we've gone beyond that. We're beyond all the biblical stuff. We don't need big floods anymore. You're just trying to take us back to knowing the Bible. But that wasn't the case at all. The reality was that he was documenting gigantic, you could almost say biblical scale floods. But yeah. What?
Biblical is a good word for it.
Yeah.
It would have felt biblical that you've been considered.
If you somehow, by some means, were able to witness it and survive, yeah, you could definitely see how it would have spawned that whole theological and moralistic framework for understanding.
And Fritz was eventually vindicated.
Well, he got actually, I think he was 96 years old when he got the Penrose Medal, which is the highest honorary medal in geological science. And I think it was around 96, and a reporter or somebody asked him, well, how do you feel about this? And finally, after all these years, he said, well, it's great. The only thing is, my only regret is that I outlived all my critics, so they're not around for me to gloat over anymore. So I was right, and they were wrong.
Yeah, I was bringing it all back. I mean, the last time I had you on here, Ben, we were talking about like what's it going to take for academia to accept some of the stuff that you guys are talking about. What is it going to take to make this like the accepted narrative of the history of the Earth, or not even the accepted narrative? Really going to open the door to other opportunities or other.
It's happening.
It's happening.
Cosmic summer. Perfect.
Right. And what I was explaining to Ben was like, people like you and Randall and Ben, both you guys have more of a reach to people than any textbook has, or that any teacher at a university has. It's surpassing what the quote unquote narrative is that we learn in school out of the textbook. And bypassing it.
Yeah, it's well, it is. I can see that it's a slightly threatening thing. I think certainly guys like Graham Hancock get attacked because there's this reaction from all academic circles to try and say how do we become popular again on social media and things like that as well. I'd still like to see I still would like to. I think it's an ongoing debate. I'd like that this information becomes more available. People can learn for themselves and make up their own minds.
Right.
But I hate that there's actually battle lines being drawn on this. I still think there's a need for more sort of rigorous and open engagement in debate, which is not how to feel on it. Yeah.
Right.
And social media is not the place to do it either. It's I think there should be proper forums for that type of thing to engage these different ideas.
I think it's definitely a political control. Because the one thing, think about this. The people started getting engaged to understand how dynamic the history of this planet has been, which encompasses everything, changes in the environment, climate change, and massive spaceships, and all of that, and potentially the rise and fall of civilizations being, who succumb to these changes, right? Well, that's going to take away from the political narrative that they're trying to cram down our throats, which is it's all human fault. We're doing it. The whole climate change. See, and that's what pisses me off. Is that the hijack is climate change, right? Oh, of course. I mean, anybody who studies the history of climate on this planet acknowledges, the climate has changed profoundly over and over and over again. So don't tell me that I'm a climate change denier, okay? And I go, who's the real denier? The real denier is the one that refuses to look or refuses to admit that the climate is as dynamic as we now know for a fact that it has been. And that there is nothing that has happened recently that is unprecedented. Somebody could talk about it, possibly. We're not going to get into that now. Listen to Maui. I don't know if you've seen my series in the Cosmography podcast where I'm talking about these great fire storms in history. If you haven't watched, and then circle back to the Maui.
I've heard the Maui is directed energy weapons going from space.
I don't. We don't have to.
Great Chicago Fire, Stigo, Carbine, Fire. Look, you guys look it up on Cosmography if you're Randall's episodes on that.
These like solar related. Perfect. Well, that's a great place to end this, guys. Thank you so much.
I'll just finally say one last thing.
Yes.
The Cumberland Tour, we still got about a half a dozen seats coming up in first week in October, and it's amazing. If you go on to randallcarlson.com, I've disclosing some information about where we're going, what we're going to be doing, and show people that, even here in the East, we have these amazing landscapes in our backyard. Nobody hardly knows about them. And it's going to be a way of bringing people out into the field and teaching them this life. And then,
Montana trips coming up for all that's probably on randallcarlson.com as well. If there's seats available, contact Anthony.com for seats on this.
And Ben and I will both be there in person.
We will.
Yep.
We will.
I'll link both you guys' YouTube channels below so you can go check it out. And then website. website, roundcrossing.com, and you have a regular website.
CharterX.com, all my stuff and discussion.
Beautiful. All right. Sleep tight, everyone. Welcome back, Ben. This is your homecoming. Good to be back, Danny. Cheers, man. Thank you. It was about a year ago I had you in here. And then since then, you've been on Joe Rogan, you've been on Playground, what other podcasts have you been on?
There have been a few, I think those are mostly the bigger studio ones.
Yeah.
With Rogan and Flagrant, which was hilarious, actually. That was a lot of fun. And I was some Rogan achieved, that was a great opportunity. I flew back, I was and a few others, just on and the remote style ones. So, yeah, you were the first guy, first in studio podcast.
Well, cool, man. I'm happy to inspire those guys to just go. I'm sure they're. I know Rogan are going to do that. Starting some videos and stuff. I think so. Yeah. But you've been all over the place too. You've got some stuff up in Turkey, I think, recently.
England, Turkey earlier this year, and then New Zealand. I came back from England a couple weeks back. First chance to sort of the megalith structures there, stone circles, museums, things like that. There's so, I mean, you could spend months in British Isles. There's so much to see.
Yeah. There's Turkey earlier. So what were you doing in Turkey? Where'd you go? You went to go back to Taipei?
We did. So we did. I did a couple of weeks in southeastern Turkey. So in that Göbekli Tepe region, like it's all centered around the city of Şanlıurfa, which is the biblical Odessa. It's the city of prophets. It's a city that goes back thousands of years. I mean, it goes back in occupation there since Neolithic times. It's a really interesting city. It's sort of Abrahamic traditions there, the legends from books of the faith that Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. A lot of the events that happened in those legends are all centered in that. It's part of like the Silk Road, the northern-ish end of what was Mesopotamia back in the day. So it's an ancient place. Really interesting city. A lot of fun. I wasn't sure what to expect when I first time in Turkey, and different to Egypt, I'd say. It was a really nice place, and the timing. I don't know what happened with me in travel, man. Trying to even get over here, we had we had the hurricane, but man, I had the worst luck with travel because they had the earthquakes early in this year. Those big earthquakes that they did, so yeah, they could handle it apart. I think the government said something like 50,000 people. The guys that I knew on out there who were out, like my guy there, Ramazan, who did the tour, lost his home fell down. Moving out of his car in the next day or two, he was out trying to help people to sort of recover from it. But he said it was probably more like 250,000 people that might have died in that, just from, if you include Syria, because it's right next to the Syrian border, and there's a lot of Syria that was affected as well. But yeah, so that happened, and they're like, man, so the city itself of Şanlıurfa the infrastructure was still up, the roads were okay, like that people were down. Some of the other cities were were impacted much more. And then they had these rains, they had these floods, which were almost unprecedented floods in that region, just poured down. And there were people that died in Şanlıurfa purely because they didn't have anywhere to live, and they were in these tents, and they got sort of washed into these alcoves and then carried away in these floods, and a bunch of people died. So it's like, man, and all this happened within a couple of weeks, and I guess around the month leading up to it. So we were like, geez, are we going to do it? He was like, yeah, we can do it. We sort of reassured the people that are coming with us. We can make it happen, and we did. Unfortunately, obviously, places like the museum, they have this one museum in Şanlıurfa where a lot of the artifacts from Göbekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe, all of the recent archaeological finds there are housed in this museum. But they had to evacuate it because of the floods. They basically boxed up, I don't know, like 100,000 artifacts or something, and shipped them off, so we couldn't get into the museum. But also, as a consequence, it did make the place green. Like, if you see pictures of that region, it's brown, but it was just breathtaking, beautiful. These limestone hills were just breaking out of wildflowers and grass, and everywhere we went, it was just gorgeous.
and of course the sites there are just incredible. I know forever this Göbekli Tepe, which was everyone I think who's interested in this field should know something about Göbekli Tepe. It's the site that was, I mean, it was originally discovered in the 1950s, I think. There were some farmers that they saw the tops of what it turned out to be these big key pillars sticking out of the ground on this side of a hill. I think it translates to pot-bellied hill in that language, and they sort of dismissed it as being, they thought, well, no, this is a relatively modern cemetery or something. Like it's not it's not, the stonework was too good to be considered very ancient. And it wasn't until the mid-1990s when the German Rothschild Institute and Klaus Schmidt, who passed away since then, began to excavate at Göbekli Tepe. And that's when they found, okay, yes, so this is actually tremendously ancient. It does have some very unique stonework, including megalithic work. You've got pillars that are 18 feet tall and 20 plus tons. And it's a very large site. It's all of these stone circles, these pillars that are encompassed by a number of sort of rough stone walls, and it spreads out. It's quite large. There's a number of early excavators making 10% of that site. And it shook the world up because they based on some of the material they found in that dig, they pretty much conclusively dated that thing to about 11,000 years old, which is much older than any previously recorded evidence of civilization or this type of occupation. So going there was a really interesting experience. People have said for a long time that it was deliberately buried. The work and the research and the science on this is slowly changing. They're starting to move away from this idea that there have been layers of sediment that have built up over time. There might have been some periods of burying. In fact, if you tried to bury it, it would take it years. It's a huge site. But what was interesting to me, research, if you look at the picture of the picture, I have some photos too. This works. You have two styles of architecture. You have the megalithic work, the two pillars, and it's not just the pillars here. They would actually cut down to the bedrock. You see that area around the two pillars? When you go there, it looks like cement. It's not cement. It's actually I believe, limestone bedrock that they've lapped down to be flat. So you have these huge flat areas, and they inset these stones into them, or some of them set up on pedestals like that central one. And these T-pillars are, a lot of them, they're not all complete. They're some of them are broken. They have the most amazing high relief artwork of them. By that, it means you're carving away the negative space just to make the figures and symbols pop out. And that's a good example of that image there of that one stone. Yeah, if you look at that, so you see how the walls around it kind of encompass those stones, like they actually cover up some of the features. And you can clearly tell the walls seem like they've been built to reinforce these stone circles, to sort of preserve them almost. And looking at the walls, and this is also true at another side we talked about, Karahan Tepe, inside the walls, there's actually pieces of broken pillars have been used as material in the building of the walls. And the material or the organic matter that they've used to date the site, to give it that 11,000 year old age, came from inside these walls. So it's like, to me, I look at that, it's two different architectural styles. I think it is potentially indicative of two entirely different periods of occupation and building, because these walls are quite primitive, it's local stone, and they're actually using pieces of broken pillars that have been there for who knows how long. Actually, some of them might have broken, and they've been encompassed and used in the walls that were then used to sort of resurrect or renew or renovate the site and protect these pillars. So do we know if it's 11,000 year old? I think that's kind of the earliest stage for the youngest. It could be vast older. We really don't know. And you said there's a bunch of this that's just under the ground. Heaps there. So they've kind of excavated on one side of a hill, and that's where the UNESCO, the World Heritage Site, is now. They put a big cover over the top of it. It's actually great. Like, yeah, you see the walkway there. There's this big. They want to keep the rain off it. I think if it does rain, it's out in the weather, it just gets really muddy, and it just washes away a lot of the sediment. It's a great way to view the site. It'd be lovely to get down in there, but they get a lot of traffic. Like, this has become a major tourist attraction. That part of it, a lot of people that see this. they've built a big visitor center, and so it's a nice way to view the site. If you have cameras, and you can kind of see a lot of the high relief. And there's lots of interesting studies that have been done, like Göbekli Tepe. Martin Sweatman, who I've talked about, he was presenting at the Cosmic Summit recently as well. I've talked with him on my channel. He wrote a book called Prehistory Decoded, and he contends that Göbekli Tepe is something of a celestial calendar. He uses a method of statistical analysis that shows that it's extremely likely that's what it is. He's looking at the figures relating to precession and constellations in the sky, and that when looked at through his analysis, it seems to mark interesting events that we know sort of happened by periods like the Young Dryas, because this site dates back to the Young Dryas, and had there been this comet or these impacts or these fragments of things coming from the sky, that's probably something that I would have noticed. He wrote a whole book on this. It's a very interesting theory. He gets attacked pretty hard on the basis of it, I think, from a lot of people that don't really understand the nature of statistics and how that works. He actually wrote there's a peer-reviewed paper that you can read if you're interested in diving into his research or his detail. There's other studies that have been done also that are interesting on the geometry of the site. So there's not only do you have these stone circles, which the circles themselves, and this is true also at Tepe, have interesting alignment. So they align to a lot of them may well have been used to solar observatories or potentially observatories. So there's alignments on the site that point to significant periods of solstices, lunar events. But there's actually a geometric arrangement between the circles themselves at Göbekli Tepe. So they form like equilateral triangles. I think there's been some studies done that shows there's a very deliberate layout plan of how these stone circles are formed. So it's fascinating, and not so Göbekli Tepe obviously a highlight, but what I didn't know was the fact that I knew about Karahan Tepe, so that's another site that's nearby. It's actually pretty close. There was a site that was very recently discovered. It's an active archaeological site now. I believe the University of Istanbul is excavating there. It's another stone circle site, similar architecture to Göbekli Tepe. You have huge T-pillars, but it's something like 10 times larger than Göbekli Tepe. And they've only just sort of scratched the surface of the ground. They're still digging, and we had special permission to go in there and look around the site. And you can literally look at these beautiful hills with flowers on them and just poking up everywhere over the tops of T-pillars. You just see this tiny little top of it. You can clearly see it's a T-pillar, and there's something buried under here. And there might be as many as 1,000 T-pillars on this site. It's at least 5 times or more, I think, larger than Göbekli Tepe, and it's at least 500 years older based on the dating material that they found so far. Which it's kind of funny because when they built a visitor center at Göbekli Tepe, they called it like the zero point history. This was the brand name that it gave to going to big light shows, all sort of cinematic experiences to look at the site. But it's like, well, I guess that makes Karahan Tepe 0.1 is like 100 or something. It's, right, it's even older. And I actually was out there like 3 times in 2 weeks. It's a wonderful site. I could probably even more images if you want to see them, but it's they're just starting to excavate, and you see a similar thing. In fact, at Karahan, there's evidence of domiciles. So one of the controversies about Göbekli Tepe is this civilization, right? Because technically, you go look at, and I guess this is more along the orthodox line of thinking, the date for civilization hasn't really changed. We're still saying, well, 6,000 years ago, Sumerians and Mesopotamia, that was the start. But when I look at that place like Göbekli Tepe or Karahan Tepe, that screams civilization, right? The theory is, it's purely ceremonial. It was what happened, and this sort of came out with the Michael Shermer, Grant Hancock, and Randall Carlson, podcast with JRE, well-known one. I mean, they've essentially just changed the definition of hunter-gatherers to now not just be, well, no, this is not just about hunter and gathering, but on the weekends, I guess, when the men want to get away from the women and kids or something, they'd like to participate in a bit of megalithic stone building. building the 20-ton input. It's insane. But there's infrastructure on these sites. They're massive. There's systems. There's quarries. There are other structures. At the Karawan Tepe, there's actually the evidence for domiciles and permanent housing, which is another index of settlement and civil. And I just look at the scale, scope of what is on these sites, and it's like that's not something you do on the side. Like this requires specialization, right? So for people to be able to specialize into this type of stonework, this type of a logistical endeavor, the artwork that's required to carve these things, you need to have infrastructure around you. That means there's other people clicking through, there's other people doing things. Like it's that organization that essentially defines a civilization. I think just the scale and scope of the work requires that. So I think it's kind of ridiculous that we don't consider this civilization. And the nail in the coffin for me, and this is something I learned on that trip, is that it's not only is there Karahan and Göbekli Tepe, but there's between 40 and 80 more sites that they discovered just like that.
Around that area.
Southeast. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of other well-known sites, Salt Qatar and other places, but these tepes and these stone and these 2-billet stone circles, they're doing a lot of ground penetrating radar and that type of thing, and they've discovered somewhere between 40 and 80 of them. I think they want to open up like 15 of them to tourism. And that's like, at that point, it requires a big population of people. And it's civilization. I mean, it's like a lost chapter of human civilization that we really know nothing about. Like we've got some artifacts and we've got some indications, but it's just a whole lost chapter of our history.
What the organizations involved in doing some of this ground penetrating radar and discovering more of these sites?
Well, a lot of it is happening locally because the universities in Turkey.
Oh, okay.
Istanbul, I mean, they're excavating. I believe it's the University of Istanbul is excavating at Karahan. Who was doing Göbekli? The German Archaeological Institute was one with Göbekli Tepe. It's the way these projects get dealt out and the way that things happen and sort of institutions get involved there's no regular process. It's like a negotiation process. There's some academic institution somewhere in the world wants to go and dig somewhere, and it's negotiation with the government to get permissions, and then they kind of get to run the side, and then a place like Göbekli Tepe, when UNESCO gets involved, that's a whole other set of things. You see the same thing in Egypt. Like there's various. You have the British in one area, you have the French in another area, you have Germans in another area, you have the Egyptians themselves doing a lot of work in different areas. So it's a case-by-case basis about who actually does the work and publishes. Certainly in Egypt, any publishing of findings has to be done in close concert with the Department of Antiquities and the Council of Antiquities. So they essentially control the release of information. So people that have seen things like the recent scan curves project and those sort of data, when they get found that new chamber in the Great Pyramid and they've stuck a little camera in there to take a look, that was all released by the Department of Antiquities in partnership with the people that were actually. When did they get a new chamber in the Great Pyramid? Oh yeah, it's been going on for a couple of years now. It's been the Scan Pyramids project is what it's called. They're essentially using muon cosmology, so it's basically cosmic ray detection. So they put all these sensors, and I've seen them a bunch of times because I've been into the pyramid over this period of time several times. And down in the subterranean chamber, they've got some racks full of gear, and there's boxes up on the Grand Gallery in this chamber, like the parts that you can't really get to, but average tourists won't be able to get to anyway. Like talk about special permission to see. There's a lot of this infrastructure, and so what they're doing is there's these cosmic rays and muons in this case are passing through. They pass through material, they pass through stone and everything like that. But there is it's sort of a very slight difference when they pass through material versus a void. So they put these detectors in there and they leave them for a couple of years, and they've got them on the outside as well. So they're measuring it from all different angles and putting all that data together and crunching it has let them kind of put together a rough picture of where they think there are voids inside. So these are like empty spaces, and one of them was a small empty space behind entrance. So the main entrance is above where we go in today. So today when you visit the pyramid, you go up on that north side and you enter into what's known as Elmer Moon's Hole. It's like it's supposedly been hammered by the police Elmer Moon. And he sort of hammered through the limestone through the structure of the pyramid and hit the junction between the ascending and descending passageways. But up above that, you can see that it has a chevron block. So the actual descending passageway actually goes all the way to a doorway that's below those two triangle-shaped chevron blocks in that center. So there's a doorway there. That's considered the original main entrance to the pyramid. Now this was all in antiquity still cased open, so this wasn't visible. But at some point it was certainly open in antiquity. It was Elmer Moon wasn't the first one in there. But it's actually where the void is above that, sort of behind those chevrons. There's a small chamber, and they either drilled a hole or they found a space where they could stick a little tube in and they put one of those, little snake cameras in there, and they had a look around. And sure enough, there's a space, and it was a big, the scientists do it incredible. I mean, this is this little chamber. It's got these chevron blocks. It's like those chevron blocks keep coming back into the superstructure of the pyramid. It doesn't seem to go anywhere, but we don't know that because often some of these passages would be blocked up. That was certainly the case with the ascending passageway that comes off the descending passageway has these big granite blocks in it. But the really interesting part of this Scan Pyramids project is that they found a massive, a really large void. Like this is a tiny little space that they've looked at, but if you've seen the layout of the pyramid in the area above the Grand Gallery, it's kind of above it, right? They found indications of what is just a chamber. It's something like 40 meters long.
Which one's the Grand Gallery there?
So it's that large angled piece on the right. It's the one that's just to the right of the King's Chamber. It's the angled down.
Actually, okay, the top.
Yeah. So it connects so the descending passageway is the passageway that goes down to. That kind of isn't to scale that picture that not even I don't know. That's not the architecture for the pyramid. That's very osmosis. That's a completely that's not the actual pyramid. There's a lot of changes down there on that. But it's a huge. That's probably another extent diagram. Yeah, this is probably more close to reality.
Is it obvious to you when you go on the pyramids that these things were made for people to walk through?
No, not at all. It doesn't feel at all that way. I actually think I don't think they were made for people to put it that way, and I don't think they were meant to. They certainly. I mean, this would not have been an easy space to take some sort of formal procession of Pharaoh's body into this place. It's ridiculously difficult to move around in it today, and we added steps and handbrakes. It's a difficult exercise for anyone. Just the passages are like 3.5 feet high and feet square, so you do this pyramid crash thing. They're on a pretty steep angle, going up and down. The longest passage is like 300 feet or something with the descending passageway that goes down to the subterranean chamber, and it's quite an exercise getting out there. And I can only imagine how difficult that might have been without the modern steps and handrails that put it there. It's not an easy task at all. And then you get into spaces like the Grand Gallery. I mean, that thing looks. There's so many indications in there that had some sort of function. It's outrageous. There's all these slots on the side of the walls. There was a mechanism moving up and down. I know there's architects that proposals that suggest this is almost like a sliding window room that they would use to hold blocks up and do things like this. I'm not convinced this done as this theory. Those slots might have been used to house like series of one-half resonators that were part of this whole pyramid that he proposes. I'm interested in any functional take on it. I don't have one personally. I get the indication from being in there that it feels like a machine. It feels like you're walking around in the guts of a machine. It's just what it feels like. It doesn't feel like it's meant for humans. You can see the stairs in the handrail on this, but this is the Grand Gallery. It's like, it's huge. It's probably about 40 meters long. It must be 4 or 5 meters tall at the very top. It's shaped. It steps up. It has that
stepped sort of in arrows as it goes forward. And along the edges of the walls, you have these slots. At the very bottom of it, you go straight, and that goes to the chamber, and it's the queen's chamber. And at the top, you go straight through an edge chamber, and into the granite structure. So the void that they found, however, is actually above this, and it's equivalent in size. So more or less equivalent. It's something like 40 meters long, 4 meters wide, and potentially 4 meters tall. They're not quite sure if it's angled or if it's straight, but they kind of prove their mechanism and their procedure with the first one. Like they did their scans and they said there's probably a void right here, and this one's right, near the front entrance. And sure enough, they drill a hole in there, they stick the camera in there, like there, we found this void. So there's a very, very high likelihood that there's an undiscovered chamber inside the cave. So who knows? That will reveal, and I very much hope that if it is all part that drill into it, take all this data and share it, everybody's history in this country. Now, when you were at your Baptist Happy Church recently for the sites are there any rocks or stones that show any of these machining marks that you found in Egypt? For all, not at those sites that I've seen. It's definitely. I mean, it's you don't see that the same sort of advanced, what I would term it, signs of advanced technology that you see in places like Egypt and Peru, for that matter, and in other areas of elevations. But I didn't see that on these sites. There's certainly some very significant achievements, but it is in my estimation, all things that can be done with methodologies. I mean, at Caroline Tepe, there's still a stone that's in a quarry. It's a T-pillar that's been cut out. It probably weighs around 30 tons. I mean, so that's doable. There's flint everywhere. Like that's the other thing you see when you look around the ground. There's flint chips everywhere. Pull up some pictures of it. Yeah, we were just on the site, particularly at Caroline. You can find all of these chippings and like either arrowheads or the pieces that have come off. Yeah, flint chisel blades. It's all works. You can tell it's all been hacked. Found dozens of them. Pick them up, take a photo, throw them down. But yeah, there's a big T-pillar from the quarry that's attached. I mean, it's a difficult thing to do, but logistically, sure, you can do 30-ton loads. That said, there are other sites in Turkey that I visited them there. I think there's one called Senaki Tepe. It's kind of hard to say, but it looks very much classical sort of megalithic natural stuff in Egypt. I've seen photos of tube drills and other indications, and it would take more investigation to see whether this specifically something that needs some sort of to do. I'm pretty careful about specifically what I say. It's like, well, this can and can't be done with primitive methodologies. It's very specific signatures in stone, it's particular achievements, and it's things like precision that we measure, just like stuff like that. And I also classify like the massive logistical challenges over, like say 250, 400, 1,000 tons. I don't think you've answered the question or satisfied the statement that they can all become primitive. Like I think you can do that, and people demonstrated moving large loads up to 100, 150 tons, maybe even 200 tons. I don't know, but at some point there's a line. I don't know if it's at like 300 or 400. I mean, anything above, for sure, above 400 tons. I'm really starting to question that this can be done with purely primitive methodologies, particularly those attributed to the dynastic Egyptians in this case, because the Romans could do. I think the Romans used pulleys in the upstairs and had metal, they had steel, they had a lot more capability than what we know the dynastic Egyptians had within the old kingdom. And for a lot of that civilization, they had no use of the wheel. There's no evidence of pulleys used. They didn't use capstans. They didn't use horse multipliers. They literally had like wooden levers, sleds, ropes, and human horsepower. There's no evidence they even used animals to force up around. So that's very much a different challenge when you're talking about gigantic, single-piece objects that weigh 1,000 tons of them, of which there is evidence for many. And in fact, I think there's evidence that
stones of this size were even being removed from quarries prior to the pre-dynastic civilization. And there's strong evidence for that at the Aswan Quarry. It's a new area that I. When was the pre-dynastic?
The rough timeline.
Well, yeah, I can actually show it to you. Okay, perfect.
And Cleopatra was in the most recent.
She was the last.
She was the last, right? And I think, I don't remember where I saw this, but Cleopatra is actually closer to us than to
The building of the Great Pyramid building is right here. Yeah, so just here it gives you an idea. So, you're talking about a little earlier than 3000 BC, so around 3150 is more or less the date where you have Menes, the first pharaoh of the first dynasty, for 5,000. Yeah, a little more. That was so. Anything prior to that is what you would call pre-dynasty. Okay, and there's a few cultures that we associated with that, and that culture, several others. It's a very interesting time because we get a lot of very interesting artifacts that come from that time. Things like the made stone vases.
Yeah.
That's the early. It's what's known as the early period, the first couple of dynasties. Then sort of 2700 BC or thereabouts, we get into what's known as the Old Kingdom. This is the famous period. I love studying about this period. Probably my favorite period. This is where the mega pyramids come in. This is the huge granite works of the Valley Temple, the Sphinx is in here. All of this stuff that happens in the Old Kingdom. This is where mainstream archaeologists look. This is when they do the pyramids. Yeah, they date this. So the pyramids are all dated to a reign of a family. In fact, the people don't realize this. It's like the stone pyramids, the massive stone pyramids. All of them. I mean, just in Giza alone, those three pyramids supposedly were built in a period of less than 100 years together. Like you would succeed because you had this is the Orthodox time frame. You had Khufu, and you had his son, possibly his brother, I think, Khafre, built the little pyramid, and then Menkaure, who might have been his son. So you had the successive generation of the pyramids. And if you go back a little bit to the other massive stone pyramids that are attributed to one guy, Snefru, who was the first pharaoh, I think, of the fourth dynasty. He has three pyramids. He has the massive pyramid that's at Khartoum, which is just a huge structure. There's the bent pyramid, which is, it's probably the best preserved, at least the exterior structure. They use the bent pyramid in case of stones all locked together, most of them still in place. And then the red pyramid, so the bent pyramid and the red pyramid are at a place called Dashur, and they're about the same size as the middle pyramid. So very good. These are the same sort of achievements. So if you take all of those stone pyramids, they were all supposedly built in just like 150-year period according to the Orthodox time. It's kind of silly. And if you in Snefru alone, I have a video on Snefru. There's so many questions. Like they never found him. They didn't find any burials. It's just the same story, right? No inscriptions, no burials, no remains of pyramids. And why does a pharaoh need three pyramids? They kind of say, well, he kind of stuffed up on the bent pyramid. He didn't get it right, so had this angle change to it, which was a mistake, which is complete nonsense. You don't make these things aren't made up as they go along. And then they go, well, it's then did the red pyramid. He's probably buried in the red pyramid. So, what does he need three pyramids? And if he did build all three pyramids, I did the math at one point. It's in the video. I think it was like over a 25 or even 40-year period. I think you had to have cut and installed more than 350 tons of stone every day for that entire period to build those three. That's finished like that 40 years. In 40 years, I think something like that. You have a similar logistical challenge to the Great Pyramid, right? In a period of 25 years, because you have to, this explanation for how these things were built is constrained by the fact that they have a rough idea of how long the things they associate to the full group. And of course, you want to build your pyramid while you're alive. You want to be buried in it. The next guy to come along may not finish that for you. He might take it off you. But who knows what, right? So they go for Khufu, for example, the Great Pyramid, roughly 25 years. The math works out with that thing, 2.5 million stones, more or less, making it up, and it's something like 5 to 6 million tons. It's one block, quarried, cut, transported, dressed, finished, lace, complete every 24 days, and that's a week, every day of the year. That's the average weight of this box, about 2.5 tons. With blocks ranging up to like 60, 70 plus tons, like the granite blocks in this world. A good example, I love this story. I use it in one of the videos that I have on looking at this absurd timeline of these pyramids. So in France, there's a well-known article. This was shown in the Revelations of the Pyramids, documentary made by a friend of mine, Truth Boyard. Fantastic film. But there was a quarry in France, they dug a hole, basically. They quarried out of stone or something like this. This big pit, and it was roughly the same volume as the Great Pyramid of Giza. And they used it as this big hole. And they're like, all right, well, we finished quarrying and we'll finish doing this, so let's just use this for material, like rock or whatever from the building sites. So they would literally just dump truck that's back up with this, whatever dirt, big material from other sites, and just dump it. 24 hours a day, this is one operation, and they always construction projects, they just drive trucks up and dump it. It took them 12 years to fill it. By dumping it with these modern dump trucks 24 hours a day, all the time, 12 years just to fill that space. And you're trying to tell me that in 25 years you're building what is still one of the most precisely made structures on the planet in terms of alignment, the incredible precision that is exhibited in the stonework on the inside, the orientation of the entire structure you've got. And not included in that figure, by the way, is not for nothing, is the bedrock. I mean, you've probably got years of planning, right, just to survey it and plan and design this thing. Then they actually had to level the bedrock, and they had to get down to a point. They didn't level it entirely. There is a primordial mound sort of thing in the middle, which is another interesting fact that relates to what other sites. But it sits on tiles. There are foundation tiles around this pyramid, some of them weighing 200 to 250 tons. A lot of people walk up and look at the pyramid. You make sure you look down at your feet. You're walking on something that was constructed before they ever laid the first stone down to build the pyramid. So all of that's probably taken years as well. And then you've got to go through this process of actually constructing it and finishing it, because the inside, they've definitely used mortar, and there's not you wouldn't call it super precise most of the superstructure, but the exterior casing stones were incredibly well made, as was a lot of the structures on the inside. The whole massive granite structure that's in the center of this is the King's Chamber is part of, and what's above it. There's 5 or 6 chambers above it, all made out of granite. So yeah, all of this happens in the Old Kingdom. So you go from there. You have these intermediate periods, essentially periods when there's civil unrest, where there's a disconnection between Upper and Lower Egypt. If something happens to disrupt the kind of the Middle Kingdom, Rothschild dynasties, 11 to 14. Another intermediate period, the New Kingdom. That's a relatively famous period. You have guys like Ramses II, Mary Seti I, notorious pharaohs, and this is actually an age of great power for the dynastic Egyptian civilization. They were very rich, very powerful. Another third intermediate period, you have a late period, then you have what's called the Ptolemaic period, which is essentially the Greek Roman period. And then the civilization, as we know, it comes to an end with Cleopatra, who's famous for the suicide around 30 BCE. So, yeah, that statement that she's closer to us than the building of the Great Pyramids is true. It's just under 2,000 years since Cleopatra killed herself, but you have to go back, 2.5 plus 2,700 years of the pyramids. So pretty official. And that's the official data, right? But people speculating, that's been a lot of it, right? I question dating of the pyramids. I think, it's a difficult thing to say, purely because I'm looking at the skeletal remains of something that's probably been worked on and renovated and reused, and I'm sure the dynastic Egyptians were working on these things. They did things to them, they used them, they became part of their culture. My problem with the pyramid, particularly the Great Pyramid, because that's the one we studied the most, but actually most of them, obviously you had the logistical issues with the timeline that I talked about. I think these were multi-generational projects. They must have to be. We've got tons of examples of that type of thing in our own time. How long it takes us to build, the Panama Canal, these giant projects, they're infrastructure projects that take a long time. The problem I have with them is the precision and the knowledge that's encoded. I think any honest analysis of the pyramids leaves you in a position where you have no choice but to reevaluate and rewrite history. You either end up and go, okay, it's an absolutely different building, right? Fine. In that case, they had far more capability,
Right.
and far more knowledge than we ever attributed to, right? But I think I've talked before about the fact that you have the dimensions of the Earth encoded into the pyramid, right? It's essentially a scale model of the northern hemisphere. There seems to be specific information about the fact that the Earth's an oblong spheroid, that it's longer around the equatorial circumference than it is the polar circumference. The grid of latitude and longitude, like that ratio, of the fact that we're slightly longer east to west than we are north to south, that ratio, if you knock it out on like a grid of latitude and longitude, those squares, they're not really squares, they're rectangular.
Because the way the Earth's shaped, the latitude lines are shorter than the longitude lines. So if you take a square unit, basically out of the Earth, starting at the equator, it would be wider than it is tall. And if you scale it down, it is like within inches, the exact.
Yeah, I have it here. This is it here. So it kind of starts here. This is where that ratio is encoded. It's like a software.
Yes.
Which is essentially a cubit high. It's like a little. I think of it as like a little platform the pyramid sits on, which gives you two ways to measure its perimeter. Right? You can measure the perimeter based on the perimeter of the circle or the perimeter of the actual pyramid, and then. So this is exactly what you're talking about. So 1/4 of 1 minute of latitude at the equator on the Earth is 3,309 feet. A quarter of a minute of longitude is slightly longer at 34 to 3.5 feet. And then so the perimeter length of the pyramid without the socket is 30. It's like what 0.2 of a foot off, and this is 0.1 of a foot off, being exactly that same ratio. So you have latitude and longitude. You have the dimensionality of the planet. Which is Randall mentioned this the other day. We didn't really get an accurate understanding of that until we had satellite surveys and we did space observations in the 1980s. And it turns out because we had a much different idea of this before that time, and the more accurate we became, the closer we got to the pyramid numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like we started to learn actually the pyramid very accurately encodes this data. You said it has some other things on the pyramid, like it has that ratio of 4:3:2. This is one of those cosmically significant numbers in that pantheon of very interesting astronomical numbers, and it's at a scale of 43,200. It essentially replicates the Earth. You multiply the height of the Great Pyramid by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. You multiply the base perimeter of it by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth.
This was coming up a lot yesterday with Randall.
Yeah.
He was explaining this plasmoid generator type thing, and how the dimensions of the tubes and the sphere and the thunderbolt generator it starts at 4 inches, then it goes to 3, then it goes to 2. That is used like throughout that whole method.
There's a lot of these numbers tend to repeat in lots of different ways. And Randall is a complete master at showing it all. But that's why I say that I think, and other people argue that the speed of light's encoded in it. There's obviously all this precision stonework in the pyramid. So, and it's a logistical achievement like no other that wasn't equal to relatively long times. So I think under either case, so either the dynastic Egyptians built it, or they didn't, right? So it's either one or the other. But if you go with they did, then we need to reevaluate and rewrite history based on what it means and what information they had and capabilities. And we've got to vastly underestimated the dynastic Egyptians. They were far more capable, and where did they get this data from? How did they know it? Like, that's a rewrite of history. And if they didn't make it, like they for sure worked on it, but if there was something else here and this inspired them, then that's another picture. Like who did that? So that's where you get to this concept of inheritance. And and this is why I'm a supporter of the lost ancient civilization hypothesis, is that I think the vast majority of evidence favors that answer. But I just think there's so much evidence of renovation and reuse and imitation. I think it's like I look at Egypt, and I think this idea of them being basically a giant cargo cult, the world's most advanced cargo cult, makes a lot of sense, because you've got to imagine the other problem with the pyramids is that these are the first like that's at the very pointy end. Like it's
The first ones were the best ones.
the first ones were the best. Yeah, you can step pyramids and another story. I think that is interesting. But then immediately after the step pyramid, you have these mighty, gigantic stone pyramids that were supposedly constructed. But they kept making pyramids after that. I mean, look at this. Like so, it's to me, it's why I get this term a tale of two industries. You have the earliest pyramids with these giant stone structures that are still standing today. They kept building pyramids right through the Middle Kingdom, but they were making them from mud, and they were much smaller, and they were much less sophisticated. And they're today eroding away slightly because this is how they were made. It's like this technology has disappeared if they had it, and then they were trying to imitate these other pieces, these other works with mud bricks. And in fact, this is also supported. This primitive methodology is supported by scenes on the wall. Like there is a scene of pyramid building, but it's mud bricks. It's in the tomb of the nobles that they make them.
How did they make mud bricks?
Well, they put together these mud. They bake them in the sun, or they bake them in ovens. And they make these big mud bricks that they transport them to. It's like straw or hay and mud, and you bake it. You stick it in a mold, and you get geopolymer. And then they stack them up, and they build it that way. And so it's a process that continues to this day. People build stuff that way, but that's how they build it. And so what's interesting to me is that this concept that there's an advanced version of a particular thing, pyramids is one of them, and a primitive version of a particular thing that matches the tools and techniques that we know about. Right? We know that they were relatively primitive. They did use the wheel. They used manpower. They used primitive tools like flint chisels and pounding stones, wooden implements for this sort of stuff. And the scenes on the wall that support it. Right? So they show us how they did it. That exact set of circumstances exists not only for pyramids, but it exists for vases, for columns, for boxes, for slabs. There's an advanced and then there's a primitive version of that, and I've been slowly trying to document that in detail over the last couple of years and look at each category of these and say, okay, so what matches the tools that we know they could use and the techniques that we know that they used and the stuff they did on the walls that shows how they did it versus the stuff that isn't explainable via those mechanisms. And so that's why I think when you look at these advanced things and you look at what the domestic Egyptians are doing and you look at their own history and what they say about their past, all of a sudden this idea of inheritance, and a longer timeline, the fact that they got a kickstart, when they finally came out of that Neolithic or Mesolithic Stone Age, and they began because they had enough people and they could organise and they might have started with all these artifacts and objects. And and that's actually what they say too. Like they trace their own history back some 36,000 years. Like their origin stories was the time of September, the time when the gods walked the earth. They talk about the time of the Shemsu-Hor, these mythical, demigod-like people with magical powers. All of these rulers, they have kingdoms that goes back, like I said, over 36,000 years, I think. And then it gets to the dynastic civilization at the end. Who came up with the king's list? Well, there's a couple of different sources. There was an Egyptian priest called Linnaeus that talked about it. Probably the primary source for that is something called the Turin Papyrus. There's also a Sumerian king's list that's different. I go back to 400,000 years. But there's a Turin Papyrus, which is where this is written. It's actually in enough people to but they deciphered it on the back of a piece of parchment. So we're lucky we've got that much of it because it's quite a long story about how that thing came to be. It was falling apart and they managed to put most of it back together. But there's a couple of different sources that they can use this. And not only that, they have cataclysm origin stories. Like this story of Atlantis comes to us from Egypt. That's entirely the source of that is all in Egypt. Yeah, I mean that's where Plato, roughly 200 or 300 BC or thereabouts. He talks about it in Timaeus and previous dialogues. That's how we get the story. That's probably the best account we have of Atlantis that comes from his ancestor Solon, who lived around 600 BC, and he tells the story of when he was in Egypt at a temple up in the Delta. This temple doesn't exist anymore, but it was a priest, an Egyptian priest, at one of these structures at this temple in the Delta that told him the story of Atlantis and said this happened 9,000 years ago, which Solon's 600 BC, 9600 BC, 11,600 right in with meltwater pulse from once being, and we know the sea levels rise. So this is the correlation I think Graham Hancock made it. That I don't know if he was the only one or he was the first, but this relates to Atlantis. It comes from Egypt, and not only that, but it's also written on the walls of the ancient temple. The primeval Juba story. It doesn't specifically say Atlantis, but it tells the story of Thoth, who is one of the few sort of Thoth passages of the photographs of it actually. And they talk about the primeval land being an island of saint, and then they had to go to the homeland and build these primeval mounds that was where all the temples would be, and beneath these pyramids and a lot of these other structures, you have primeval mounds. So there's a lot of correlation to this concept of a lost civilization. Call it Atlantis, call it if you want, but that's why I think all of this evidence makes sense. So the Egyptians are connected to it. We've got the evidence of the artifacts for it. And then I think you're also, the Egyptian iconography, you're looking at that as well. Because I do believe there is plenty of evidence to suggest a lot of these statues, not quite, but certainly several of them, and certainly the very large ones, will require significant technology and will beyond the capabilities of what we know about the domestic Egyptians. So when I make the case for symmetry and precision of these statues, it's a question that I sometimes get. It's like, well, how come, if you think these statues are so old, how come they look like Egyptians or domestic Egyptians? And I think it's the other way around. I think the dynastic Egyptians modeled themselves and their culture after the stuff they inherited. It's that classic iconography of what we look at and go, that's a pharaoh. That's if you had inherited that, there's a poem of the Andes, first Shelley wrote it. And he talks about a story of a desert traveler who comes across these two vast and trunkless lizards standing in the desert, and nearby he sees a big giant that's half buried with a spear and bolt from arm. Like, you imagine coming along in the desert and seeing his legs and the head of his statue that is probably 1,200 tons and 20 feet tall, broken down, and he's looking at him and you're like, what the hell is this? I mean, if you had inherited this iconography, and particularly if your culture was connected to it, like the Egyptians say they were, these are your gods. Like, these are your gods. And one thing that doesn't really change is in the actual tomb. So it's in the beautiful artwork. And you see how the pharaohs themselves, that iconography of what they look like doesn't really change over the whole civilization. It's pretty similar. And they always depict themselves as being amongst gods. Pharaohs were considered gods. So it's, and in generation that they get more powerful and more arrogant and the hubris of it. So they would start to believe it, I guess, to start to claim these statues. Now, this is me, I'm going to write my name on this statue, I'm going to carve my name into it. And then, this is kind of what happens. These artifacts and the iconography becomes part of that culture, and it exists for 3,000 years. It becomes totally integrated into these places probably became ceremonial places. So whether or not a place like the Sahara had a functional purpose, and we see it for that matter, potentially had a functional purpose that had something to do with an advanced civilization, I think that's a possibility. I think it's worth investigating. But they would have become ceremonial because the dynastic Egyptians might have had a cultural memory of it, but they had no ability to do anything with it. So it becomes ceremonial. And again, you can make it a correlation of that. So imagine the younger guys having tomorrow. But if it happens tomorrow, within a couple of generations, wipes out our civilization in a couple of generations, and we're going to be dancing around campfires like pieces of stone that look like a fire. Trying to if we dance around the right way down this fire, this black piece of stone is going to tell me everything. It's going to be able to talk to my ancestors. I can get all of the data. The technology of yesterday becomes a myth, legend, and magic, and you try to capture it through ceremony. I mean, it's plasma TVs are still jumping around fires. So, the whole long-winded explanation for how I do think it's a viable lens through which to try and view our past. Like they're particularly based on. I think there's a number of time. And then going back to some of
the inscriptions that are made on some of the stuff, like especially on the boxes that are inside the it's very clear that the hieroglyphs that are carved into this thing are much newer than the actual boxes themselves. The boxes are perfect precision, the lines are straight, the angles are perfect, and then you have these sort of roughly cut, roughly chiseled hieroglyphics. It looks like they've been vandalized by a much later civilization.
That's exactly what I think happened in a few cases. And here's an example of what this is.
This is a great one.
Yeah, Yusuf and I had the Seraphim, which is the size of these 100 tons, thereabouts, giant red boxes, 24 of them, thereabouts, housed in these underground galleries. Wonderful sight, but these boxes, I've got them in great detail. A number of them are pretty perfect. Like they've got 90 degree corners, the flat surfaces, the straight lines, all these things. I love this image of it because.
And another thing to point out is it's not the hieroglyphs.
Yeah, it's carved in there. Although the Egyptians did do hieroglyph carving, and they did good carving as well. But this is a good demonstration of kind of the point that you're making, and that I absolutely agree with. I love this image because on the corner, it's customers of the right hand. On the corner on the right hand side, you can see it's actually reflecting the light from the hallway into the stone. Like it's sort of smooth. It's smooth and it's polished. And this isn't a natural property of granite that working hard to get sort of finished. And then, obviously the people who make it, they can make straight lines, they can make clean corners, but when you get to the writing, there's no straight lines. It's obviously the work of somebody with a chisel and a hammer. If you made this box, why would you put this on? Yeah, if you're the maker of the box, you use this. You would be upset. So to me, it's like it's two different things. So the technology used to make the writing is primitive. It's totally achievable, and you can knock this out with a hammer and chisel on the granite. And in places, it's even the granite's too smooth where it's skipped over. There's no straight lines. And this illustrates one of the issues a lot of modern or contemporary sort of Egyptology, which is that the writing is the bedrock of this. Once we translate it to hieroglyphs and the Rosetta Stone, sort of start to translate, that's going to be on the world. It becomes the bedrock of how we date and relate objects and artifacts because it's whatever was written on them. It's not the only way, but whatever's written on these things becomes the primary methodology for how we date them. So if it is written on them, so you have the name of the site on an artifact, it's just like, well, the inference is therefore that he probably had this thing made for him, and therefore he might have even made the whole. It's empty on some other but it is a primary. It's probably the first one they go to for dating stuff. And what's interesting, even on this box here, is one of the other issues with this idea is that you actually have an empty shin on this box or a cartouche, which doesn't have a name in it. So it's all carved up, and there's an empty shin here, and all you have to do is imagine that there's a name of a pharaoh in this shin. And then the history books would say that this guy, the name, this box, and probably this whole side, and that's how the whole story is. That's what it's got to be. But it's empty, and we don't know whose name is from. Yeah, I suspect it was whoever was going to pay the priests that ran the place the most, because this box was probably being sold for dedication. Right? This is the priest run this site. We know they were dedicated all over the Seraphim. There's little indentations on the walls that have, there were these little limestone or granite stellates that you put in and get it to have a dedication to yourself, and this is being sold by the priest. It's one of the issues with it, and it goes further. Once you start to see this dichotomy of technology between the artifacts themselves and the writing, you start to see it in a lot of places. And this is a great example of the Hydro. Yeah, it's a Hitchcock Sphinx, but you can see that the ribs are kind of being shown up by the light almost to the reflection to show that the rib line is thing. But then you take a close look at the hieroglyphs, and they're just crudely visible. Like you see the hammer marks, you see the fact that it's done by hand. And here's another key indicator for me: these hieroglyphs are never polished. Right, so the rest of the stone is polished, and there's obviously it's not all flat surfaces and easy polishing. There's lots of interesting and quite sort of parts of the stonework that were polished, but the hieroglyphs were never polished. So, for example, if you look at some of these incredible statues that come from the old kingdom, you have the top of the chest, the clavicle here, it's all beautifully done. You have the fingernails, the cuticles, the insides of the fingernails, all of that stonework's polished, right? This isn't flat surface. So they came all polishing stone. Whoever built this statue could polish stone in whatever form they wanted to. There's dust all over the statue, but it is polished. And you get these beautiful examples of knees. Like this is one of the best knees. It's granite diorite, but incredible musculature, bone structure. That's granodiorite. How hard is that stone? Slightly harder than granite. Somewhere it's like a mix between granite and diorite. And what is the hardest stone? Stone. And diorite. How far? Diorite's like a 7.5. So diamond's 10 on the most scale of hardness. Things like hardened steel might be a 6.5, and then granite can be a 6.5 to a 7. Some of diorite, some of the other harder stones, porphyry or dolerite can go up to like 7.5, 8. Corundum, topaz, things like this are 9, and we have artifacts made from things like corundum. They're shaping 9 minutes, and copper and bronze like 3, 4. These are marbles like a 3, and calcite's like a 3. That's why a lot of sculptures don't know all these days without just getting that marble. It's much softer than this. Incredibly. Yeah, if you're a modern sculptor, you ain't working granite just because it's not a good choice. Like it's they get dirty, all that. It's just not modern sculptors. But the point is that again, even with decent hieroglyphs like this, it's not polished, right? Even if the good hieroglyphs that are on the side of the statue, like the interior of the bird, not polished. The shimmering around that cartouche there, not straight and not polished. The lotus flower motif below it is polished, like such. This is a different. This is done with a different technology, potentially done at an entirely different time. So it's difficult to say then that the writing is how we can date and relate this artifact of the story. It's entirely possible that this was inherited, we don't know how old it is, and then somebody wrote their name on it later and claimed it. And in fact, we have evidence of that very thing. And I did one with an example of the polished rock that shows you the polished stone. You can see the chisel. All these hieroglyphs are good, but they're all done by hand. And we know that the practice of writing somebody surfing an artifact, Ramses, called Ramses II, the Great Surfer, is one of the people think about him as one of the most powerful ancient Egyptians. He was notorious for writing his name on stuff. This is an example of but that's the cartouche of Ramses II right here. This big guy here, it's carved in very deeply into an action of the sculpture. It's carved it deeply into what is a reused section of the obelisk, but look closely at the influence. Oh, yeah, that bird. Carving over the top of a pre-existing scripture. So you can see it here where he's blending in, they're putting like writing over the top and blending in his stuff into his existing inscription. And there's artifacts with 2 or 3 or 4 different pharaohs made of them. And he was Ramses who became notorious. He would carve his stuff really deeply with people and other people doing what he was doing to others. But what I love about this particular picture is you're actually looking at 2 or 3 different reuses of a particular artifact. So this piece of stone was originally probably part of the obelisk. It's a broken piece of obelisk. At a place called Tanis, which is literally this forest of the obelisk. And if you see obelisks, the ones that have writing on them, the writing's vertical, right? It's not horizontal. It's with obelisks. So writing on so this isn't original writing. So not only did this obelisk break, this thing was originally standing up. It's a piece of obelisk. Most likely. Yeah. And so it was and they were reused. There's even like these walls they built in that Tanis. There's a foot from a 1,000-ton statue that's been repurposed in this wall. So they were reusing broken pieces of stone and walls. So not only did they reused it once as a blocking wall, then someone wrote something on it the first time, and then later on, who knows how long later, Ramses II comes along and writes over it again. So this thing's been inherited right, and then reuse like 2 or 3 different ones, and it's just not horizontal. So
And all the vertical envelopes are written on vertical.
the ones that have right lines. So it's hard to say, how can you take this cartouche and say, well, Ramsey's had this block stone quarried and shipped aside? You don't know that. You can't take this thing. So it's a great example of it.
What are the people saying that push back against this?
It's football season, Dave.
How do they defend this? When confronted with some of this stuff?
Well, I mean, with the inheritance,
It is. How are you?
it's not usually defended. It is. It's not. I mean, it's not like trumpeted as a
Pick up my flight.
common thing.
Can I take some? Got a lot of feedback. What's going on? Big deal. Apparently, there's a lot of feedback. What's going on?
Reuse stuff, but it's kind of a weird. It's only in certain cases where I have
Big
very
dog.
skyrocketed with like 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
How are you, big man? Absolutely. How are things in your life? Excellent. Well, I've been live streaming, doing my best to get viral on a platform called Blue Sky. Have you heard of Blue Sky? Blue Sky is the liberal Twitter alternative, and it's got like 35 million members. It's big. It's like where, I don't know, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Kamala Harris and all those people ran after Elon Musk bought Twitter. And so I've created robots that are successfully spamming them. And people talk about me about 1 or 2 times an hour, which is great. I mean, I'm just basically just sitting here, and to get people talking about me is a major benefit. So I just spam people about world peace and futurology, and a lot of times people don't know what to make of that, but then they come in here and give me an opportunity to talk to them, and then they become allies. So it's been really good. It's been really successful. So I'm pretty proud of that. How are things with you? I do my best to. How are things going with you? How's your brother? Yeah, definitely. And is he, I imagine he's still taking up a lot of your day. How's Oliver? Oh, no way. Okay, so he's still fighting through stuff. Yeah. Right, right. And how old was he when you adopted him? Okay, so he's had some trauma early on in his age. What kind of breed is he? Is, is he like to, like, not hunt, but like basically when he sees a small animal, are his senses You want to play some Battle Bots? All right. I'm about to send you the invitation. Well, have you been playing a different game? Have you been playing a different game? Very well. I've got people who come in here every single day and play a game with me on at least a couple games on here. I've got some women who play with me, some men who play with me, people domestically, people as far away as Australia, and I've got to say I appreciate you sharing the knowledge that you gave me to recommend this app. People really enjoy it. All right, I'm going to do All righty, sir. Go easy on me because what vehicle do you usually choose? All right. Battle start.
I was using AI for assistance. AI help with
What was that? All right. What, it said that you weren't?
So that I applied to the hospital and everything else, so I got my ancestors. Apparently it didn't work, but AI that particular the wrong information led me to believe that this is my ancestors.
Oh, so it told you that you were Native American when you weren't? Oh, dude, what happened to your vehicle? Your vehicle was like stuck.
Oh,
Can you get out of it? Oh, wow. Oh, good move, dude. That was baller. Oh, wow. All right. Oh, good shot. I didn't even know. I don't even know if I did it. I did. Wow. Uh-oh. 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 Next turn. All that stuff should be falling. That's going to get you. It's going to get me.
yeah, but I can't go anywhere. And even the I've got I got a few of them.
Oh, you just killed me. Wow. 3,971. That is a lot of wins. Okay, so you have the TNT weapon. Is that better?
What damage
Okay. How did you get that weapon? Oh, okay. So you picked it up from there. Okay. All right. Let's try it again. Oh, what a jump! What a jump! Come on, baby. Oh, that was my chance. That was my chance. That was my chance. All right. Can't believe that. Just flew right over you. Oh, what a move! What a move! What a move! What was that? I got you. Yeah, it does. Okay. Uh-oh. Yeah. You see that. All the clowns are going to be coming out. Oh, no. Airstrike warning. Oh, dude, smart move. Which ledge? The one by you or the one that has um, okay, all right. And what's the blue thing do? Oh, no. Let's see if this one's like. I never used this one. Oh, it worked. Perfectly. Perfectly. Okay, airstrike. That means we have to use a shield. Now, why didn't you use the shield? Dude, look at this thing. It's just bouncing on me. Okay. What's the plus thing above me? That's what I figured. Get some of that. Oh, stop. Okay, so can I blow up uh, the like ledge you're on right now? Not of course. I don't know that. Nothing to force this on. At least. Okay, yeah, you can. But can you blow up the one that is striped? Okay, there you go. Oh no. Is that gonna blow up? Is that gonna blow up? Yes, it is. Okay, and then do you die if you fall in the hole? Okay. Oh wow. So you're just taking out. Oh, okay. I see why you say to get on that thing is very good because basically, if you don't get on it, you're kind of fucked. All right. This is gonna be a right. All right. look at you just taking out. All right. Look at this shot. Oh, what a great shot. Dude, man, I have that counted. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's try it again. Oh, no. Oh, you got me. You got me. Really. Oh, man. Okay, I need that help. I'm going to have to make some moves. Oh, top you. Oh, all right. Let's reload it. Let's see if this works. I'm taking some major risks here. But I only have 18 health, so oh, that's game. Oh, are you serious? That's what I'm talking about. Let's try it again. Oh, wait, what was that? You can't go, you can't. Oh, okay. I'm gonna get you, don't worry. Oh, for sure, dude. I see you. I'm gonna get you. There's no doubt. I'm learning all of your moves. All right. Oh, look at you making moves. I got you here, no doubt. I'm gonna get you really, really good. Dead on. Dead on. You're locked on it. I got you in my sights. I'm gonna get you with a big one. Are you fucking serious? What a move. What a move. Was not expecting that. Alright. That was great. Oh, are you serious? That was really great. Yeah, probably will. Go. Alright. Next turn. Now, can you get extra health? Can you get more than 140 health? What's the max out? What's the max out? 140. Okay, it's 140. Man, dude, are you serious? Go on the thing. How many rounds? Oh, dude, you got me. You got the coach. Okay, so you maxed out to 140. What was that? Fuck no. Oh, what a move. Okay, so did you just freeze me? Okay. So you can't freeze someone and health at the same time. It's one or the other. What's that green thing? All right, let's get that. Oh, did I get you poisoned? Yes, it is. Now, why don't I have any missiles right now? It ain't home until it's over. There we go. No, it's my fourth win, but it's my first win against you. All right, battle start. Well, this is an interesting battle. I gotcha. Okay. What's that blue thing that just fell below me? Oh, okay. I gotcha. Oh, are you serious? Are you serious? I did not know. Okay, so are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Now, why don't you protect yourself from bombs? Oh, are you serious? Okay. What's that thing that's kind of where my thing is? What is that in the air? What did I just get? What, what did I just get? You're done. You are done. Oh, what a move. What a move. Yes. I was going to try. Okay, so you got the house. Oh, no. Don't go up near me. Come on, stop. Stop moving, dude. Are you fucking serious? Okay, but I could get you by going up the ground bike, right? Okay. Frozen isn't that big a deal. Oh, no way. Exactly. Yeah, I got it. No doubt. No doubt. Are you serious? Oh, look at us. Oh, wow. I overshot you. Oh, what a mess. What a mess. No way. Oh, that was dirty. Oh, that was dirty. Oh, I'm done. All right, this is a big round. Oh, how did I get you? Don't hit me. Don't. Are you serious? Oh, so you got me with the poison? All right, here we go. Raptor, confirmed. Here we go. Game starting in 16. All right, let's see what I have. No way. Oh, how did you get that? How did you do that? Oh, you got a different. You didn't get the Raptor. What's that one called that you have? Oh, did you get? Did you get that help? All right, big shot here for you. Big shot here for you. Whoa, what is that? Oh, I'm gonna get one way better. Not that bad. Give me that. Give me that help. I know. Not gonna happen. I don't even know what to do here. I don't even know. Oh, that's a. Oh, no way. Okay, I did not know that. So this one just goes into an abyss? Oh, okay. Two. What? WTF with that fucking laser. Oh, look at you. Look at you keep getting blown up. I just won. Oh, wow. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, so what is the, like, when you have, when you're on the screen, I have to buy it? Right. Okay. Oh, look at you. Look at you. All right. I'm going to do the same thing. Same headshot. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait. What did you just pick up? What did you... Yeah, what is it? Oh, wow. Do you slide more on the ice? And you can't destroy it? Oh, look at that. Oh, so it does. Oh, look at that. Oh, I got it. Oh, what a move. What a move. Oh, no. No, don't hit the thing. Oh, no. Okay, what's that dynamite thing above you? Okay. Oh, boy, I'm done. Oh, no. That's going to beat you. No, it's not. What's that one that just went on the top row? All right, so that means that's not what he does. R.I.P. Boom. All right. Are you willing to play me at mini golf? Dude, I'll destroy you. I'll destroy you at mini golf. There's no doubt about it. I am. Usually I play 5 holes. I accidentally sent it for 3, so we'll play this one for 3. I'll destroy you at mini golf. I got disgusted. I was once ranked in the top 1,000 players. It is. Now, here's the secret. I have a friend of mine who has an iPad, and it's a lot easier with an iPad. So basically, if we ever play this hole, he automatically wins, which sucks. Yeah, there is a way to do it. This one would be hard though. The one that the ones that are right, the one like darts. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, but this one's random every time, so it really Oh, not playing well. I'm not good at this. That was a great shot, Jason. That was a great shot. Oh no. Oh, I got fortunate. I got very fortunate. Yeah. This is my best friend. Thank you. Yes, sir. I told you I'm good at this hole. I have not lost on this hole in my maybe the last 60 times. It's my best friend. All right. Now we're gonna play it with five. Five holes. This is what separates the men from the boys. Do you follow that whole Joe Rogan spirit? Yeah, I mean that guy. I think just not mentally unstable, but maybe and just throwing out threats. But yeah, I mean, there's a fine line between wanting attention and like, is he really gonna go beat up Joe Rogan? Like, does anybody really think that he was gonna go and like fight him? Like, he probably, I don't know. I kind of just think he was flapping his lip, and he should be allowed to do that. It's a free speech protection. I get it. Like, he went to Austin, which is not good to do. But I don't know. That's kind of like what people do. It's like, to me, I'm a free speech absolutist. So I feel like you should be able to say whatever you want, and so long as you don't physically hurt someone, you should be able to say whatever you want, whatever the fuck you want. Exactly, but isn't that what those? Yeah, exactly. I mean, isn't that like what those guys do? Basically, like, how is that terrorism? That's a bad law. That like, that's terrorism. Terrorism is like, I don't even know what it is, but it's not that. That to me is just slapping your lip, and I think that should be a constitutionally protected uh, right. Exactly, and especially, yeah. How is that terrorism? I don't know. That's a stupid law to call that terrorism or making. Exactly, and like, let's say we had an instance where you, um, let's say you hurt somebody. Like, you have two people, and one of them hurt another one. Let's say they defrauded them or something like that. You mean to say that you can't say, like, if you defrauded my sister, I'm gonna fuck you up. You're not allowed to say that, right? So, and that's what they do. They're like steroid heavy, like, they're on gear and all that shit. And not only that, but Joe Rogan, exactly. Joe Rogan has like literally special ops security, and okay, so that's actually exactly. Um, so I'm like deep into that Rogan verse. I I listened to Joe Rogan's first episode, December 24th, December 26th, 2009. I mean, I've been fucking in it for a long time. But that's not the. I mean, yeah, there's liberty. That was the thing. But I think this is even bigger. Is okay. Do you know what Brendan Schaub is? Okay, so that's fine. So basically, Joe Rogan, has a lot of guests on. Brendan Schaub has been on the Joe Rogan Experience more than any other person ever. Okay, so he's the number one guest in the history of the show. And he's a former UFC guy who has his own show. Do you know who Brian Callen is? That's okay. He was a guy who used to be on Mad TV, and he was on Sex in the City, like some other shows. And okay, and they have a show together. It's called The Fighter and the Kid. And look at you. All right, so it used to be a really popular show. Do you know who Theo Vaughn is? Okay, so Brendan Shaw and Theo Vaughn used to do a show together called The King and the Sting. And basically, what happened was Theo was owed a bunch of money by a third party company, and he eventually left that show to go do his own show, which is now really big. Like, it's like Donald Trump on it and like JD Vance and stuff. All right. So basically, Theo Vaughn abandoned ship on this British job, and all these people in LA were like basically like abandoning ship on these guys, on the King and the Sting, or on the Fighter and the Kid, which is Brendan Shaw and Brian Callen. And look at the shot, yeah, that's good. And so Joe Rogan recently had Brian Callen in at the Comedy Mothership to do comedy, and Brian started talking to Joe, and Joe was trying to convince him to move to Austin like he convinces everybody else. And Brian Callen made the decision to move to Austin. So they moved the podcast, the Fighter and the Kid, to Austin, Texas. Now Brendan Shaw was a UFC guy, but he's also he was a comedian, and he has the worst review podcast special in the history of IMDb. He actually has the worst two in the history of IMDb. They're like a 1.7 out of 10. I mean, they're just really, really bad. And I've watched them, and they're funny because they're so bad. And so basically, these guys were like flaming out and unable to get guests anymore in LA, and so they started making the decision to move to Austin, which they did recently. So they just moved to Austin, and in doing so, you would think that like, these are like new comics or like new UFC personalities in the Joe Rogan sphere. They're going to be on the Joe Rogan experience, but they were not. And Joe Rogan hasn't even like touched them or anything, or like at least one. So it turns out that this recently came out that one of them, Brendan Shaw, had been like he's basically being sued, and he's got all this IRS stuff that's going on, and he's in a lot of trouble. And so, like, if you follow that whole Joe Rogan sphere, you'll learn that like one of his boys is like basically pretty fucked at this point. And yeah, I didn't know if you follow. Who's this? Yeah, I mean, I feel that they should be able to say whatever they want. That's what the First Amendment's about. You just shouldn't be able to necessarily. You don't have to listen to them. Oh, good shot. But yeah, no, I do see that, and I'm not happy about it. But it is what it is. There are people. Right. I, I mean, yeah, I mean, I, I don't like the idea of deplatforming or canceling people just because of my very strong beliefs in the First Amendment. And so, like, I mean, I get shit. I get shit. I get shit from people every day who are mean to me for numerous reasons, and that's fine. I don't feel that they should lose their accounts because of that. They should just. I just don't have to pay attention to it, and I feel like that's how generally it should be treated. But I get it. Some people call for deplatforming of people and canceling of people. I get that element of it too. Um, I and like people are allowed to find what they want, and this they blame me personally for this woman taking her own life. Yeah, oh, that was a good shot. I I don't know. I just don't. I feel like it's best to just not let it get to you. It's best not. Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, I I imagine a world in the future where you'll have to have like an internet ID or where that can be suspended or whatever. We're in the wild west of free speech, or I don't even know if it's free speech, but online anonymity. And I can imagine that goes away in the future, especially with like companies like Palantir. Dude, I got accused yesterday 3 separate times for being %. Dude, I got called it yesterday 3 times. I got called an AI Palantir bot. So I have, you think that a Palantir, this random ass company that's worth like billions of dollars is funding me, which is just basically like a mom and pop shop of a live streamer. It's like what are you talking about? But I get accused of, I mean, people just don't know what. Yes, again though, I feel that they should be able to say you, you don't have to follow it. You don't have to follow it, but there's a very that we set when you can't say something, and I want to stay away from that because they can use that against you. that against you, basically, and I don't like that. It just depends on who's in power. And so, because of that, and being such a free speech advocate as I am, I do my best to limit. I mean, I'm a free speech absolutist. You should be able to say whatever you want to anyone you want under any condition. When we start putting conditions on it, that's where we start to mess up. That's where we start to run into trouble. Free speech zones and all that other shit. I just don't like that. I'm against that kind of thing. And I feel that the founding fathers were as well. Yeah, but it absolutely is. I feel as if you should be able to say it though, and then you just look uneducated when you do that. You should be able to say the N word or the K word or the F word or whatever you want to say. Say whatever you want to say. It's only going to look badly on you. But when we start saying that certain people can say a word and other people can't say a word, that's where you get into trouble. And then you have courts who are established to be unable to be able to differentiate. Oh, well, this person has 50% African American blood, so they can say the N word, but this person has 49% and they can't. You know, that's not what courts are supposed to do. And well, you're exactly right. And throwing the word terrorism in that kind of discussion is a joke. It actually undermines what terrorism is. Like basically, this guy just was feuding with an online personality, and I don't know, unless he actually, frankly, like attacked Joe Rogan, he should be out of cuts. I mean, I'm not a Liver King advocate. I really didn't know that much about it. Like I'd seen him online, but he wasn't like in my understanding. Like he wasn't in my consciousness. Now I know who he is, and I hate to say it, but like I understand. Like I don't think it's cool to say that you want to go beat somebody up or whatever, but I think that that's covered by the First Amendment. And I know I'm not alone. Exactly. And I think that both of them, should be allowed to be said. Because when we start litigating speech, we run into a major issue in this country, and then it creates loopholes, and I don't like that. Look, if you want to litigate, if you want to legislate speech, that's fine. But there's one thing that you have to do first and foremost, and you have to pass an amendment that essentially eradicates the First Amendment. So long as the First Amendment is law in this country, then you should be able to say whatever you want. And there's the argument that originally got started to erode the First Amendment, which is, well, what about saying fire in a crowded theater? Well, guess what? You should be able to say fire in a crowded theater if there's a fire. And people don't understand. You should be able to say fire even if there isn't a fire. You know what's going to happen the next time that person says there's fire? People are going to ignore them. And that's basically the way that it works. When you start legislating about what you can and can't say, it's a dark road that you go down. And so long as the First Amendment, exactly, so long as the First Amendment is the law of the land, you should be able to say whatever you want. It doesn't say that you can't say something as under Emergency Powers Acts, or it doesn't say that you can't. It's Congress shall make no law limiting essentially the right to practice of religion, the right to a free press, and the right to, like, you know what, this is important, I need to actually, the right to, like, protest, First Amendment. And I know, but it's important enough for this stream that I have this correct. It says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment within or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. So long as that's law of the land, we should be able to say whatever the fuck we want. Now, if you want to go and get rid of the First Amendment, that's fine. But then that's when I'm going to reconsider where I live. So long as that's the law of the land, you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want. You should be able to say death to blue people. You should be able to say life to green people. You should be able to say whatever the fuck you want. And it's up to the people to be able to make a decision. Do I want to follow this person or not? But it's when you start to get into this, well, it becomes hate speech or it becomes a terroristic threat. That's when you start to say, is it really that you have two guys who are obsessed with fighting, Joe Rogan and the Liver King, and Joe Rogan starts making fun of this Liver King's family, and the Liver King gets pissed off about it and wants a showdown. Is that really a terroristic threat? And is that any different than what you're going to see at any bar on a Saturday night between two guys who have just had a few drinks and get pissed off at each other? We're going to start calling all of those terroristic threats now. It's just, I don't buy that. That kind of shit goes down every single day. And it's covered by much of it is covered by the First Amendment. And anyway, exactly. That's exactly how I feel. And so long as we have a First Amendment, the way I interpret it is that all should be legal. Now, yeah, yeah. There's even though something in business, in contractual law, called puffery. Have you ever heard of puffery? It's when you say like your product is the best that's ever been, and that's protected within at least contractual law and free speech. And I almost feel like there's puffery within individuals that you should be able to say, like, here's a perfect example. If I say, dude, if you touch my wife, I'm gonna fuck you up and I'm gonna fuck up every person you've ever encountered in your entire life. Like, okay, that's fine. Now, let's say, does that mean that should be a threat on the life of thousands of people? Like, that's technically what it is. Or is it that just puffery? That's just somebody letting off some steam. Like, basically, if somebody says to you, if someone says to you, and I don't even, like, you own a cat too? Okay, let's say you own a frog. Jacob, do you? Okay, no, you don't. Okay, yeah. Okay, but that kind of stuff happens, I understand. But let's say I don't want to use an animal that you really have. But let's say, or like, do you have a bird? Okay. Okay, sure. All right. All right. Let's see. You have a brother. You have a sister. parent that's still alive? Here's a perfect example. Do you have any children? Oh, okay, perfect example. But you can understand people get really protective of their children, right? Okay, exactly. So let's say someone says to you, I'm gonna hurt your child. Shouldn't you be able to say, look here, motherfucker, if you hurt my child, I'm gonna beat the fucking shit out of you until you are unconscious. Like, that's something that's pretty normal in society. I get that. I understand. But you should still be able to say that in a microphone. You should be able to say that on social media. Like basically somebody's making a threat to your child, your family. You should be able to say, look, if you fuck with my family, I'm gonna fuck with your family. Like I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. And that should be a terrorist. I agree. But what I'm saying is that if somebody, let's say someone says, I'm gonna hurt your child, or like not only okay, not even necessarily hurt in a bad way, but if they say I'm I'm going to sabotage your child. Let's say your child is an athlete, and the person says I'm going to sabotage them in their game. You should be able to say, look, if you sabotage my child, I'm going to fuck you up big time. That's fine. In my opinion, that's fine to say. And that's probably like a pretty normal thing that a lot of parents would say. But technically, that's making a terroristic threat. Exactly. But technically, that's making a terroristic threat. And I just think that, and I just, that's basically what the Liver King did. I mean, Joe Rogan called out the Liver King and his family or whatever, and the Liver King's like, I'm gonna fuck you up. Like, not even that. He was like, I'm gonna fight you. Um, just recently, this is I get people all the time who make personal attacks against me. They say they're gonna kill me. They say that they're gonna gas me. They say um, they just make complaints about me all day long. And I get it because I spam them, but I don't really spam them. Here's what I do. I like their comment and I repost what they posted, and I will put a comment under their post. Is that enough for you to want to gas me or kill my family? And you get where I'm wait, exactly. Exactly. But and so I don't take it serious. But does that mean that I could go on Twitter or Blue Sky and have hundreds of people arrested because they've made terroristic threats against me? No, because I understand that the First Amendment allows some protections, and they that they should be. Yeah, I mean, I feel that I feel that they should be able. Look, I admittedly create hundreds of accounts and spam people, but it's not like what do you consider spam? I'm actually helping their post. I comment on it, I upload it, and I like it and I repost it. That's going to help you in the social media algorithm. But like I get people who say you don't want to meet me in a dark alley, or I'm going to fuck you up, or I want to kill this person, and I frankly I I don't feel that I have the right as a person to go and charge all these people with terroristic threats. It's just it's kind of ridiculous to me. Um, and they have a point. They have a point. Like, hey, this person won't leave me alone. So, but it's not that. I don't attack people personally. It's just random of how these bots work. But again, to me, these are First Amendment arguments, and they shouldn't be litigated. And so, anyway, but what I'm basically saying is that these people should be able to make against me and against my family that's protected by the First Amendment. Um, and I'm fine with that. But like any person, well, and does that mean that you should be able to litigate against that person and that they should be criminally charged? Not in this country. Well, and you're allowed to do that. Perfect. Yeah. Even saying, come on and try, isn't that making your own threat against them basically as well? Exactly, but you get what I'm saying. Like basically, do we need a court to sit here and say whether one side is like that's not what courts are for. And in my opinion, that's a free speech argument. You guys should be able to say, look, here's an example. Okay, and I really mean this, so take this example seriously. If someone says that they're gonna hurt your child, and you say, if you hurt my child, I will destroy you and everyone who comes from your ancestry. Okay, you got pissed off because somebody said they were going to hurt your child. But technically, everybody comes from your ancestry if you follow everything back evolutionarily. So that means that you're now making a threat against 8 billion people on this earth. So does that mean that you should have 8 billion individual counts of terrorism? No, you should be able to say that. Like that's something that you should be able to say. We shouldn't put people in jail for. It's just as simple as this. We should not put people in jail for words. There's the old adage: "Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt." And you should be able to say whatever you want. There's that too. People have times where they have temporary insanity. If somebody said to you, "I'm going to hurt your child," and you say, "If you hurt my child, I'm going to fucking kill you." I mean, that's almost. Okay, so that's right. Okay, but a court may say that you are insinuating that you're going to murder this person and you go to jail. Exactly. That's the thing. That should never go to trial. That shouldn't have any discussion. You should be able to. You should be able to say that. You should be able to say it. Now, what about a situation where someone says they're going to shoot up a school? Okay, so they go on Facebook. Their girlfriend broke up with them, and they say they're going to shoot up the school. Okay, in my opinion, I think that we should be able to say that. I know that's probably. I get that. Wait. I get that. Wait, I get that. But I'm a free speech absolutist. If I'm going to be a free speech absolutist, I have to even defend the people who threats to people like that. I get that. What do you do in that case? I think you can probably find that person some psychological help and help them through whatever issue they're having. But that doesn't mean that I think that they're threatening the lives of 150 people or 1,500 people, however big their school is. They were just pissed off and they made a threat. I think that people should be allowed to do that, and that's protected by the First Amendment. It's my opinion. Free speech absolutist. I know that isn't technically like courts have found that we don't have free speech absolutism in the United States, but I feel that those courts are wrong, and I can have that belief. I'm allowed to have that belief.
It's all about the choice. Like, for instance, if you say, in my opinion, to a police officer, you must say anything you want about them. Like, in my opinion, I think you should just, like, drive off the cliff or something, but if you say, I don't know, you're going to drive off the cliff or whatnot, I mean, that's kind of like a different scenario, right? I mean, it's all about wording.
I don't agree with that. It's not about wording. You should be able to say whatever you want.
You can't say that you want whatever you want.
I don't think there should be. I mean, that's, I guess, free speech absolutism. That's free speech absolutism. Well, and I don't even say more or less. You should be able to say whatever you want. I'm not saying you should be able to do anything you want, but you should be able, if there are words that come out of your mouth, or the words that you write, you should be able to say whatever you want. And even though that's a tough situation, it's a tough situation.
Realize like this is an actual threat or a precursor to a terrible reaction and you're prevented by taking action, but you didn't because it's free speech.
That's
free speech at the same time as some sort of like threat that could be threatened.
That's why we have the First Amendment. If you want to get rid of the First Amendment, then we can play those games of these word games. But so long as we have the First Amendment, it's the overarching law of the land, and basically you should be able to say whatever you want. Now, where's the line where there's a threat? I mean, where's the line if a child says, or let's say someone is 18 years old, says, I'm going to shoot up my school tomorrow, versus I'm going to kill everybody on Earth. What's the difference? Exactly. Should that person be charged with 8 billion attempted murders? You get what I'm saying? And or should they be charged with? No, they should. It's not like that's not practical. People exactly. In business, there's at least in the law, there's something known as puffery. Puffery is undue or exaggerated praise. And just like you can have like, oh, this car is so great, it's going to run 1 million miles for you. Does that mean that that car is really going to run 1 million miles for you? No, it's just somebody basically using puffery. It's exaggerated praise. And I feel that there's exaggerated threats, like basically like you should be able to say, if we're going to protect it in business, why don't we protect it in society? I don't understand that. Now, I understand not everybody agrees, but then those people get locked up in or get caught up in the law and these fine lines between things, and that means that if you have someone who, like says, "I'm gonna hurt your child," even if it's not like what would be a weird, I don't know, almost like let's say you have an adult daughter who's 25 years old, and she has some dude who says, "Your daughter broke my heart, and I'm gonna go and be in another relationship to hurt that girl, just to make her feel the hurt that I felt." And you, as a father, are like basically, if you hurt my daughter, I'm gonna fuck you up. Now you're in jail for attempted murder because you said I'm going to fuck you up. That's just not. That's not realistic. That's also not a terroristic threat to me. And even that, even the term terroristic threat. Look, we made that all changed on 9/11, as you know. But people made these threats to each other long before, and nothing happened. We lived in a fine society. So I don't understand why it's any different today. That's exactly. That's exactly. And okay, so here, let's have a situation where you are a business owner and somebody tried to destroy your business. Let's say they were gonna burn it to the ground. Okay, is it wrong of you to say I'm gonna fuck you up because, or if you burn my business down, I'm gonna fuck you up? Is that wrong to say? No, it's completely practical. I'm not saying that that's the best thing to say, but it's understandable that somebody would say, if you or your house, somebody says, I'm gonna burn down your house. You say, if you burn down my house, I'm gonna fuck you up. You should be able to say that. It's protected speech. It's not a terroristic threat. Right. It's and in my opinion, there's some puffery to that. There's I don't know. It doesn't have a word, but we need a word in society for basically like over exaggeration of physical threat. Because if not, let's say the Liver King said, "I'm gonna beat your ass and your Bill Cruz ass." Well, now that's hundreds of people, perhaps thousands of people are in Joe Rogan's group. Now that guy's got to go to jail for the rest of his life because he made an Instagram post or whatever. It's to me that's why you don't litigate on those things, and you should allow people to say what they want. Now, even in a situation where even in a situation exactly, let's say the Liver King says to Joe Rogan, I'm gonna fuck you up or whatever. I'm gonna fight you, or do you want to fight or whatever? And he goes to Austin, and he goes to Joe Rogan's house and rings the gate and says, Joe Rogan, I'm here, and I'm gonna fight you. That doesn't mean Joe Rogan has to come out and fight him. He can just be like, no, dude, go away. Now, when Liver King steps on his property, then there's an issue. Then it's trespassing, and he can go to jail for that. But that's a different story. That's a physical act. Joe Rogan doesn't own the whole city of Austin. And, well, exactly. And so I was even watching a podcast on this earlier today, and the people were like, you mean you can't do what the Liver King did, which is basically challenge someone to a fight. You're not allowed to do that. And they're like, well, I guess not. Like, and now he's got to face like a terrorism charge. I mean, that to me is an overarching of the law. You shouldn't. That just it's like okay, you see this all the time in the UFC. Exactly. Exactly. And I think the city of Austin recognizes that Joe Rogan's a business owner and that is make sure that he feels safe in that city because if he leaves, then they're gonna lose that money. You know, you see this all the time in the UFC, where two guys who have a sanctioned fight are like, "I'm better than you," and the other guy's like, "I'm better than you," and then the other guy says, "You better not find me in the dark alley someday." Is that a terroristic threat? Is that something that they should have to go to jail for? Absolutely not. They should be able to say that. That's protected free speech. And that's kind of what happened in this Liver King situation. I understand it's a little different, but um, I frankly think that Joe Rogan should and that's all that should have happened. Joe Rogan has a huge security team to the point where he's been getting uh, some, uh, some. What's the word for which I'm looking? Some not payback, but um, some flack, essentially, because he says, I mean, like this is how Joe Rogan goes to his club. He has a huge caravan of people. They block off the street. They allow him to walk in, and like he can hang out at his club. And then when he's done, he goes back in the caravan and they leave. But the thing is, Sixth Street in Boston is very dangerous, and it's got homeless people and zombie-like people and people who are chasing you. And a lot of people are saying like, this isn't what we had in store for Austin, where you have like the ultra rich who go down there and they can play their club and then leave. You know who Tim Dillon is? No, Tim Dillon. No, Tim Dillon is a comedian. He's a very popular comedian in the Rogan verse. Do you know who Shane Gillis is? Okay, so both of them have come out and spoken about Austin and how unsafe it is. And they're like, you know, it's one thing if you are like a multimillionaire and you can go down there with a bunch of security and hang out at your club and call it how great it is and say how great you think it is. It's another thing if you're just a random individual and you are unconnected with that wealth and you go down there and do your job. It's two different worlds, and it's like even some of the people who moved to Austin to live, they have since moved back to wherever they came because they are unsatisfied. But long story short, I mean, this is a discussion on free speech, and again, as a free speech absolutist, sometimes I there's that phrase. I may not agree with what you say, but I will give my life for you to be able to say. And it's kind of a common thing that is said in like the military. And I somewhat agree with that standpoint. I don't necessarily exactly. So that's that. All right, big dog. I gotta use the restroom, so I'll be back. Can you hear me? Sounds like a plan, man. Pleasure to always speak with you, Jacob. You're a good friend, a good person, and feel free to come back whenever you have time, okay? Peace, Jacob. God bless you as well.
with this almost artifact. So therefore, this is probably the older he might have recommended this, but they don't. Yeah, they don't really acknowledge it as a possibility for a lot of this stuff. That I think it is. Even statues, because the big statues that once will have the name of 2 or 3 different heroes and some of them. They just don't. I mean, one of the problems with I think people use the term as like mainstream or orthodox Egyptology is that they don't really consider the engineering aspects of the stonework. They don't care about precision or symmetry. They don't care about the base handwork, for example, that we've been doing. It's not really factoring into the decision. They look at who's written on it. They look at what things are on the wall. They look at the other data they can see who's supported. So that's where it is. I genuinely don't know how they think about this. I mean, for sure they probably pointed at, well, we're get the same sort of questions. Where are the where's all the structures? That stuff. I think we're looking at some of the structures. I think we're looking through the lens of thousands of years of renovation, reuse, remodeling, and then thousands and thousands of years of destruction and quarrying. And, it's a really difficult picture to put together, particularly in Egypt, because people, even within their own civilization, they were reusing stuff. But who knows when it started, if they kept reusing, rebuilding, changing sites, and then for thousands and thousands of years after, they've been using quarries. People take to the day, they chop it up, and it's all a great source of granite. Even during the Egyptian civilization, this is happening. Ramses II was pouring granite from the at peak to go using some of the other structures that they construct in other places. And it's written on the wall of the pyramid. It's like, I'm the quarry master, but Ramses II, and you take his time from here to his boss. What was the original stone that was casing like that very outer shell?
Well, yeah, so the Great Pyramid and most of the Middle Pyramid was something called Tuya limestone. In fact, it's Mount Emerald in Turkey is also made from it. It's a very hard form of limestone. And yeah, it's very white and pure. So it's not a limestone I had to get some quarry.
And strips all that off.
Well, a lot of it was probably done during started really with the Persian occupation, but everybody, anyone that could. It wasn't so that the pyramid. The story goes that there was the pyramid had its casing stones, and they were all their rocks. You couldn't get a bar in them. Like, they're huge. Like some of the casing stones are bigger than the other ones, so they might some of those. Funnily enough, the middle pyramid actually has giant rocks in its construction, even on the outside, like 50, 60 But the story goes that I think there was an earthquake, and I'm probably going to get the date wrong. 400-ish AD, there was a big earthquake in one of the Israel. Then it shook loose a couple of these cases. So it either tilted them or it busted one out, or a big shake up and some stuff fell off. And then that gave people purchase to like scaffold their way up there and scurry up there and then start climbing these things out. It's like a hanging fall, and then it went from there. And it's a valuable stone. It's obviously useful for all sorts of purposes, but one of its main purposes is you can grind it up and make like a plastic. You grind it up, mix it with water, and you make a fine plastic that you can start around and make these carvings. And I mean, literally, the only reason we have a few casing stones still left on the pyramid is because of the pile of quarry rubber. There was 50, 60 feet of quarry rubber pushed up against the base of the pyramid from all the quarrying activities that covered up the few remaining casing stones that were still at the bottom. Yeah, Burgess Petrie always decried this, and he was always admonishing people for this because it's literally. This is literally 100 to 130, 40 years ago. At all of these places, he said, everyone who's anybody has a headstone named from the stuff that's like the stone from the pyramid. Every day there's just camel trains of people taking the stone all the time. And he actually excavated through the rubble and found the casing stones, documented them, and then he confirmed. He's like, if I leave this over, it's done. So he reburied it from yeah, I mean, it's just people like this. Most people just interested in enriching themselves and not that worried about taking stone. But it's human nature. But you get to, the middle pyramid, the bottom two courses, maybe the first, maybe also the second, sure the first, in this case, the last. Really, all of those cases, the bottom layers, like the bottom two layers, it's really cool. I have a picture. Yeah, so this is the bottom pyramid. Yeah, so these casing stones, like the same shape as the ones on the other pyramids. These are granite, and they're perfect. You walk around the middle pyramid, it's littered with these amazing casing stones. You see this dashed line that's in there. Yeah, that's an attempt to quarry. In fact, they were looking to split this whole face off and then get to this square block behind it. So this is you see this everywhere on the sides, and people are like, where's that line? It's called a wedge chisel. So you use like steel chisels, you just hammer away at it, you create these wedges, these divots, and then you get wood or something. You can sometimes use stone into a flint. And wood looks good because you pound wood into it, it's better, and when wood gets wet, it swells. So it would provide pressure on the stone, and then you would get a lot of these flint chisels, the steel chisels, and hammer into these gaps. And what you're trying to do is crack the stone along that and take a piece. And yeah, these things were perfect. These casing stones were perfect with their angles, and they're all polished from the outside. And there's tons of different quarry levels. Talking about the boxes, it's funny. I was reading Chris's book this morning. He's and he was saying how he interviewed one of these, talked to like the guy who ran the biggest brand manufacturing company in the US, and he asked them what it would take with resources to reproduce one of those massive granite blocks that were basically hollowed out on the inside. And the guy said it would take at least $2,000 just to quarry it. Not more than just $200,000. That's right, $200,000. Yes, $200,000 to quarry it. Another like $50,000 to transport it. Easy. And then he was like, it would make no sense for us to hollow out a single piece. We would just take 4 or 5 pieces and we would bolt them all together. We would never just hollow it out. I couldn't. Well, you need to develop the tool. Like a modern granite process, we cut slabs. Right. Quarry them out and quarry in like big blocks, and then we cut them into slabs, whatever. When you talk about doing granite sculpture, which happens, people do like complex shapes of granite. It takes very specific tools. And then, hollowing out those seams, granite like that, with a column in the ceiling to make that happen. You burn out all the stuff. It's a big volume of space. Yeah, and remember these prices are then like, when you write that book in the 90s, right? So you got prices that's probably double those since then. And the soft cuts too, like the soft cuts, the air in the soft cuts. So if you take a skill saw and you're trying to cut something, and you go into it, and you realize, oh, you got the angle wrong. You pull it out real quick, and then you go back in and make another cut. There's evidence for this. Yeah. But if you're doing it slowly with whatever methods they have, they claim they have to cut those stones, you wouldn't be going the wrong way, then pull back out and then start going the right way. You would obviously go so slow that you'd be able to make adjustments along the way. That's right, and there's plenty of evidence for overcutting exactly that type of thing. It's one of the reasons why I think, look, we're seeing evidence for call them power tools, call them powerful tools for cutting incredibly hard stone. And that's one of the best. I had look at some of the images like the not just cuts. You see these cuts all over the place. I don't know if this is all broken up stone now, but there's these types of things you see all over at basalt pavement. And one of my favourite ones is actually I really like the edge of this thing slab at Cedar. Beautiful slab. And if you look along the edge, it's been like just finely touched with some sort of powerful tool that's sort of been backed out. This has got markings all over it. It's giant circular small depressions here and here. Sure. You can look at how many times this thing's been touched on. What is it, Peter?
This is. I think it's schist. Or it's blue quartzite. It's a very unique piece. I'm amazed it's still there because a couple of people could probably find it. And it's just a remarkable piece of stone. They use it pointing out the big surface. All the colours come out of it. Incredible. And it was actually cut right through here at the end and then snapped off. Just cut straight through. There's some other marks on the screen. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, you have yeah, I mean, you have stuff like this, right? So this is this Karnak template. This is an obelisk, and you literally have circular sort of overcuts. You see them on statues too, but you can literally see on this one here where it was exactly what you were talking about. Like, it's right there, yeah. It was reset, like the angle of the cut was reset. Yep. And it was some sort of giant circular saw because they start narrow. They start here and they penetrate and get deeper, and then they peter out at the bottom. So the profile fits a big circular saw. And in fact, there's some more of these Karnak. I do this in the video, but I plunge this with like a keycard where you can show the depth increase, you show the profile of the circular saw. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, it's to the depth varies. Yeah, it'll be the deepest and the shallow. Yeah, I mean, this is a classic example of a circular saw. You see this here. I mean, it's just, it's hard to, they had straight saws too. I should say that. It's not all that was absolutely straight saws too. This piece is very interesting. This is a place for everything. Chris Dundas talked about this, and a lot of people talk about this. So you see how you clearly can see the orientation of the sword, right? Here's the crazy thing to think about this piece. It's concave. See this line in the center here? You can actually see it. You see this curve? Yeah. So it's shaped like this. It's concave. So it's cut this way, and it seems to have been cut this way. So it's not straight. So what I think you're looking at is a two-stage machining process here, where they cut. And this is where that concavity ends here. Like you can see, it gets deeper and then shallow down. Right? So they cut it sideways, and then it's almost as if they ran a circular thing this way, and they just pushed the box through like this. So it's digging out that profile as it went through. But there's this. It's hard to see in the photos, but it's entirely there. And again, you see the striations in the stone from the cutting mechanism. Right. This is a very sophisticated machine. Like, I don't know what the purpose was for this. Whether this was could have been part of a box that didn't cut all the way through the stone. I don't know. Yeah. Bobby Stevens' mind. I mean, I've got endless examples of this, and but it's just bit, and you actually look close to it, you can actually see the striations, like the beads and stuff. So it gets really interesting because a lot of these saw marks, basalt ones, and again basalt being as hard as probably passing against, are in what's basalt paste, and it's on the side because they would finish the top and flat. In fact, it's a wondrous application of stone quartz, but over the years, it's been falling apart. In fact, they even talk about, back in the day, they thought they had a road over. Down a road over. They've taken the road away now. But at the sides of this thing where it's falling apart, you can see where they've been rough shaping the blocks. Right? There was different types of tools, it seems to me. The quarry, there was skip marks of the quarry, they were looking to remove stone. That engineer wasn't precise, so I scooped stuff out to get out as much material as possible, but get the block out. Then they had the rough shaping of stone, where they were cutting out the kind of the general dimension of the block. That was this, where they're just cutting off the side, okay, we can extend at this point. And then there was a capability to just perfectly finish the stone, like fine polishing, fine machining, doing those fine little touches to get those precision surfaces, and then a polish to make it kind of like that finish. So there's different levels, and these were done in different places. And what's interesting is stone cutting
So we don't have a good explanation for this. There's two rules kind of fall under this too, but the stone cutting is like the explanation is that it was drawn with like a copper drag saw. Like it's like a V-shaped copper bar you put sand and water and you grind and grind. So you just sit there and grind and grind. And the problem with that is that it doesn't leave videos. Right? Yeah, it's hard to do that. Mark later, and it's a good experiment. There's nothing wrong with it. So Mark Laner and the guy named Dennis Stokes, Mark Laner Dennis Stokes is the experimentalist who does actually these sort of experiments, and it's great because we get some data from this work. But there's a few problems. One is it doesn't leave the same signature. Secondly, you don't get overcuts. You don't get narrow cuts. You're not going to get this sort of stuff with that because it's V-shaped, right? And based on that data, though, from Dennis and other people, we have data on how long it takes to do this, and it's something like let's round it off to say 2 millimeters per hour. Yeah, and that's varies based on the length. Obviously, the longer the cut, the slower you go.
Oh, damn,
That's very, very slow. And at the same time, you lose copper. Like if the grinding, because it's the coarse sand, doing the cutting, the copper's cutting, you could use ore potentially with it. Even using copper, you lose copper at a tremendous rate. So you lose much copper that you actually get from cutting the stone. And it's a very slow rate. So with that slow rate, you have to grind away for hours to get this sort of overcuts that we see. The starter, so it's, and again, as you said, you're probably not going to make that mistake and then sit there and keep doing that mistake for hours and hours to get it overcut. Like, all right, Johnson, you're in trouble. And secondly, I have yet to do the math, but I really plan on. I'd love to do that. I've said it, but I want to scale this up to see what is the at an industrial scale. Can the stuff, because we know you can kind of calculate how many blocks, how much granite is cut. We get to a rough figure of how much tonnage of granite saves the people, or maybe just on the middle term. I don't know. But Chris Dunn kind of calculated it. Just to give you an example, there's a box inside the middle here. There's a box in the room, kind of like the box. A little bigger, a little longer, like maybe 8 feet long, 3 or 4 feet wide. And based on Dennis Stokes' experiments, purely to make the primary cuts on that block of granite, so you're quarrying the granite, and God knows how long, but just to make like the north, south, east, west, top, bottom, shape of the box, using some data that we've got from guys like Dennis Stokes, it takes something like 267 days of continuous time, 24 hours a day, just to shape that. And that doesn't include hollowing it out, because again, it's not right, you hollow it out, finish perfectly, it's got 2 drills in it, it's got full shape and decorating, that's really how much work you do with that as well. So it's just like, you really think we could scale up and do like hundreds of thousands of tons worth of granite using this, and then there's all the copper dust. But where is it like this? Yeah, so I did analyze that thickness core, Petries core, and I think it's also for modern JC. And they basically estimated based on the rate that's going around the out of the edge to the core that came out, that they estimated that drilled 500 maximum power. It's so based on this, so this is Petries core. So that's Petries core number 7 there. So it's and it's called Petries core number 7 because when this Petrie discovered it, number 7. And this is the one that's been studied. So he looked at it and he determined that this spiral groove that's on the stone has a what is called 1 in 60 penetration rate, right? So if you take that, you unwind that spiral travel, you stick it out in a straight line. For every 60 inches of horizontal travel, you get an inch of vertical travel. Right. Okay. Chris Dunn has since, I think, refined that a bit. It's not quite as deep. It's a little less than 1 in 60. It's in the ballpark.
And yeah, so based, and then when you compare that to a molecule, that's a five, it essentially rounds out to be about 500 times greater penetration rate of sustainable. And that's not to say that it may move very slowly. Our stuff spins really fast, so it's not penetrating it as fast as you don't get a 1 to 6 penetration rate, but it's our stuff can still make it cut the stone pretty quickly. Because the actual penetration rate based on the motion of the drill isn't anything like what we're seeing in the stone here, which is crazy. And you know there are a number of these cores. I talk about this core as this Chris, and I'm sure when you get Chris in, we'll talk about it too. But I consider the case closed. Like it's they did a latex mold of it. It is proven without any doubt that it's a spiral groove. The problem has always been the claim that it's a spiral groove. That's the one thing that no one in, I guess, mainstream ecology will admit. They go to great lengths to try and obfuscate this idea that it's a spiral groove, but it has been definitively proved by the Petri Museovers and Rothschild, who were both responsible for the latex core experiment, which is this one. So they made a latex core of the grind. So this is latex mold. Chris stamped the latex mold with these notches, cut it open with these notches, and then he's just showing you the notch detail and these blobs next to these arrows, right? So you can draw a straight line between these notches, which is a horizontal line. Okay? The straight lines are a horizontal line between the notches, same spot. So you go to the bottom of the notch, you go to the bottom of the same goes to the bottom. And then what you're seeing is these dotted lines are tracing the individual spiral or individual groups. And in every case that we look at here, it starts above the line and it ends up below the line. So it is spiral. Right? So it's higher here, it's lower here. It's higher here, it's lower here, etc. It's geometrically proves this is a spiral. That said, and the length between grooves is exactly the same. The width, not really. It seems it's usually described as a drunken screw. There are some crossover. It seems to have been more than one cutting point. So there was multiple cutting points. So there might have been some further. You know, people speculate about it. It is, and the other thing to note about this is that it's actually tapered. So it's tough to see. You can kind of see it. See how it's tapered. Right. So it narrows down, and this thing's upside down. So this is probably where it's fatter at the bottom. It's upside down. It snaps off here. And so you've got to imagine that the holes that they come out of are straight, right? And it's tapered. So it tells us that the tool itself was probably fixed, which means that it's shaped like this. So as it goes there, it's cutting down, it's cutting on all surfaces. And then, so a lot of this is where people say, well, this groove could have been made with a retractable screw itself. I'm like, that isn't how it works. So if it's tapered, it's going to conform with the granite's conforming to the shape of the tool, and the second you move it up at all, it loses contact with the stone because it's tapered. The angle changes. Right? It's narrower at the top and it's wider at the bottom. So once you get down and you finish, you lift it up a bit, and then all of a sudden the tool's going to be wider and right at that point where it's going to lift it up. So it's not actually touching the stone. It doesn't unscrew. It just lifts out. Now, I don't think unscrewing the hole is moving the tool will give you the spiral groove. Plus, look, it takes quite a lot of force to cut into granite like this. It's not just a simple. You're not scratching granite and leaving a deep groove like you see in these tubes. It's not just in the drills. I'm seeing these holes too. You have these deep grooves in the holes, and you see this all over the place.
Now, was that an example of like them doing a vertical used to split stone?
Well, I don't think it's used to split a piece of stone so much as they were sought out to then split stone. You know what I'm saying? Like they were, I think the people that were quarrying the blocks were looking for these, and then they would try and split them along the angle of so along the axis of the tube. You see, there's lots of complete holes like that haven't been split, and in fact, you see on the back of the stone, you see that dashed line, which is a I mean, that's a technique that started being done in journalists. You know, they were using it like the these two holes go way further, and quarrying method way back in the day. Like the oldest quarrying method seems to be the scoop method of quarrying. Yeah. But I think they were looking for, like, for example, here's a giant. And this stone's been split along its axis.
Right. So later civilizations found these things. And that
Yeah, because it's a natural weakness in the stone. Yeah. So you see a lot of tubules that are in fact split, but you see plenty that are whole as well. And we know they're whole regions. We have this.
Can we look at some pictures of these scoop arcs?
Yeah.
And also, I would ask you, what do you speculate these saw plates are made of?
It's less maybe what they were made of than what technology they were using. I mean, you know, Petrie speculated that it could have been. He's like diamond would fit the bill, like this, because he was looking at a bronze embedded with gemstones or something. He's like, there's no evidence for diamond, and he's right. There's no evidence for diamond. No diamonds. It's not written about.
Would there be leftover fragments of diamond?
You'd find something that's literally been zero. And as far as gemstones go, and that's the Egyptians sort of prized colour stones. So diamonds would have been precious from that perspective. I mean, who knows? Maybe the Egyptians don't have any evidence for it, but I don't know what it was using. You can put any hardened substance, but it could have, like, I look at the stuff, I don't think there was pure mechanical force involved. I think there's something going on. Well, that's the speculation. Stones. Who knows? Were they changing the molecular properties of the stone? Were they using ultrasonics? Were they? I mean, you have to go back to the lead plasma. What have you ever heard of? Well, that could have been plasmoids. I don't know. I think this is where we speculate. That's why I think it's interesting to be open-minded about what we see on the sites and research it best. Let's use the best tools. Let's microscopically analyze the rock. Let's look at it be open-minded to any possibility, because we might learn something. You know, I think you go back in time, the legend of the Shamir, the story out of the golden temple of Shamir. So, well, the Shamir, I'm not that well versed in this. You should really have Russ Kyle, the snake rope. Yeah, I'm getting ready to reach out to the fantastic. And Russ really knows this stuff out there. So there's stories in, I think it's King Solomon, is that the stories of something called Shamir, which essentially, think of it as like a lightsaber that just cuts through stone. Most people cut through very hard stone. It's sometimes described as a boom. But there's this consistent story of this artifact called a shamir that is like allegedly lets you. Yeah, I like to think of it as like this lightsaber that just cuts through stone. And you get people. That's like, is this left over from these times? I don't know. And I try not to
thinking about it in terms of diamond plate, though. It's like thinking about it in the mirror, like you can't assume that they did shape the way the trees should, right? It's even what we're talking about.
Yeah, it is, and I think that's the right approach. Like it's a tempting and natural thing to look at a problem, to look at these challenges, and to go, this is how we would do it, fit it into our box. And again, I just think that there's avenues of technology that we are yet to learn about, that we will know more about this. And I think it's hard to do, but it's like, here's our perspective, and here's everything we know, there's some of the answers like that. Like and that's what being open-minded about it, and not just dismissing stuff, right, scoffing at it, and then researching it with some of those possibilities in mind. We might even learn something eventually. That's what I want to do. I'm going to, people are like, what is it, and what's the speculation of how done? You can speculate all over the place. Chris Dunn's new book, if you've got to the Seraphim chapter, unlike the choice. He does some speculation. I'm not going to spoil. Really? Oh, God, I love it. He sent me the Seraphim chapter because I helped him with some stuff before he wrote it, and I'm writing like a recommendation for it. So it comes out early next year, right? January 24th, people. And he does. I love where he goes. That it's with speculation. The imagination. Is he talking about these lightsabers? I haven't seen him mention specifically this. I mean, he's talking about more about a potential technological application for the process.
Oh, it's technological application.
Yeah, like what, like,
So I something I've always thought about too. Yeah.
so here's another way to think of it, and I like this idea too. Is that, and this relates to, he does talk about this, and this isn't giving the game away here, but it's like, if you consider the idea, you heard of like this concept of an assembler? Like assembler. Like this is, imagine we could get nanotech down to the place. And this is entirely plausible if you just project technology forward, where you create microscopic machines that can essentially assemble themselves, or they can almost like a quantum process or something like that, but it's the tiniest level where you can use molecular construct. Yeah, it's like a self-replicating probe. Imagine you see this on that topic. Yeah, it's like you send a probe out into space which has the capability to replicate itself just by using the material that it finds and project forward without what happens. But imagine you get to the point where we have these microscopic machines that can do assemblies that can take molecular material even at the atomic level and assemble and even replicate themselves. So you could build anything, but it's being done with technology that's so small you can't see it. Right? There's this concept. It's been proposed by a number of sci-fi authors that thought about technology. And it's like that's one scale of things. And the other scale of things to think about is more you go out and you think about Dyson spheres, things like that that are almost galactic in scope and sort of the size of the solar system in terms of the machine that does a particular thing. It's just an interesting way of thinking and looking at technology. We look at it and we go, here's a box, and how would we cut this box and make this box? But it's possible, but it's possible, I don't know, but it's possible that the answers to some of these questions could be so small we can't see them, or so large we can't comprehend them. Like that's just the nature of technology. Like we just don't, you can throw simulation theory into that too, the idea that we're all part of some simulation going on into the future. But it's just projections of technology. It's all pure speculation. So that's one of the challenges with speculation. It becomes this endless imagination of possibilities. But I do try to focus on sort of following the evidence that that's what some of the answers might be based on the evidence that we have in front of us. And it's fun to speculate. And I'm in the process of writing books too, and I'll really speculate and keep my speculation in there as well about what I'm doing. I always try to be clear about what I'm speculating. Because as soon as you speculate, people are like, look, it's crazy. Oh yeah, the moon's a spaceship.
Oh yeah, we did our last podcast. We talked about a move and some of the video and some crazy reaction videos.
Oh yeah,
I love that reaction. I got a few quick.
They've really figured out their construction guides, and they've really figured out some really cool shit on how some of this architecture might have been made. These blocks that go around the corners. I mean, how these blocks kind of go around the corners. It's not like cutting bricks around. But they've sort of worked out how that was done. And they have a really good method for showing people that just made some really astute observations on how the communities work.
Do those guys go out there a lot?
Yeah, they're coming with me next year, and I've taken them twice. Yeah, so the two times I've been using them with me. So I like to feel with them because we feel like a jam.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, we played it. We best played fantastic. Secret Fire, amazing musician. I use some of the, if you watch the Kano video, the song at the end. The video, the most recent one. Right at the end is like a music, it's like a song.
Yeah. The last like 10 minutes of it. Yeah.
That's
Oh no shit, really? Okay.
yeah. So it's the we jam and they're good. I'm like they're more like they help me to manage the group and also I can even just more social and personable with me.
Yeah.
Be more serious and maybe have conversations with those guys that's funny. Yeah. So it's great. We work together.
Yeah, but what do you think? Like getting back to the box, I wonder like was the technology so hyper advanced that like making something that precise didn't was a big deal. Like as some culture came along a million years ago, like, how do we make these boxes so perfect? Like, not because there was a purpose, just because it was easy. So, like, those boxes, was it just really fucking easy to do that? Or as a pyramid too? Or was it for a specific function? Like, how can you make that box function?
Well, I mean, there is a relation. I have a biology on precision, and there is, and I said this to as well, that there's a relationship between precision and function. Right? Don't develop precision, but developing precision costs money. Like, it costs resources. You only do that for a functional return. And when you look at the development of precision in the modern world, it kind of stems out of the need for what old Navy cannons to shoot straight. The old days, you would cast a cannon and then fire it while it's hot and go, well, I guess that's the barrel, and shoot straight down. And then they were like, well, we can make more accurate weapons if we actually, maybe cast it and then carve out and then shoot it slowly with a little wheel and turn out. Cannon barrels to make it shoot straighter, and they've just got to control that relationship. Then we get to make chronographers, accurate timepieces that help with navigation. Like the longitude, we talked about longitude earlier, but it's very difficult to measure. Latitude's okay, you can use the sun for that, but longitude, you need accurate timepieces to be able to know where you are at each west time frame. And in fact, the way we used to do it, it was you could go to where you wanted. We basically called it right angles, but people would sail to get somewhere based on navigational maps. It's like running down a west and running down the east. You would get to where you wanted on the latitude and then go that way and get what you needed. You head east or west, and you weren't sure how far you were gone. And it wasn't until the end of the 17th century, essentially, that we developed accurate enough timepieces to be able to navigate using longitude effectively. Then precision progresses into the industrial age, steam engines, and the need to create containment vessels for pressure. And that's now in the modern world, 7 Newton-meter processes that we're developing silicon on, and you've got packing millions of transistors and complex logic circuits into the footprint. But that costs billions of dollars to do, and we do it because of the functional return. So a long way around to saying that you develop precision when you're chasing a particular functional return. And I think that's one of the indications to me when you look at some of the precision objects, particularly the regular the boxes are a good example. I think they were functional, and potentially some of the structures used in the sites were functional. And I think in order to get that functional return, they needed to make this with precision. Now, the model that we look at and industrial design, once you have a manufacturing system that supports precision is what you get. Like today, you get to buy a toaster, it's going to be industrial design on a computer. It's going to be made in a manufacturing system that is just by its nature very precise. Like it's all the panel gaps on cars. Because of the panel gaps between different panels on cars today versus in the past. It's much better. Like you don't need it, but it's a result of the manufacturing system. So that's also an explanation that I'd like to use when we come to the more abstract artifacts like statues that show tremendous precision that look like they've been designed and then they've been executed in a manufacturing system that gives you that precision, gives you that precision. It gives you these features that are like kind of hard to explain in isolation. But I do believe that they developed the capability to get some sort of function. What that function is, I don't know. Like that's where the speculation comes out. What's the function that the boxes do? It's this crazy correlation between these boxes and these pyramids, or these boxes and these underground structures. Seraphim, for example, the pyramids, even across the East Plateau, the Osiris shaft, you see these boxes underground in these big structures. I don't know. I get the sense that functional, there's infrastructure on these sites. Right? And at Saqqara, at Abu Sir, at Dashur, at Giza, we have evidence for very complex systems of what I can only call channel blocks, these U-shaped blocks that are below the floor level. So you have these floor tiles that might be a couple of feet In some cases, they're even caked on top of that. But right down beneath that stuff, you have this structure of essentially piping. It runs all under these sites. It's all over the place. That you see evidence for pieces of like all these old kingdom sites. It's not something you ever see on the later sites. These are the oldest of sites. Have these very strange and complex, essentially either it could have been housing piping, housing cables, and sometimes it's not gravity fed, like sometimes they'll run all the way down these causeways to where there would have been water, and then they run all over the side. There's wide joins, all these other things beneath the floor. And sometimes using fairly exotic stone stuff like granite, like calcite and alabaster. And a lot of those stones just in machine. There's a great example of a machine alabaster U-shaped channel beneath the floor tiles. And it's a real mess. We don't know why. It's like if you ask the explanation for how this white calcite or alabaster was used, it was prized for its white color. It's an expensive stone to try and use. It's difficult to obtain. And alabaster and calcite comes from, extinct and calcified natural springs. Like you have to, these are millions of years ago natural springs that calcified over time. And to get white calcite, you actually have to dig all the way to the source of the natural spring. So wherever that was, it's not like an easy stone to get to. Get further out from the source, you get the yellow calcite, brown calcite, but they were using white calcite. And Egyptologists say that they prize that stuff for its color, for its clean color, or sometimes it can be transparent. In that case, what is this stuff doing buried beneath the floor level where it's never going to be seen? Like it's literally a stone type that gets used in this underground infrastructure that's never seen. So they must have been using for some other purpose. Like, I think some of these stone types you see, particularly in the really megalithic stone sites, might have had a couple of purposes, like choosing particular types of stone, like basalt granite, limestone, white calcite, even quartzite in some places, and in particular orders. And there's plenty of other indications that there was something else going on at these sites. I mean, my last video I did on Karnak, there was some really interesting. There's an area of Karnak that's normally off limits against the right people to get in and see it. And I love showing people this stuff every year. There's this part of Karnak that's the granite's literally crumbling apart. It's granite fiber. It's something's happened to the stone where it looks like inside of the stone well, it's like undergone a transformation and it's expanded. And it's almost around the edge of the stone, so like there's a couple of inches where the stone is in good condition. But because the inside's like transformed and expanded, it's put this pressure on the outside and it's cracked all of the outside. And in some places it's like falling apart, it's cracked it all apart, and the inside of the box is crumbling inside out. And and then we see that also at Abusir and other places where you have like crumbling basalt. And this happens in nature. It takes literally millions of years of exposure. Basalt and these other igneous stones that are formed in the heat of like lava and formed over millions of years of pressure and heat. You can expose them to millions of years of sunlight. Okay, they're going to erode and degrade over time, but we're talking about cut surfaces of stone that are doing that. And they're originally finished. And so at Abusir, for example, you have basalt that's been cut and then it was cased in limestone. So it's like, surrounded by limestone, but those mating surfaces are now crumbling and falling apart. Now, who knows? It's pure speculation, but it's cycle. Was there something going through it? I mean, I do have a video where we were playing with like a very high voltage electromagnetic sort of field generated on different types of stone, and they have different electromagnetic properties. Like granite doesn't do anything, you just get arch coming off limestone, and that's somewhat of an arch coming off basalt. So they do have different properties under different conditions. And is it possible that those with some of these properties of the stone are things that would be chased by the functional purpose? I love these ideas, and I know Chris Young is exploring some of those in some of his theories. He certainly knows a lot more about it than I do. Again, I'm trying to illustrate there may be reasons for that type of stone, and some of those properties might have something to do
with possible
purpose. So it's like, why would we not research that further? Why would we not apply ourselves and try and see, is there anything here that possibly provide an answer or provide a clue for why this was done this way? Okay. So I,
now when it comes to food marks, is there any sort of idea or explanation on how they were made, either by the ecologists that are there, or by
the explanation for them is that they were this is for the county side.
I love part of one of your videos where you guys remember that way.
What's that break? Yeah, let me
Also, I remember like you said.
oh yeah.
Back in the day, that run around there, guide people and explain all this stuff that could counter to the narrative.
Yeah, he's just great. I mean, I love the fact that he's such a knowledgeable guy, and he's great. I saw him in Jackal when I met him, and he's a superstar for teaching people. What he does is absolutely incredible.
Didn't use this right there in his entire life.
Yeah, Yusuf's dad was Hakeem El Ayman, the world's famous keeper and guide. He's unfortunately he was the guide that was used by the Hancock, Robert Bovell, John Anthony West. Hakeem was well known as there's matches to find with him online. He's got there's Yusuf's shop has sort of got pictures of Hakeem from all over the world. He's had all sorts of interesting figures. He's got a bit really well known. As a guide, and he's a really interesting guy. So he's just kind of followed in his father's footsteps. He doesn't believe everything. He doesn't believe everything that Hakeem does. And there's he introduced Hakeem to this interesting male who landed aside, and he was Hakeem's student. I think Hakeem was the founder of this modern, I guess you call it anthropology theory. Chemistry is usually the most religious. And he has a lot of interesting theories, but again, I wouldn't say that he subscribes to them. He has his own theories and stuff, his own works. He's just practicing stonemason, so he works with materials. He's very talented. Works with material. He's very well versed in traditional Egyptology, like he knows a little bit of hieroglyphs. And he grew up literally across the street from the Sphinx. In fact, it's still where his family story is. In Nazla El Samam, which is a little village, it's right near the entrance of the Sphinx entrance to the Giza Plateau. And the aim of the family story is right there, and bowing at the top of the straight of the Sphinx. That's right.
What are some of the theories of that guy?
Hakeem?
Yeah.
Hakeem has I mean, one of the things I could talk about, he thinks there was acoustical properties to a lot of these sites, that there were some of these sound hospitals. But in fact, he even ran one for quite a while. And they had, anecdotally at least, very good results. They would take people to these ancient places, into some specific areas that have resident properties, and they would, I don't know exactly what they were doing there, but they had people that had other illnesses. I mean, at least anecdotally, from what I've heard, it worked. And then, as it goes, as he's been told to me, Zahi was actually showing this in Scotland. Zahi was he's notorious that's he had the baby Graham Hancock where he lost the he's probably the world's most famous Egyptologist, certainly Egyptian Egyptologist, world famous guy. Written a bunch of books. I talked to him a few times. I've met him a few times. He was the last trip that he ran into this.
Really?
Yeah, he was just there. He was at He's a charming. He can be a charming guy. I suspect he's probably. I don't know him personally. I know he's treated a lot of people very fairly. He's probably been less fair to others. I had no problem with him. I was just on a tour, and this was the Graham Hancock tour, where he was basically debating him. We spent a day with him, and I think he's certainly had a history of being quite. In the past, it's strange. He really attacks a few of the alternative authors, Graham. I mean, in particular, Robert Harley doesn't like. And he's pretty fond of saying that people are just charlatans trying to make money and they're all idiots and stuff like this. But back in the day, though, he was quite friendly. And in fact, I've seen a picture of
Nobody
Zahi, Robert Rothschild, and Graham Hancock on a arm in arm at the Sphinx enclosure, and he certainly has enabled some interesting research to happen privately a few times. I had a video about the Sphinx temple that started to get into some of it. There's an interesting correlation, at least these allegations of connection between him and the Edgar Casey Foundation. Edgar Casey is the American prophet. Okay, so this is an interesting story. So Casey was a prophet, and a lot of people made a lot of money based on his predictions for the stock market back in the day. And he ended up he had these visions and wrote a couple of books. And one of his visions entailed you probably heard of the Hall of Records, right? Yeah. So a lot of that comes from Casey. He talks about the fact that there's a Hall of Records in one of the locations. There's three of them, and one of them, the location is one of them. And then there's another one that supposedly is Nemrut, like the Nemrut 2 mines in St. So I also said the first time this year. But yeah, so he's that foundation. It's the ARE, I think it's the Association for Research and Enlightenment. It's essentially the Casey Foundation, and they've kind of been involved in private expeditions to these. They've been looking, right? They're trying to satisfy Casey's prediction about the Hall of Records, and they have been essentially digging and looking around in Giza and these other places since like the 1970s. Now, Zahi is very much against anything Atlantis related. He's like, there's no ancient civilization. So not even publicly facing things. He decries any of that type of thing. But he did also grant like the Casey Foundation like a 5-year permit to do unlimited essentially digging and excavation on the plateau, including in the Grand Pyramid. And so it's on one hand you're sort of decrying all of this anything lost civilization, and then on the other hand you're enabling essentially an organization whose stated goal is to prove out Atlantis and that there was a Hall of Records and everything like that. Not only that, but Edgar Casey's son, Julian Casey, he wrote a book, and in that book he claims, and I will say that Zahi wasn't denied this, he claims that the Edgar Casey Foundation funded his education, that they paid for his education at Australian University. They found, he literally says in the book, this is what he's saying, he said that they found Zahi, who was a site inspector at the time, like lower ranked kind of guy, and that he was pliable and agreeable, and they thought he was someone they could work with, so they funded his education. Mark Later, who's been a long-term partner of Zahi and actually through the Pennsylvania University, they got his doctorate, and for sure, to verify that Zahi has had engagements with the ARE plan. It's not supposed to their events. Part of it goes back to elections, quite often. So, it's just strange to me that it's associated with an organization like the ARE, which has done these secret digs, and there's strong evidence, as documented by Robert Rothschild, in a pretty sensitive way, like it so much. He's documented the fact that Zahi's been enabling kind of secret expeditions to be around the Sphinx since the 1970s. Like, there's kind of one acknowledged drilling effort they made to look over the Sphinx. And they were drilling under the pond. The stated goal was, we're checking the integrity of the life that they've been able to. There's plenty of evidence for a bunch of other things. As far back as the late 1970s, and there's pictures of
Human, Casey, and Mark and Doug last from those sites, the young guys, they're all together. And then in the mid to late 90s, he enabled something called the Shore Expedition. Dr. Joseph Shore, a couple others I used for them, but they're all ARE. None of them reached intelligence derived jobs yet for 5 years up at the Ether Plateau. And they did a bunch of stuff. They did a bunch of excavation and Starry was involved in it. And they even made a documentary that's never been seen. So Boris Said, the filmmaker, he's also and I dug into like these old Art Bell's radio episodes. I think Joseph Shaw was the funding the experiment. And based on this all-out documentary kind of that apparently is part of it, and they looked at changes. And Sadi at the time, Boris said they found changes within these things. Like they 100% found changes. By the way, also a claim made by John University and Dr. Rothschild when they outlined the area with penetrating radar, they found changes. And at the time of this experiment, Zahn said, "Oh, we've got this incredible announcement, discovery, it's going to shake up world history. We're going to change what we know about it. It's a sort of the structure of the Ether Plateau on lockdown for most locals." And then this documentary kind of went away, and he's never said anything about it since. And in fact, to this day, denies that there's any changes or any structure or they now you keep asking and say, well, yeah, they found natural systems of loss or something. Nonsense. And Boris Said on record saying, "No, I've seen it." Well, it's kind of what he says, yeah. But it's very secret. It's all privately organised and implemented by. So it's an interesting picture. I think if there are chambers down there, and if there's anything in them, or there was, it's longer. I just don't think it's been taken. It's not common. I mean, there's also a chance that if there was ever anything in there, the Egyptians, the Nazi Egyptians, might have taken it. There's a couple of different theories along those lines. David Darch wrote a book, I think, called The Sphinx, that talks about the idea that all the records may well have been there, but it was discovered by the old Egyptians who took it, and then there's some evidence that they were replicating some of that information and knowledge through a particular cult that persisted through the region. And it's an interesting story that he puts together. It is new data, but it seems likely that they're indicating some really interesting information, like the spacing events, the relative distance of planets in the solar system, like all this culture. That it seems like they didn't really know what to do with it. It was information that they'd gotten from a lost ancient civilization, and it's just they were replicating it sometimes, reporting down in their own way. There's all these interpretations of developing stuff that seems natural to what we know about the solar system. So it kind of goes. There's all these different directions that stuff goes in. And I've been meaning to do a dedicated sort of deep dive into that Shore Expedition and the history of secret things around the Sphinx, because the Sphinx and the Sphinx Temple, it is like it's described as a gateway. Like there is a lot of legitimate reasons to think that there's something below that structure, that part of things. Even the way it's historically depicted and talked about from ancient Egypt, like they often, when they draw out the Sphinx, when they show it on a pedestal, the Sphinx is always depicted in the stellated most of the time on top of the pedestal. And in many of those pedestals, doorways, and the Sphinx is often described as a doorway or as a guardian. It's guarding a doorway and into the underworld, something like this. And when you look at the Sphinx, there's obviously sitting on a bed. But you have to imagine there's a structure in front of it next to the valley, which is like the left of the Sphinx. There's the Sphinx temple in front of the Sphinx. The Sphinx is behind it. Now, the Sphinx temple has been shut for public access for, I don't know how, like Yusuf, he's in his 40s. He's never been in there until we got to go in there on one trip. We were probably one of the first groups ever, and then thanks again to people I know who arranged this through the 60s.
on the open up access on the Sphinx Temple as a special permission. Very interesting structure, amazing, amazing granite floors, all this stuff. But if you'd imagine it back in the day with its corner blocks, these curved blocks that would have been around the edge of it, and you put them down in the valley towards the Sphinx, you would have looked as if the Sphinx was sitting on top of the temple, which makes the Sphinx Temple potentially the location for the sex for the Sphinx, which has the doorway to the underworld. Now, in the Sphinx Temple, when you go in there is indeed evidence for shafts that go down. There's again, giant, like an 80-ton channel granite block in the ground beneath the floor that terminates at a shaft that goes down to we don't know where. That hasn't been, it obviously goes underground. And not only that, but at the front of the Sphinx Temple, you walk back to standing there where the seats are for the down show. Sort of off in the corner, about 30 or 40 feet in front of the Sphinx Temple, there's a little concrete pad. There's a metal tube sticking out of it like this, just off the ground, just sort of right in the corner. That's where Zahid was himself did a drilling experiment. Down like 150 feet of limestone plateau. They had like 150 feet or 130 something like that. They hit granite. This drill hit granite and returned these shards and flakes of red from 130 feet below the ground. And there's not natural granite there. So what the hell is down there that deep? And it's made of granite. Right? I mean, it goes on and on. Like you go halfway up the causeway that connects the Sphinx and the Valley Temple to the middle pyramid complex, right? It's this big causeway that goes up to the pyramid. Halfway up, and it's what's known as the Osiris shaft. There's just 3 different levels that you can go into. Again, as a special permission, there's water at the bottom, but there's 3 chambers that go down to about 150 feet, and there's big granite boxes that you go down there. Like, and there's tunnels that literally lead off down the causeway that have never been explored at the bottom level. They're caved in and stuff, but they've never been explored. There's footage of when they did pump the water out back in the day when they were exploring it. It's like a fox channel. Zahid down there with a reporter and film of the sirens or whatever. And she's like, well, what about these tunnels? Zahid's like, no, never explored them. Instead of pouring it, get very far, but never looked at that's the way they go. Like, it's definitely underground change. It's down there. A lot of guns if they've been explored, if there's anything in there, or what's happened. Just
what do you think is motivation to change the story and keep all this secret explanation secret, not to change the narrative? But what sort of motivation do you have?
I don't know. I mean, typical. If there's any motivating pure speculation, I'm not claiming this from what I know. And now, I'd probably reiterate that Zahid's denied evidence connection to them earlier. For sure, he was involved in these expeditions. Funny people talk about his involved in expeditions. But, yeah, I mean, what most people want is money. I don't know. And it's I don't like any spiritual language, these things and stuff. And story like that. I'd like to think that those kind of stuff. I talk about it regardless of the Addison story that what does it mean from he's made plenty of money. Like I said, he's not rich college. He champions the returning of to Egypt, which I think is a great cause, particularly when it's their private hands and people can't see them, stuff that gets interpreted by everybody for so long. He was such a founding. Oh, it's all over the place. Yeah, all over. There's there's stuff that companies, you don't have to go back to just Israel, but you go back to the Americans, the French, the English, 400 years, pretty much involved in Egypt. I mean, like Matt Simpson just did a video essentially full of artifacts that were stolen from the Egypt. And one of the sticking points is that the original Rosetta Stone using the British Museum has been there for like 200 years. But it's, I look, I'm like, if it's in a museum somewhere, they have people don't understand the scope of artifacts that you found here too. There are warehouses absolutely full of this stuff in Egypt. Like some of the tombs in the Valley of the Kings, like they fill off with all the artifacts they find in other places and lock the doors because it's essentially climate control. And I hope, and I yet to see it, that they're building a giant museum that should be just about done. Grand Egyptian museum, biggest museum in the world from what I understand. And I really hope that they have enough space in real estate to show us all of the artifacts. They just haven't had the space to show us. I mean, there's so much stuff in Egypt that's been taken from Egypt. And even despite all of this, even the Egyptologists, and he will say this as well, it's like 70% of it is still underneath the sea. And he thinks that we've only maybe uncovered 20% of what's out there. So there was a lot going on, and I don't know. It's an interesting sort of story to dive into excavation. And like I said, it kind of goes back to my point about the pyramid earlier. So I hope that whatever they do, I'm sure somebody's planning that they're going to go and try and look at this chamber. I would very much hope that it is shared. That's all. So share that information with everybody to get part of everybody's history. I think a lot of people. What is right here? So this is the obelisk. Okay. This is an unfinished obelisk, and you talk about script marks. There's a film on top of it. Oh wow! In fact, you see some of the characteristic housing stones here as well. And in fact, and there's some of these scoop marks are see on the left of the alphabet, and then all the way down there you go.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so this one was never actually pulled out of the floor, right? This one never.
That's right. Yeah, it's the in fact, it's not this trench isn't quite deep enough. Actually, look at some strip marks here on the wall. So what's interesting about the scoop marks is
is there any explanation of how this happened naturally?
It's not natural. It's definitely not natural. It's not degradation. So the explanation for this is that this was the quarrying technique. You see this on the quarries, you see it around the artifacts where it's not a natural phenomenon. 100%. They say it's been made by these dolomite mountains, which honestly is one of the experiences out there. So they found, besides that, they found a lot of these dolomite and other stones. You will eventually find a way and remove them out of the way. I think it studies have been done on kind of the removal rate of stone using dolomite pounders, but I cover it. The quarry. There's a lot of chance when it comes to the quarry. So you can see a number of different quarry techniques in play. As the Aswan quarry, the oldest.
How far up was it from?
About 500 miles. So that's the so this is like the general vegetable layout. You see these stunts all over the place, right? They're all on forward and stuff. You see those other forms of quarrying too, higher layers. You see chiseling, and you see wedge and chisel. You also have these test pits. I probably have an example. So these test pits that go in, some of them 30, 40 feet, they're like straight down into the stone. They're like most of my stuff in this video. But so see, this is like that looks right this is done using that stigma as well, which sort of starts to belie the challenge. Like, how do you get in there and count, crouch down? It's barely wide enough or tall enough for a person to stand in there, let alone get down on their crouch down and count on the floor and then remove the material out. These go straight down. What they're probably for testing. Right? When you're looking for a giant single piece of granite, you're not going to find that on the surface of any granite outcome. It's interior up there. It's going to have cracks. It's going to have defects. When you cut down into the core of these quarries, this is where the highest quality stone is. It's got the large crystal inclusions, and that's where you can find stones of quality good enough to cut like a single piece block that is breakable. So these test pits would have been done looking for like how deep do we have to go to get these blocks in, which is opens up a whole bunch of other problems. So a lot of these ecologists don't credit the organism. And see tons of things more. These are really cool. You can see how it was done. The quarry is really, really. Here's some big stupid. Start to see stuff. So in some areas, there's a really interesting particular block. Okay, this is probably the best. So it's tough to see. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah. So there's an unfinished piece. It's not the big one, but there's one on the side. And it's sort of cut out, and it goes in underneath.
What's your wildest guess?
So I think some of the stuff is done. Wildest guess is, I would open up the range from 50,000. I don't think it's necessarily just before the underground. It's a possibility that might have done something that's might have been seen by the underground, but I actually think, given the extension of the human timeline, given the possibility that it may not have been just us, it might have been other species of hominids, potentially involved, I don't know. I open up that window to like potentially
What do you mean other species of hominids?
well, Denisovans, Neanderthals, we have a complex genetic history. So us ourselves, our species is now out potentially 800 million years. That's based on teeth morphology. Studies into teeth morphology, studies into like when we split from a common ancestor with the Neanderthals, like the DNA train. From the fossil record, the oldest human remains are 300 now. That's a couple of recent studies looking at the rates of dental evolution. Our DNA could go much further, towards a million years, but 800 years. We're also finding that our history is more complex. We have the discovery of the Denisovans or the Denisovans is a relatively recent thing. There's a whole other species of hominid. And there's some evidence of tool use and even sophisticated tool use of jade bracelets. This is an artifact that has drill holes in it. And the one other thing that I learned recently that I always thought that like Neanderthals couldn't talk. That was I thought, our studies said Neanderthals when structure the throat and they couldn't talk. I think that's recently been reversed. I think now there's evidence that they couldn't do that. And we don't know anything about this. We literally have a couple of bones that we work from so we don't know if they can talk. And you kind of need speech to organise this civilization. At least we do it verbally. Graham Hancock might argue that maybe some of their communication and some other things. So just again, it's in speculation. I don't rule out and consider the concept of a North-Asian civilization. I'm not saying that I think it could certainly have involved other things. We've got all these skulls as well. It's something that's a very interesting phenomenon. Graham, I've heard him talk about the fact that some of those people that they may have had other faculties that it's created or achieved some of the stonework by reverting. Well, he gets attacked for this endlessly, but he says that it's possible that they achieve some of the things they did through other mental faculties, not just telepathy, but telekinesis and stuff like that, and stories that could go along those lines. I prefer to take the technological angle, just given that we have evidence of some of the tools and powerful tools being used and achievements being made by these thousands plus statues. I mean, God, I think I was telling you at dinner last night that there's a quarry in Egypt that had they disconnected that one limestone block, it would have been 5,000 tons. Right? There's stuff up to that scale that seems like they were working on. And it's crazy that it's a mini quarry. So I don't rule out the possibility for a lot of that civilization that it could have involved other species of humans. We're the last humans. There are other humans. We killed off the rest. We're the last humans.
Are you aware of the evidence? I'm real fuzzy on this, but there's some sort of evidence that was found that basically says that our DNA or the telomeres on our DNA, the telomeres have been like capped, or something happened where there's evidence that like a pre-civilization could have possibly had a lifespan that was like 10 times our lifespan or something.
There's some really interesting.
There's like a very stark difference between our DNA and the DNA that's found.
Probably in chimps and other close references. So I'm not 100% telling me that I've heard that, but I've always been fascinated by the work of guys like Lloyd Pye.
Lloyd Pye, that's the guy. That's probably the guy.
Yeah, so Lloyd Pye is a great lecture online called Everything Is He was probably more well known for being the keeper of the Star Trek skull. This is an interesting artifact, but he was genuinely interested also in it's interesting, but he was interested in human origins and human evolution. He wrote a book on it, and I will say that he does do the old Anunnaki thing. He does go down the route of what's his name, Sitchin, Sakurai Sitchin. So this is he sort of followed that, but I mean, I don't think Sitchin was great. I'm not really on the Anunnaki stuff, but no, I think Sitchin was kind of pretty comprehensively translated into different situations. That's a long story in Sitchin, but not to say that possibility is still there. The work that Lloyd Pye did made it interesting from the perspective of the technology, which is he was sort of hinting at the fact that we might have been genetically engineered as a species. And there's some evidence, at least from it, and he was looking at the evidence to support that. I think we have a different number of chromosomes, right, than other species, than our closest relative. And when you look at the DNA structures, it's almost engineered, like they've been tied together in front of it. There's a few genetic oddities about our species that Lloyd Pye was suggesting might be indications that we've been engineered. So it gets into that. I'm not an expert. It's been a long time since I've read the book. This applies to face stuff. It does in a lot of ways. But there are sort of other examples. I have or something like that that have a similar chromosomal difference. He's not the only thing you can say. Like we're a weird species in some of the diseases that we have. He talked about the fact that we're like one of the only species that dies of exposure. It's like we're not well engineered for that. Right. You've seen a dog since the sun. Don't look at the nuclear explosion. You go blind. No, that's fine. But we go blind and look at the sun. We don't have very good night vision. We die from exposure if we're left out, without progress. Yeah. We have a bunch of really weird genetic diseases that other species don't seem to suffer from. I mean, there's even some deficiencies in our genome that push us that way. It is. Well, and that's always been true. I mean, the whole missing gap idea is you'd actually need like a dozen missing links. The idea that there's a missing link in the chain of evolution to the humans. It needs more than one. Like to go from our nearest ancestors to the Neanderthals to us is a huge jump. I mean, And there's actually, he points out that in a lot of cases that gets obfuscated by the way they lay out skeletons, by making skeletons of Neanderthals look more humanoid in terms of they spaced out their neck and their shoulder like it was when they had no neck and their shoulders were kind of much closer to the head. There's huge genetic and evolutionary gaps between us and our Neanderthals. In a number of different areas. So he gets into that. It's an interesting point. I don't know how to explain it one way or the other. I do rate the whole intervention theory as a possibility. So either the OG intervention theory, which is life itself, panspermia, like DNA itself coming to this world by intervention, or by just panspermia as an accident. Like comets could well be the progenitors of life in the universe. Like the fact we're learning more and more about the fact that there's the amino acids and the building blocks of life could be contained in planetary material, ice cores, or even if they're radioactive, they could be liquid cores. Liquid water could be carried by these things, which could contain building blocks of life. And it's really interesting to think that this is the mystery that's at the origin of life. And we're definitely creatures of this place, I would say that. Like we just trace our DNA, we're part of the tree of life. But it's the one, as far as evolution's gone, from single cell organisms through the dinosaurs to us, the one part of that that's never kind of changed at all is DNA itself. So the way that life gets expressed as a technology, the DNA, that's never really changed. Like DNA as a technology has not changed. It's changed its expression. Like it's the forms of the life that it creates has changed. And there's a real mystery at the point of origin of life, like how DNA came to be. This is an ongoing field of research where people are trying to figure this out. I personally think it's quite unlikely that it was a bunch of proteins and amino acids and DNA. It's a very complex structure. And even by saying, okay, so life might have been on this planet, either like Prometheus style, where or it just arrived on a planet from somewhere else. All you really do is kick the can down the road. But it still has to start somewhere. But it's a possibility. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if panspermia was the origin of life on the planet. Would have been enough for all those. I don't know. And I think there's some interesting lines of evidence and interesting things from people about the idea that it could have been a more direct intervention into evolution later on in time. I'm not saying I believe that. I just think it's interesting. But it's tough to think about some of the possibilities, especially when you look at some of the stuff that we're looking at here. I think beyond a shadow of a doubt that we have proved that people like you have proved that we're not coming from off the timeline. No. At least technologically. Yeah. I would agree. So that's the right shows. It's hard to say. I'm going to try to these photos. I mentioned but just want to say this. Are you looking at that huge 5 million or 5,000 pound obelisk? No. If you want to see that, I do have a picture of that. I would just say that I would finish off the quarry discussion by saying that with the scoop marks, so one other thing I just like to say is that these are regular lines. You actually see it here. They start, like these scoop marks start and they're consistent linear and they go all the way down and they actually go up and underneath the stone. So the stone's being quarried out the one in the and they go all the way up and under. So it's like this one continuous tour. I have a long video on the scoop marks that gets into the detail of why this is the pounding stone hypothesis is important, for example. And I think it's telling also that if you look at the quarrying methods that they were showing, okay, there's pounding stone, which is literally the pounding stone, rubbing the stone. And then you go up in sophistication to the chisel approach that I've talked about, where you hammer wood into it, make this groove, and hammer wood in. And then the other example is, you actually have straight chisel, where it's later in time, you've got hard steel, you've got long steel, you've got carving, the weapon is so you think of that as a sophistication goes up. But what they're extracting and the stones that they're taking now is the absolute opposite. They're using those other methods to take smaller pieces, little pieces off the side. But the pounding stone method, the most primitive one, is also the one supposedly responsible for the biggest goddamn pieces you can find. Like it doesn't make any sense that the most primitive technology is the one supposedly responsible for the thousands of artifacts. And there's a good example of how it is. If I go back up to my podcast, in this area here. So this is what's known as the harbour in the quarry. I don't know. One time we wandered down here. Supposedly, this is where they would park the boats. It's called the harbour, and it's not a harbour. To me, what you're looking at is the remnants of a trench for a giant object. Right. So look at this thing. So this is a piece of stone that was probably extracted. You see the scoop marks alongside. I think it's as big, if not bigger, than the unfinished objects. And it's in this lower area that I'm standing there, and it's called a harbour now. But I think you're looking at what is left after they've taken something out of this scooping technique. And what's interesting about it is that it's got paintings. It's got all these paintings, these depictions of ostriches. Or some people say they're flamingos. And there's all this painting on it. And what gets even more interesting about that stuff is when you look at this style of this artwork that's in this on this area. So it keeps going down here, and all of these walls on. The closer wall to us is poured out entirely because of the big trend. Huge piece of stone. That type of artwork, and I've got many more examples of this. It matches this stuff. Now, this stuff is a style of painting and artwork that is very much associated with pre-dynastic times, right? So that's like before the civilization even started. The artwork that's on the wall in that quarry matches the pottery and diagrams and drawings that you see on pottery vessels that come from pre-dynastic times. So it's about the pre-dynastic period. So what this infers to me is that artwork done in that quarry is probably done in pre-dynastic time. It's done using the same art style. They use a much different art style. There's other carvings in the quarry with the Egyptians did everything. The more dynastic, typical kind of hieroglyphic and artwork. This red ochre paint with the style of carving, these birds on this thing match the birds in that. There's a bunch of other examples of it. It means that it was done in I think it was done in pre-dynastic times, which also tells you that all the water was left after they pulled that log out. So you had to pull that log out first too. You had to close that wall, and then it gets made. So how long ago did they let that log out? Yeah, it's crazy. So I just wanted to make that point about the quarry.
Yeah.
I do have a video that dives into that giant rock that's been extracted.
Let's talk about the basics. There's a lot of new shit going on with the basics. There is. We talked a lot about the bases on the first podcast we did, and the symmetry involved in those bases. Extremely thin, shine light in them. You can see through them. They're so goddamn thin, and they're made out of some of the hardest rocks. That's from honor. And they still say that these bases were made during those times, chisels, pounding stones,
right,
all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Even after you come out with some of your videos and some of the stuff, no one's acknowledged it officially.
Right. Yeah. I mean, nobody's looked at that. Nobody's really said that. That there's. I mean, the hypothesis for how they were made, at least in the mainstream, remained the same. Which is, it was people driving on their clocks. But made one. And again, to speed run the basics, it's like they exist and they go back to well and truly pre-dynastic times. In some cases, there's evidence of materials as far as 14,500 years ago. Right through pre-dynastic times, that may be found in times, basically during the Old Kingdom, up to about the 4th and 5th dynasty, most of them. The majority of them were found beneath the step pyramid, like 40,000 of them, which is a 3rd dynasty structure. Then they kind of peter out after that. There's a few examples of bays that come from later periods, but we identify them as coming from periods because they have very scratched corridors. So we were talking about that earlier. But these incredible classic category of artifacts, like made from all sorts of exotic types of stuff. Like I said, we talked about it before. Perfect set. extremely thin. Petrie found one that went down to 1/40th of an inch, which is the quote I've got here from him. One of the other things I always like to point is that they're often, we talked about mutation earlier. This is where you would find them, and they're ascribed to the same person because they're found in the same burial. But you have a hardstone base next to a hand-formed pottery base that is painted to look like granite, and not even this is not a turned base. This is hand-formed. So a lot of people, even when you get into the details of arguing about this, and people are like, okay, they made them on a lathe, but it was just a simple lathe. Because the idea that you can turn a stone and get these results. The pottery wheel was a much station of a wheel than a lathe. But it's just a facetious sort of argument to suggest that these came from the same people. I think they're inheriting the role. But what's happened, and there's lots of evidence, they go way back in the time. Lots of them discovered they were described. They were definitely reused and inherited. There's a depiction of how they were made that was found at Saqqara. This is what they used to basically say this is how they were made. It's basically like bent sticks with weights on the side and sling tips. It's rather out of hand. But what they're showing here is the vase making history that happened after the third dynasty. It's the alabaster vase. It's just white calcite. It's a free on the nose. It's much softer. And we have lots and lots of examples of beautiful alabaster vase work. But it's very simple. It's not simple. It's artful. It's not precise. It's the same symmetry. They're not balanced. They don't have the same properties as the very hard stone vases that seem to come from earlier times. So what's happened though since I talked to you last was that we've finally been able to take this analysis to a new level. We've finally been able to get our hands on one that's privately owned, pre-dynastic, Rhodes granite vase and subjected to structured light scanning. This is the first step we've taken. This happened at the start of this year, 23. We've since really come a long way since then. And structured light scanning is a process where you basically 3D scanning different places. You can basically create a model of the artifact down to about the accuracy of about 1,000 of an inch. Take an inch, divide up into 1,000 pieces. A human hair is between 2,000 and 3,000 of an inch thick. A sheet of printed paper, maybe 5 or 6, something like that, thousands thick. So our accuracy is down to less than half the width of the human hair. So it creates an extremely accurate model of the vase. Now, once you've got that model, you can start to do some interesting analysis of it. You can start to look at how precisely was this thing made. And that's exactly what we did. So this is the vase. It's actually only about yay tall for 6 inches tall. And that's it being scanned. And once we did that, there were a couple of professional metrologists, and these guys work in the aerospace industry. They make parts for jet engines and turbines and space rocket ship stuff. These are professional engineers. They're metrologists. Metrology is the study of all the science of measurement. So in those fields, you have to. If you use these techniques a lot in those fields, and it's very important. Right? You want to make things precisely. This is a good example of precision enabling functions like turbine blade manufacturing stuff like that, efficiency of jet engine, all that sort of stuff. These guys work for one of those companies. This is what they do on a day-to-day basis. They analyze the scan and they ran it through a coordinate mechanism, and what they found was just astonishing. The results and looking at just how precisely this thing was made, absolutely astonishing. And in particular, it's not just the precise nature of the surfaces themselves, but it's the interrelation of one surface to another. So, making the different parts of the base perpendicular or parallel or perfectly aligned with other parts of it. So, the way this works, it's fairly complex, but you can sort of step through it. The first thing to know is the base itself is an ellipsoid. You can't match it to a regular geometric shape. Right? It's not a circle, it's not a sphere, it's not a cone, it's an ellipsoid. And what you want to be able to do is match geometric shapes or regular shapes to parts of the base, so that then you can do geometry on them. You can calculate center lines and center points and how perpendicular, parallel are they to other parts of the base, and things like this. So you essentially start by creating, an XYZ three-dimensional grid, which helps us derive things like center lines, axes, SMM system is you match geometric shapes to parts of the base. Now, you could do that with 5. You could say, like, all right, we're going to match a flat plane to the top of the base of the lid. It's 5 points. It's not going to be very accurate. It's not going to represent that surface very well. But if you do it with thousands and thousands of points, the more points you use as reference, the more accurately it's representing that surface. So you'll see in these slides the fact that we're using thousands and thousands of points. So in this example, there's nearly 4,000 points of reference has been used to match a flat plane to the top of the base lip, to the top surface. And then the measurement we're doing is like how close to perfectly flat is this? It's within 3,000. It's very flat. Like that flat, the flatness of that surface is within 3,000 of being perfectly flat. So very flat, very, very accurate.
On the width of a piece of hair.
Yeah. This is the top. So then you can go further from that. Now we can look at, all right, let's look at the base mouth. So this is that round part inside of the neck of the base, if you like. And so what we're doing here is we're measuring it with a cylinder. You can see that on the left with the base mouth there, it's a cylinder icon. And we're using like 10,500 points to match it, which is a lot. I mean, this actually has got some damage on the inside of the neck in this base. And we can match it looking at the cylindricity. So how perfectly cylindrical is that if within 13,000 of an inch of being cylindrical? But now that this is on I'll speed up a bit on this because now that we've got that top surface, you can think of that as like an x-axis. And if you think of a cylinder sitting in the neck of this base, we can now, because we've matched the cylinder to the surface, we can say, okay, how perpendicular is that cylinder to the top surface that we just matched? We call that the top surface is control surface A. Right, so you can see like the perpendicular measurement. How perpendicular is it to control surface A? And it's within 1,000th of an inch. 1,000. Yes. So it's basically perfectly perpendicular to the top surface. Top surface is that. And now we've got this base neck, the cylinder of the base line of that base neck. We can call that the axis of the base, and we can call that control surface B. So now we can measure every other part of the base relative to the top and the neck. And that's what we do. So we go on to measure like, all right, you can match a sphere to the lower part of the base block. And we did that using like nearly 80,000 points of reference, so it's really accurate. And then what you could do is you can, with that sphere, this is what we're talking about for a minute. And this is the highest number we saw in all. It's 17,000 of an inch. So the center point of that sphere is basically within 17,000 of an inch from the center line of the base. So it's like a couple of sheets of printed paper basically away from it. Now, it seems like a big number relative to the others. What this is telling you a lot more than just like how close is that center line of the sphere. Look, spheres are interesting. Like if you took a sphere and you deformed it out of it, like small on the bottom or you push it, whatever, it's going to shift that center point dramatically, right? So what this is telling you is not only is this 17,000 is no joke, like that's extremely close. The exact center point of that sphere is really close to that center line of the base. But it's also telling you just how regular that shape is. Because if it wasn't regular and that part of the base that matches the sphere, that was at all deformed, it would shift that center point all over the place. So it's telling you that it's not only is this very close to the center line, extremely close, it's almost perfectly spherical in this section. So it's a section of a sphere, that blue line, right? That's the matching of a sphere. It's very, very regular. It's regular to the point where you could possibly achieve it with hand filters by hand or by eye. Like if you imagine you carving on that. And again, they don't credit the Old Kingdom or certainly not given at the time for the use of a lathe. But even if they have a lathe, and even if you're using like a tool rest and you're trying to do this by hand, it's going to be a million miles away. This is genuinely not achievable by hand. This is incredibly regular shape. It's a phenomenal achievement, and even though that's the biggest number you've seen before, this represents something that would require some of the very best machinery you have today to replicate, even in other materials like acrylic or stainless steel or aluminium. And this is frozen. This is a regular steel. The art changes microscopically with the material. We get other results. The same thing. But once you get cone at this point to the base bottom, and this is the other end of the base from the top of the center line, and we're within 5 thousandths of an inch of being perfectly perpendicular to the top. Within 9 thousandths of an inch of being perfectly parallel to the center line, using 60,000 points of reference. Like this is, it's infinitesimal. It's so ridiculously well made. It's not. It's what we're seeing. So it gets interesting here with the lug hand, and this gets into some of the details around how this might have been made. You can't really do the lug hand.
Right, exactly.
If this thing had lugs on it, spinning it this way, cutting it as it's spinning.
They had those after.
Well, yeah, you have to. Well, these aren't added. They're part of one.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you would actually have to leave a ball nose and come back with different procedure to make it. But we can do things like compare the matcher cylinder to the lug handles, compare them to AB, which we're doing here within the thousandths of an inch, like 1 and 3 thousandths of an inch. So incredibly accurate relative to these axes of measurement that we're taking. And then we can compare them to each other. We can create like, all right, we can make one of these called reference surface F, and we can measure the other lug handle relative to it. Again, we're within 5 or 6, maybe 7 thousandths of being perfectly aligned, parallel with the other one. It's like the tops of them. Like there's actually a video of us getting this thing on a surface and having like a precision tolerance gauges and then without dimensions. So zero it out on one handle, and you spin it around and then you zero it out on top of the other handle. Like it's perfectly the same height of the thing. And that also speaks to the flatness of the bottom because it's turning relative to the flatness of the bottom, which we didn't measure, but that's the fact that you're zeroing out this gauge. It's in some of the videos. It's manufacturers and this it's hard to explain to machinists and people that understand these sort of measurements will understand it better, but they don't get it. But it's interesting to think, all right, so assuming you've left it all nose, right, to create these lug handles, and to come back with a different tool, and you've got to carve away the area of the base body between the lug handles. So what about that part of the base? Because they can't be made on a lathe, it has to be made in a different process, right? And so we looked at that. We looked at the actual area of the base between the two handles. And we found the same level of precision. And this is truly remarkable. 20,000 points of reference. We looked at, we matched the cone to look at how close is the center line to the center line of B, looked at center line of the negative 8, with 5 thousandths of an inch. This is really remarkable because in today's manufacturing process, when you change tools, when you change the process, it introduces errors. This is accounted for in our modern manufacturing processes, things like making turbine blades and stuff like that. We understand that tools and process changes introduces errors, and we don't see that sort of error here. We're not seeing it. So it leads you to one or two conclusions. One, whoever made this was able to handle tool and process changes better than we can. Right? So they could deal with changing the process of the tool and just not have the same degree of error that we see. Or it wasn't made on a lathe. It was made in a single arm, which means that you're talking about 5 axes freedom. That's a mill. Think about those CNC mills. It's computerized mills that can carve a single object with one tool. It's one of those two things. It has to eat. Not print. As far as we know, this is reductive. As in, we're like taking it, carving it away. Right. Okay. Yeah. Geopol is the idea. I don't mean. Yeah. Right. Not print, but think about like the CNC. Like a complex 5 axes of freedom in an arm.
Yes.
That's computerized. Like that's one of those two things that comes out of this analysis, and it's the fact that there's no conceivable lack of precision between the base handles. Amazing. So, and this is just the start of the rabbit hole kind of thing. Like, you've got crazy from here. It's a lot of fun because we made the STL file, like the model available online, and sort of open sourced it.
there's a cryptographer from Denmark named Mark Who's runs this website called Unsigned.io. Really interesting guy. He undertook essentially a deep sort of mathematical geometric analysis of the waves, and he found some just utterly remarkable aspects of it that I think have been extremely startling. And we kind of started by looking for like, all right, what are there geometric patterns that we can see in those? So what can we see? And so, he kind of started and found that it actually does encompass some of the sacred geometry that we were talking about with Randall the other day. That things like the circle of life, there's actually two circle of life grids that are in here, and you can see them this way. So if you look at the blue circles that measure at point D, that's a grid based on the maximum internal diameter of the base, and you can also see that grid matches the very top of the base at point A. So it's a circle of life grid that matches the internal diameter, that matches the top of the base, and then you have another circle of life grid that matches it's based on the external maximum diameter of the base. It also matches other points of it. And this was kind of where he started. And he found that it created, not only were these geometric patterns in it, but there's a bunch of these mathematically significant algorithms and interrelationships between the shapes in the vase to the point where you could define it with a single algorithm. And the overall point here is to solve these degrees of interrelationship between these features aren't accidental. It had to have been designed and then somehow executed in granite with just astonishing precision. So one of the principles that he found is sort of reverse. He's taking the object into reverse engineering. Looking at it, he's sort of what is the philosophy mechanism at that point? Space, and the more you dig, the more you find. So one of the fundamental principles now is the use of the radian, particularly the 1 radian angle. So this is a little diagram to express it at any angle, right? You take the radius circle, you apply it to the circumference of the circle, the radius, the angle that it forms when you draw lines to it. On the inside is 1 radian. So if there's 2 measure, you can call something a 2 radian angle. You can get half a circle, and there are 2 pi radians inside the circle. It's like just an elegant way of any angle. You can see the curvature, the angle at the top of the base. It's based on that circle life grid center point. You can see the 1 radian angle is kind of defining the placement of the handles. There's a number of different uses of the 1 radian angle. And from that, he discovered something else. He discovered that not only are there radians in this thing, but the radian is the basis for an algorithm that can be used to describe all of the curvatures. This gets a little, you don't have to understand the math to understand the significance of this. The most widely used shape in the base is the circle. Sections of circles are used to describe the curves on the base, the little tiny curves on the insides of the block and stuff like that. Now, the radius of these circles, so the size of these circles, is very tightly interrelated with each other. And it's only these radiuses, like this, there's none of the size of these circles are accidental. They're all tightly related to each other, and they can be expressed in a single, elegant equation that is called the radius versal pattern. That's the equation right there. But what this is telling you is that if there were circles or curves of a different radius, of a radius, that there's none of it. There's nothing here that doesn't fit this pattern. So it's only the circles of this size that fit this pattern. It's based on this, like it uses radians, but it fits this radial traversal pattern, right? So you can see it's up to there's 14 different, or 12 or 14 different circle radiuses radii that are used. They're all related to each other and connected to each other through this algorithm. There's that 432. 432 is here as well. And so this is the point to take home is that this isn't accidental. You might be able to find 1 or 2 degrees of mathematical interrelationship in an object by accident, but to find 12, like 12 tightly coupled
degrees of mathematical interrelationship in an object like this is not accidental. Mark actually said in the article, he said it's more likely for you to wake up one morning and have an entire new universe or quantum universe sprouting out of your left nostril. It's not accidental. It was designed. And in order to prove this, he went ahead and said, you know what? Let's make a model. We're going to go into CAD. We're going to build this base using just this algorithm. Using the circles with this algorithm, make it perfect. And then I'm going to compare the base model to the CAD model that's built using just the math. And he did that, and the median radial deviations of the difference from the actual model of the scan base to the model he built using the maths was 9 micrometers, which is 0.3 of the thousandth of an inch. Like that's the average deviation. 0.3 of a thousand. So like a 3 10,000ths of an inch. Which is at that point we're talking about degrees where we don't know if it's an imperfection in the scan, right, or even in the base. So we can't tell the limit of resolution that we can measure. Yeah, so you got to also remember here that some of these circles we're talking about, they range from about 42 millimeters in size down to 1.1 millimeters small. So you have circles, arcs of circles that fit this pattern that are 1.1 millimeters in radius, which is kind of crazy, right? Very small.
What was Randall saying when he pulled this up the other day? He was like kind of freaking out.
He was. I don't think he's watched all of the videos. I'd love him to say, I want to talk. I haven't had a chance to take him through it, and I'll probably do that in Montana.
But he was kind of losing his mind when he saw this because he saw something very similar with the radius of these circles compared to some of this plasma technology that we're talking about.
Yeah, I think he with this other stuff interesting too, the fact that other than the radial traversal pattern, we also see pi, golden ratios, and other sacred geometry in here. So the image on the left shows you pi to within 0.1 of a degree. The image on the right shows us the golden ratio squared to within less than 0.1%. I'm sorry, not degree percent. Less than 0.01% accuracy with the golden ratio. There's actually the golden ratio shows up in a number of places. I just use a couple of examples here. It also has encodes pi to within 0.1%.
You explain what the gold ratio is?
So people don't know, golden ratio is the aspect of the ratio of the universe. The golden ratio is a fundamental principle of the world. Like it seems to be an encoded ratio that is encoded from DNA up to the formation of galaxies. It's 1.6, etc., etc. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's a ratio expressed by living things and also can be found by basic geometry. We went through with the Randall Carlson podcast about how to define the ratio, but it can be expressed in the human body in terms of how it grows. You know, the length of your hand down to the gap in your wrist here. That's one part of the ratio. The other part is the velocity down to here. It's the ratio is a line that is dissected where the ratio of the small to the large is exactly the same as the large to the whole. So it's hard to think about, but it's like take a line. The point where you dissect it, where the ratio of size is of the small piece where you've dissected it, the ratio of that to the larger piece is exactly the same as the ratio of the larger piece to the whole. So it's like A and B, B to A is to A plus B. That's the equation for it. And it's expressed in life, right? Everything that grows, organic material, human body, conch shell is the famous one. It's the Fibonacci sequence is attached to this. You take a cross section of the DNA molecule and find the golden ratio. It's in the spiral helix of the DNA molecule. It's in the structure of galaxies. It seems to be a fundamental constant of the universe, and that's why I think the fact that it gets expressed in these artifacts, and it's in fact this sort of geometry, even radiance themselves, they're showing us, the builders of this are showing us that there's a language behind this. They're showing us their capabilities. These vases, to me, represents something of almost like a time capsule. It's like something that's sent through time to us that is expressing the degree of knowledge and understanding that its creators had of the universe, and that there their system, even their system of mathematics. It's I actually get to have a slide on this later, but there was a really once I want to finish talking about the base because there's some interesting implications about the maths that we're going through. I'm not doing it just for the sake of maths, but come back to that time capsule idea in a minute. But so when you think about the design of the base and how it's been made very precisely in Rothschild, and there's a mathematical design that's behind it. Right? We get to a point where we're all right, so the complexity of the depth of interrelation between the features really rule out random chance. This artifact was 100% designed. And it's like, okay, so how can you design this? Can you design it on paper? Remember that there are circles that have a radius of 1 millimeter. Imagine if you're trying to draw that at scale, anyone, I'd challenge anyone, try and draw a circle with a compass that's got a radius of 1 millimeter and see how you go. And then be able to execute that down to the thousandths of an inch, which may be extremely precise. You might be able to draw it out on a piece of paper that's as big as a room, but then you still have to scale it down somehow. It's got to find its way to an output somehow. It's got to be able to carve the thing in granite somehow. I think the best way, and Mark proved that the best way to design this is mathematical. Design the maths. You can express it with an equation. Once you've got that equation, you've got that mathematical design, you have to then do the same thing. You've got to get it to output somehow. So how do you take it from a design to an output, and into an output of a system that is extremely accurate like this? Just be able to make something like this in Rothschild would require some of our very best precision lathes or precision mills. You're talking about extremely sturdy and firm bearings, rods, and turn screws. It's a whole lot of capability in this, right? It's been made with astonishing precision, and the fact that we know that because of the area between the base handles, right? It's extremely precise. Like they didn't use precision calibration when they changed tools to make the base handle, or it was made on a 5-axis mill in a single pass. And this is kind of where that evidence and logic leads. And I like to use this. I like to quote directly from Mark's article where he wrote about this. And this is what he said. Quoting Mark: "As far as we know, no human beings, trained animals, or naturally occurring phenomena in modern arrangement take mathematical formulae and equations as input and produce lathe operating motions as outputs. From all the knowledge and insights we've accumulated over the ages, we know exactly one and only one category of things capable of such behavior. The kind of thing that we refer to as a Turing machine, a device capable of taking input, holding state, performing operations like hold states, according to predetermined principles, and producing output." And you can make Turing machines mechanically, pneumatically, electronically, hydraulically, but we call this class of device a computer. And no plausible way of representing, operating on, or manufacturing the design of this artifact exists without having access to the website. He's saying that you cannot have made this without the use of a Turing machine, aka a computer. Be able to take that design and produce the output to get the result that we see. It's a very interesting statement.
That's a mind fuck. It's what I like to call a mind fuck.
Yeah, and it did fuck with the mind of one of these engineers that did the original analysis. I remember talking about the metrology at the start of this aerospace engineer guy.
Yes.
So Mark does this, and this guy's name is Nick, and he called me up. He's like, Mark puts out his article. So it took me, you got to read this article a few times to figure out the math to really digest it. So for me, this is validation. I'm like, this is magic. This is confirming some of the things that I've long suspected, and I've helped this particular company for a while. But all right, there was technology that comes. Nick, he was amazed by the metrology. He was like, this thing's incredibly precise, stretching things. But it wasn't until he really sort of chewed on Mark's article. He's like, he calls me up one day. He's like, I have to talk to you about this. This thing is keeping me up at night. He's like, I wake up in a sweat thinking about this base because you could tell it kind of shattered his world. It like changed. It's like, I can't explain this or rationalize it without this type of technology. What the hell is going on in the past? And he said something to me that I was like, I put into a slide here, which I thought was really interesting. And some of the things that I've said, that I think this artifact is much more than just a simple page, right? It's encoding sacred geometry, which is the very fabric of the universe. And I think it's telling us a tale of creators' capabilities, their elegance, their knowledge system, right? Even their mathematical systems, like they might have a base radian system rather than a base 10 like we use, which is an elegant mathematical system. But what Nick said to me is like, you know what this reminds me of? He said it reminds me of the golden records that are on the Voyager spacecraft. Right? So when the spacecraft went out in the 1970s, they had these golden records, and it wasn't like we wrote this information. We used mathematical principles, geometric principles. We even used the radioactive decay of, well, I think, uranium atoms to provide a launch clock. We gave them all these clues based on different principles of mass on these phases to try and convey information about our species, about who we were, about what we knew. And we sent the goddamn things out into space. I think this base, it seems to be something like that instead of going through space, it's been sent through time. It's like one of these golden records has been sent through time to us. And if we had the eyes to see it, the ability to decode it, it's all this information that we can glean from it and learn something about the past. And that's what Nick was telling me. I was like, that's a fantastic analogy. And that's truly what it is. The deeper we look, the deeper this rabbit hole goes in this thing. And yeah, the crazy thing is too, this was the start of the year we did this, and we've been working through it. But it's not the only one. You guys have more bases. Doing more bases. We have literally 20 or 30 more that we're working on now. Early results, we're seeing similar results for a lot of them, even better in terms of the metrology and precision. Like some of them are zeroing it out on like the 1,000 scale. We're also measuring stuff in CT machines now, which can go down to the micron. So even 25 times more accuracy than the structured light scanning. Yeah, I think it's very interesting.
So this dude you were hanging out with the other day, he has like a ton of these bases. Can you show that picture?
Yeah.
Of you with all these bases. Is that the first time you put your hands on one?
It's the first time that I've been holding one. Yeah. This one actually is translucent. You can see the light coming through. But this is the collection that some of the hits that we're working on. I've been extremely fortunate, and I do want to. I'm not going to name names, but I'm very grateful for people that have been inspired by this faithful, and they have the means and the ability to go out and collect these things like this, because these are artifacts that can be bought on the antiquity market, and they cost a lot. Obviously, but I'm extremely grateful. Well, some of them, up to like $70,000, $80,000, $100,000. The more provenance, the better usually. Some of them as low as like a few $1,000s, but mostly the good ones. You're talking 5 figures, if not 6. And I'm very grateful too that they're willing to have them look at now. Of course, the goal is to get into the museums and to look at some of those artifacts. We're working on creating a standardized process that we can then propose to museums, and we have some very good interactions happening, and very hopeful that in the very near future we'll be able to get into some museums that do allow this type of research. They're willing to work with us. The museum being one of them, they've got a number of artifacts that we totally fit within this. I think this technology and this technique is not just to use it on bases. I'd love to see it done. We want to scan those drill claws that we looked at earlier and really define that spiral groove. We want to be able to, I'd love to see this used on boxes and statues and be able to really do complex geometric modeling and analysis for those things. So I think we're just got the tip of the iceberg when it comes to learning more about
the statues in Luxor, for example. Those things were analyzed, and not obviously under those techniques, but Chris Dunn pointed out that the statues in Luxor.
Yeah, the birth of this. Yeah, and the way we've done that is with photographic and photogrammetry. But even the smallest, the sort of relatively small statues, 6-foot statues, I think we can scan down to this level of precision. We can define just how precise they are, how regular the curves are. I think there's tremendous things we can learn with this technology. I think that's exactly what I think should be doing. Because who knows what will turn out. I just think we should be following the evidence wherever it leads, no matter how much it kind of upsets the apple cart in terms of the established story of history. So, Yeah, it's really interesting stuff, and this has been a huge project this year. And people that are waiting for more base file STLs, they're coming. The analysis takes time. Like this stuff doesn't happen overnight. So the process is ongoing. I know there's some interest in writing a paper. We're looking for scientific papers probably coming. But for me, it's the first time I think we've genuinely got some very hard evidence now that it's very hard to argue about significant technology being deployed to make these things. Because the challenge is out there. I would love anyone to make one of these. Like, go make one. If you think you can do it by hand, go for it. If you think you can even machine it with a tool made out of acrylic, go for it. If you think you can get down to these numbers, and trust me, machinists and people that work in these tolerances understand just how well this thing is made. I want to see it. I would love to see people attempt to make an even place, because I just think that we're light years away from this idea that these things are done by hand. Right. And again, remember, these go back to pre.
Do you think there'll be any sort of like attempts to suppress the kind of stuff that you guys are looking at, or like dismiss it, or not?
Yeah, there's already been dismissed.
What are they saying?
Well, mostly it's been like, oh, the base is fake.
It's a fake base.
Yeah, which Alex Dunn so one of the engineers has done some similar videos about this, but that's the only thing they can come up with. The desire to base is fake. It's like, you think it was the base on the provenance on this particular base goes back to the 1980s. Some of these bases provenance goes back to where they'll, in terms of they have a known history, go back to the 1800s. But even in the 1980s, I think you'd be challenged to make something that precise out of rose grains. And if you think you can make it today, that precise, with that much of all of that maths that's behind it and everything else, try and make it and try and see how much that costs you to make it, and then try and justify that by the cost it's going to, whatever you think you can sell it for in a typical market. It's actually damaged. It's the thing, it matches almost perfectly, in fact, to the eye exactly, lots of pre-dynastic bases that you find in the Cairo Museum. In my video, I show it. It is the same shape and size as many pre-dynastic bases. Obviously, there's a variety of shapes and sizes when it comes to these artifacts, but just calling it fake is about the best argument anybody's going to come up with, because they can't handle it. Well, somebody manufactured it, and things do happen. Like, people try and sell fake artifacts, but it's ridiculous to think that you could do that cheaply. Or it's not. Look, this is not something that's made in some like backyard workshop in China or India that mass produces sold. It's ridiculous. If you think it's fake, try and make it. See how much, and see if you can get it and how much it costs. I just think it's a facetious argument with nothing behind it more than the desire to dismiss this because it doesn't match their worldview. No one's arguing with the metrology. Like, nobody can challenge the metrology. The scan's out there in the rail. It's public. You want to do it, you want to figure it out yourself, the scan's right there. You can make the same calculations Mark made. You can measure it for yourself. You can stick it in the CMM and work out the data yourself. So it's all repeatable. But the best people come up with it's not fake or sacred geometry is blue is the other thing I've heard, which we talked about each color. Randall, like sacred geometry is not sacred geometry is the universe. It is the fabric of the universe. Knowledge of that is what essentially comprised the mystery schools, and this is like the way you see the world. The idea that sacred geometry is blue, that's the only other thing I've heard. But as soon as you see the fire of life, forget about it. It's completely nonsense. It's just people that don't like what it means, and they just are seeking any way to try and discredit it, associate it means whatever. I don't get it. And I think all these other bases are going to put proof to all that nonsense. Like, there's bases here that mix down that provenance going back to the 1800s. In fact, funnily enough, one of these bases that happens to be on this table and is owned by this collector and is being scanned and analysed happens to have been brought up in one of the videos that were made just like debunking this work as an example of a real base. So we'll see what this real base actually looks like. They do pick this silly example because it turns out this guy owns that base. Its provenance goes back to the 1800s, and we are going to scan it because it looks to me like it's going to show something.
Which one is it?
It's the back on the right.
The big one?
Yeah, the big one.
That's right. So the guy made the debunking video about that.
He used that as an example as a fake business. No, as a real base. So I'm assuming the first phase we scanned was fake. Oh, this is what a real base is. I'm like, hey bro, let's see. I don't know what result it's going to show. I will say that not every base shows these properties. There are a handful of made bases that did work on, but there's often a visible difference between the ones that show these sort of precision properties versus the ones that don't. Most of the handmade stuff is alabaster, but there were still handmade hardstone bases as well, and you can usually pretty clearly. Yeah, it's fascinating space, right? I mean, are
they all found in Egypt?
There is some actual artifacts from around the world that I'd love to see subjected to some of this process as well. But in general, yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff. I mean, and I would like to scan other artifacts like Roman things, and I mean, typically there's not a lot of hardstone artifacts like this that seem to display those levels of precision that come from other cultures, and obviously the technologies that they were using are getting better too. But I'd love to scan them and compare them, because even primitive made stuff, I don't think it's going to come anywhere near the precision of things. The best, I don't know of any particular examples outside of these things in Egypt. This seems to be a pretty common lip. Agda Fuente Bowl, there's maybe a few others that I'd love to see scanned. But yeah, I think this technology is applicable for lots of different artifacts.
Yeah, they're like uncaptured from the previous civilization. Trying to teach us something, but what are they trying to teach us then?
They're telling us that they knew, man. I think a lot of it is an expression of, I mean, we're not trying to teach whoever the hell reads find the Voyager probes anything. We're just trying to let them know that we were here.
Yeah, we had to figure it out. Yeah. Well, bro, you got to catch a flight.
I do at some points, yes.
So in about 5 minutes, we got to get out of here. So thanks for coming, dude. You fucking killed it. We did a whole flurry of podcasts this weekend.
We did. Very enjoyable, man. Thanks for bringing me out again. It was good to see you.
Oh yeah. Where can people find out more about what you're doing? Keep up, obviously, on the show on the list. I know, but don't tell them what it's. Research them online. Read, you books that out yet, right?
Nope. I'm working on another probably. But yeah, Ben Van Kirk is the name if you want to look me up. But otherwise, unchartedx.com or youtube.com/c/unchartedx. I'm also on Spotify. You can find all my videos on Spotify, like I said. I'm stuff on my YouTube now. But you can I'm on social media. I'm not super active on there, but yeah, Twitter, Instagram, that's linked to the website and pretty much any of the videos.
Yeah.
I don't play that, man. I wouldn't be on social media if it wasn't for this stuff. But yeah, there was some. I did get some enjoyment out of some of the things that sort of happened on Twitter yesterday.
It's so funny that there's people on Twitter just for that stuff, and there's people like you who are just on there just to show the stuff you're doing in the real world.
Yeah,
it's so funny when you see those two worlds collide.
Yeah, I ain't got no time for social media nonsense. Honestly, I'm not spending time on social media looking at what people say about one. Yeah. Twitter's meant for arguments. It's literally engaged for conflict. It's so stupid. That's its nature.
Yeah. Well, I'll link everything below, and thanks again. What are you working on anything right now that's coming out soon? What you got going on?
I am taking a look at the Serapeum here shortly. I've just got back from England. We need to talk about the stone circle stuff, but there's a lot of research involved in that for me as well. But you look at the Serapeums coming up. Plus, I haven't really done a video talking about the Osiris shaft. I have some other structures up there in that are interesting. South America, I'm always working on things. There's another base video coming about the recent scans and some more data coming about those.
Were you filming when you were down there in Sarasota?
Yeah, a lot of people. Okay. This was a chance for me to see the six in person, handle them in person. It's the first time as you said that I've ever got to handle them like full units. You can find pieces of them in Egypt and like but the first time I could handle them, it was a thrill. I'm really thankful to that guy for letting me play with his tools.
Tell me to at least put a seatbelt around him. He's driving around. Wild shit, bro. Well, we'll get you back in the next year. So
Cool.
thanks again, and goodbye, everybody. One of the hottest topics right now that I want to talk to you about was this earth-shattering technology with these plasmoids and this plasma energy that you are working on with Malcolm Pendle. Everyone really got like tipped off about this when you did that episode with Joe, your grandpa Joe, right? And then, well, you can explain better than I can, but what happened with that?
Yeah, what was subject of, we're talking about ancient civilizations and did they have potentially an energy source that they were utilizing? And that's always been a fair question, the one that's been in my mind for many years. And I had mentioned a few things to Greg, and I had, had some conversations with a scientist that had been working on developing an energy system based on plasma, which is of course state of matter. And at the time, I'm thinking, what I've heard and seen so far sounds promising, but I'm not qualified to have an opinion definitively on whether or not it's valid and viable. So I was very tentative at the time, and I knew at the time that there was going to be some testing in the pipeline that was going to determine whether or not this technology got there. So I kind of was tentative. I was not too open about it, but I did disclose some information, maybe more than I should have at the time, in terms of the specifics, where his lab was and all of this. So as a result of that, it kind of led to one thing, kind of led to another, and he actually came to America to meet up and now, so we met and we spent a considerable amount of time where he was tutoring me in the science and the technology. And the reason I had originally connected with him was because, in this work I had done in sacred geometry, he had seen some of that had been posted by my friend Brad Young from recordings of lectures I did 15 or 20 years ago. He'd seen some of that, saw that the geometry I was talking about had great relevance to the science and the technology of plasmas. So because of that, he reached out to me, and we're going back about 8 years ago. So we had regular conversations over a couple, 2-3 times a year, where he was giving me updates. And at the end of that, so that was sort of what led up to the comments on the remarks on Joe Rogan's. Now, in the interim, I had an opportunity to talk to an Australian author by the name of Rothschild, who is one of Australia's leading authors and investigative reporters. So Malcolm said I should read a book that was a fiction book, but a lot of it is actually drawn from Roland's investigations of Malcolm. So, and it turned out that Roland Perry and Malcolm were friends, because Roland had spent 4 years investigating Malcolm's claims and looking at some of this stuff that had come up in the 90s and early 2000s, where he was in basically, because his background was geochemistry, and he was an oil prospector by profession. He was exploring alternative energies, like going back to stuff like the kind of stuff that you can trace back to people like Tesla and Victor Schauberger and others. There's a whole succession these inventors throughout the 20th century and even in the 21st century. One of the most recent was Ken Schultz. There's been a lot of research into plasma energy and how plasma energy might be used as an energy source. So I'm starting to dive more into the Tesla stuff, the Rothschild and some of these others, Stanley Meyer and some of these others that have been doing this kind of work. And it seemed like, yes, the more I learned, the more it seemed like, yeah, these guys really were onto something, right? So that just made me have more confidence that Malcolm was, if he's in that section, in that line of research and is building upon what they've done, that gave me a sense that maybe it's not as incredible as it may at first seem. Okay, so Roy was Gary from Australia. I had about a hour-long conversation. He sent me a copy of the signed book. And in this conversation, he basically said, yes, I spent 4 years investigating Malcolm, and essentially what happened was, he discovered it as oil deposits, and one of the big oil companies, he has a license to drill, and one of the big oil companies that overstated their reserves were getting in a lot of trouble because of that, and they saw that he would be an easy mark, and they were coveting that particular oil deposit. And so what they did was they did a whole campaign where they would write journalists and politicians, primarily in Tanzania, which is where the oil deposit was discovered. And as a result of that, there was a whole smear campaign launched against him to discredit him with the objective in mind of painting him as a nut job and scaring away investors, right? Because he was trying to raise money to do the drilling. And he had several investors on board. Well, this whole thing turned into this big kind of a scam, politics, conspiracy theories, all of this. And finally, what happened was this oil company got caught. They got exposed, and the board of directors resigned. Yes, we did. What's that? I would prefer not to, but I could. I just don't feel like going extra campaign. But if they're out there want to do today, they'll find out which company is very well known oil company. And the entire board of directors resigned in 2003. But Malcolm was so basically discouraged and disappointed and disgusted over the whole thing, in politics. He decided that rather than going forward and trying to push forward on the drilling, he was just going to do what he'd been doing in his free time for nearly 40 years. He was exploring alternative energies, literally since he was like in high school, is when he started. So he spent 7 years isolated, writing up his notes and building some prototypes. And then these prototypes were tested, and the principles turned out to be valid. The prototypes did what they were predicted to do. And since then, since he came to America, we had one of the things we did, and I have it right here, we put together 243 slideshow. That goes into all of the principles, which I'm still working on. There's a fair amount to it. Just like one of the things I kind of compare it to is maybe if you go back 120 years and you have that alternating current electricity. Some of the basic applications can be relatively simple, and you don't need to necessarily know all of the physics behind it, right, to be able to use it. You can, for example, rebuild the engine of a car without necessarily knowing all of the physics of an internal combustion engine, right? So where it was at was, after the Rothschild appearance, asked me to come back. Well, so in the interim, that's what I said, Malcolm came over here, he was here, and we had set a date for me to be on the show, and on the day before, whatever, we drove from Georgia out to Austin, Texas, myself, Brad Young, George Howard, who, has been one of the key researchers in the and said, Steve, he runs the Cosmic Tusk website. He was the one who organized the Cosmic Summit. Oh, wow. That was same thing. So George went with us. Malcolm came with because he was here. And I obviously was not going to stay in the same hotel room. So I invited him to come with. He wanted to come with us. And then Stephen Tuggle, who's kind of my assistant, that helped me out with stuff. So I think there's about 5 of those guys. We drove out there, went through Boston, and then I go to the Rothschild the next day. I called him up and I said, Joe, it just so happens, we want to talk about this energy, but it just so happens that the inventors here with me, I can bring him on, and he could probably explain and elucidate some of this stuff better than I could, because I'm still kind of I'm very much a novice at this stage of my understanding. So he said, sure, bring him on. Okay, so fast forward about an hour, we get there, we go to the studio. Dave, Joe's producer, was looked up in the thousands of percents. Part of the smear campaign. And they plugged that down on Joe's desk. So basically what happened was the substance of the interview went from talking about the science and technology of plasma and energy utilization and all of the conspiracy theories and politics and scams and all that. And as it proceeded, I'm constantly trying to steer the conversation back to the science. Joe was kind of in attack.
From the start, he started questioning about this stuff.
Yes. And I don't blame him a bit. I mean, you know, it kind of came as a kind of a surprise. I knew this, I'd seen enough of this stuff. You know, when I had my conversation with Paul Perry, we talked about it, discussed it, he explained the whole backstory and all of that. And, you know, yeah, Malcolm's an eccentric genius, just like Ben was saying in our conversation. Ben Van Kirk was saying, you're talking about a lot of these guys, you know, these are in their personal life. You're going to find, look at this particular testimony. You know, he was very antisocial. You could probably dig up and you know, let's say we're going to try to discredit Tesla's work by attacking Tesla. We had to be able to separate the two. And so by the end of the interview, as it's proceeding, I'm getting more frustrated because we're not talking about the science. And I've got these great slideshows that I put together. I keep trying to pull the attention back, and then we go right back in to bring something up. And, you know, and Malcolm got defensive. And so by the end of it, I just, and then plus in the process, you know, I knew that there was some testing in the pipeline that was going to be basically kept under wraps until the results of the testing. It was not going to be made public until the testing was complete. Some of that stuff really came out in the heat of the exchange, which wasn't supposed to come out. And I'm thinking, you know, at the same time, you know, well, the way this is played out, we didn't get into really a deep dive into the technology at all. And so I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be crazy if this goes out. It's crazy.
Did he ever come around at any point during the conversation and sort of calm down?
Well, yeah, a couple of times when, you know, Malcolm made some claims about things that happened, and Jamie is over there, pulling it up, and there it comes right up, just exactly as Malcolm said. So there was a couple of points where it got wavered, and oh, well, you know, there's a couple of points where Joe was like, wow, he was actually able to see some of the stuff, but it just, the way it played out. So after the interview was over, we're wrapping up the leave, and Joe called to me aside and says, would it be okay with you if we didn't air this right away so I could vet? And I said, yeah, absolutely, sure. So don't air it until we had a chance to go through this. And I did that through these, so next few months, or 3 to 6 months, there's going to be some testing going on independent. And one of the ways is the results of this test. And so a lot of that testing has been going on over the summer. And so so we have some test results in hand, and the test results are coming out pretty unanimous that the technology does work. max amount for any engine that's based on fossil fuel based. These are regular gasoline, propane, natural gas, kerosene, and we'll get into some of that. And again, I'm still at this point, like several of the physicists that witnessed the technology in operation. One of them, George Luck, who did the annealing, the contract with the aerospace industry at NASA, very highly credentialed, highly credible individual, third generation in this technology, the annealing technology, which is, the preparation of the metals. You have to prepare metals. If you're going to launch a rocket ship, you have to make sure that metal is prepared properly, right? So, like you said, he kind of captured the response of a number of people that have looked into it. It's like, okay, I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but it works. I've seen it work, and so he's not the only one. And so, like I said, there's been testing going on over the summer. One of the most, in June and July, they built the first industrial scale application of the technology. And they retrofitted the 400 kilowatt generator power plant just outside of London. And we're testing it there. And I have test results.
Is there any speculation and or evidence that some of this technology could have been what was used in ancient times to build some of these mega structures or pyramids or anything like that?
I think it's very possible. And that was kind of because how I initially made the remarks on Rogan's show with regulators, because that was the subject that came up in the conversation. And so I kind of dropped that, and it's been crazy ever since. And of course, I put out a few places that I was just kind of in a holding pattern because some of the further tests. Now, at this point, some testing has already gone down, right? And there were videos. I've seen the videos. I talked to them. Well, in fact, I went to a meeting in Arkansas about a year ago. And I met some of the key people that were coming together who saw the commercial opportunities in this. So one of them was one of these individuals, Banquet, that built the prototypes and the test fees and all of that kind of stuff.
It was a big car manufacturer somewhere in West Asia.
There are several manufacturers that are interested. I mean, nobody is, signed up to that line yet, but they're related to see what the results of the tests. Okay. Now, a few weeks ago in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the annual Tesla Tech conference, where all of these people interested in Tesla's technology, interrelated things, all come together every year to compare notes and see who's doing what. Malcolm and George Howard went out there. Mike Robertson, who is the CEO of How2, went down and had 3 or 4 different people independently videoing and documenting the whole thing, where they around 40 kilowatt and about 4,000 watt generators. So they replicated with the technology in front of the audience. They tested. They had, independent people coming in. One was from, from high level. Was yes, they are mass, but somebody, one of the scientists that came here, I don't remember who he was affiliated with, but he brought a mass spectrometer. Now, not in the official capacity, Los Alamos, not in the official capacity, but people who worked on that level, is what I'm saying. So they came in and you had people bringing in their own gas analyzers to analyze the fluids coming out of the exhaust of the generator. And they had to determine, in other words, so they have the technology hooked up. Turn it on, turn it off. And start the generator and you take a reading. Right? Now, in the test that we're doing on currently as we speak, transfer yet. I will be able to, hopefully in the near future. But they got two generators. They got a control generator and one that hooked up now, so they can run both simultaneously. And again, it's bearing out. It's showing us that technology does what it's supposed to do.
What is it specifically about this technology that they should be putting into thousands of years?
Well, first of all, once you begin to understand plasma and plasma orbits, the geometry thing, I think, for me, is the thing that really brought up that possibility. Because, again, it's complicated. I don't know where to really start. Because part of the problem is, again, my level of understanding of the technology is still, it's still in its infancy. Have me back in 6 months from now, and I will be able to talk more about it because I've taken a deep dive in, because of people I've had recently that are also highly qualified in the scientific world, who are now taking their first look at it. We're kind of all simultaneously kind of like signed up for this course in plasma technology. So we're sharing and comparing notes as we go forward.
But didn't he say that? So Malcolm explained how this technology is built on the back of more sacred geometry he discovered.
Well, he says that I built the foundation, he built the house on top of it. So I think he's giving me more credit than I do. But apparently he found something that conservative value in what I had done. Because it all comes down to geometry. The control, geometry, the plasmoids have an affinity for certain geometries, and they are self-organized, so they would cohere into an organized system. Now, once they go from, let's just go a little bit. You got 4 states of matter, right? Solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. Plasma is the most ubiquitous energy throughout the universe. It's probably 90% of all matter in the universe, right? It's mostly plasma. The sun is plasma. Lightning is plasma. Aurora borealis, the northern lights, that's plasma. Okay, so all of these things, these are manifestations of plasma. Plasmas are being used industrially for a number of purposes, which I'm still learning about. But the question is, could ancient cultures have known about it? I think the answer is yes. I think they could have. But were they? I would say I think it's very possible that they could. Why? Well, just like electricity is such an ubiquitous phenomenon, and 150 years ago, consider what we knew about electricity 150 years ago compared to what we're doing now. It's applications, right? You look at the whole 20th century, you've got it's basically taking the basic principles of electricity, electromagnetism, and learning how to develop technologies from them, right? So you think about all the things that we're doing with electricity right here and right now, right? Okay, so electrical phenomena, electromagnetic phenomena would be a natural thing for any evolving civilization to utilize, to exploit. Well, in plasma, you've got, going back, solid, you've got strongly bound electrons and neutrons. And if you add energy to the system, like if you add energy in the form of heat to a solid, and every solid will have a different melting point. But if you add energy, the solid will melt. Okay, so now it becomes a liquid. The electrons and neutrons are still bound, but there's much greater degrees of freedom, and that's why a liquid will flow. And, a solid, if you set it solid now, it doesn't change its shape because of how strongly the electrons and the neutrons are bound. Okay, but a liquid, like what's in this can, the liquid is taking the shape of the can. If I have anything else, if I pour it into that cup there, it's going to take the shape of the cup, right? Now, if you add more energy, the bonds between the electrons and neutrons weaken even more. And now you're in a gas phase, right? So you have greater degrees of freedom. However, there's still a connection. They're still bound. Even though it's a weak bonding, they're still bound. Add more energy, and now you have a disassociation between electrons and neutrons now are ions, and they're freely flowing. The interesting thing about a plasma is it can be electromagnetically conductive, and it has an affinity for certain geometries, and that's the key. So, and the one form that's most drawn to is that of a torus. Kind of a donut shape.
So with the electrons and the neutrons and the ions, if they're in the form of plasma, they're completely unbound. Yes. Not connected at all.
Not connected at all.
Can you see it? Well, you can see lightning, right?
Oh, yeah, you can see light. Absolutely. Yeah. You can see all light. It's controversial, but it's been proven to exist. All light is plasma. It's a self-coherent, self-organized system of plasma. So the key is, though, with the technology here, is being able to utilize the plasma. And when it becomes self-organized into a coherent system, that's what it's called a plasmoid. So rather than just a free ocean of electrons and ions without a structure. Because once it becomes coherent, self-organized into a torus, it can now be used as a source of energy. Now, I don't know if I got every detail of this explanation exactly correct, but that's kind of the basic concept. And so what Malcolm learned was, number one, he learned how to create a plasma at lower energy than normal by mixing air and water together, where the air had been pre-ionized by being exposed to ultraviolet light, roughly 100 micron wavelength, which is the same wavelength that's light that's emitted when the plasmoids are created. Now, the plasmoids are being created out of water, not air, but water, by producing bubbles. Bubbles that are large bubbles you can see, but very small micro bubbles that you can't see. They're microscopic bubbles. Okay? The microscopic bubbles were a necessity because only the microscopic bubbles are perfectly spherical, symmetrical and spherical. So what happens is, and I can play a video here in a minute, what we call the bubble is the plasmoid generator. What this does is it takes this pre-ionized air, mixes it with water, and injects it into the bubbler. And there, the bubbler is subjected to alternating vacuum and compression. Vacuum and compression. The vacuum creates the bubble. The compression causes the collapse of the bubbles. And these are called cavitation bubbles. And there is a history. If anybody listening wants to learn, look up cavitation bubbles. Okay, so when the vacuum is applied, the cavitation bubbles picture a sphere that's rotating, it has an axis, right? Yeah. Now imagine if you take that sphere and collapse it along that axis so that it becomes this donut shape. And imagine if in a cross section, it actually will look as what it's doing is it's assuming the shape of an infinity symbol, right? And so what do we got here? Yeah, there we go, right there. There we go. So,
So this representation would be what all of the little microscopic bubbles are in water.
yes, except the difference is what this is showing is the collapse from one axis, and then you've got multiple. You have a far right and multiple down.
Yeah.
What's happening in this system is that the collapse is coming from both the north and south pole and meeting at the equatorial plane. So now you can see that you've got this vortex that's coming down because it looks like there's something tornado hanging down. Okay, that picture, what you got that coming from both poles,
The bottom and the top.
bottom and the top, and they're meeting at the equatorial plane. And what's happening is that the plasmas are accelerating down that vortex to high rates of speed, but in opposite directions. So the northern hemisphere, it's clockwise. In the southern hemisphere, it's counterclockwise, and that's meaning at that 0 point. And this is what is now being referred to as 0 this thing spiraling around down towards the center. It's spiraling into this vortex, but the same thing is happening in the opposite direction to the southern hemisphere. And then if you take cross sections of it, like this is a 16-fold division of that torus. And so if you look at one of them, there's your infinity symbol that I was talking about. Oh, wow. Which might be your first hit.
It's football season, Dave.
And it's like an 8-fold, right? And then you see the yin yang symbol as well, right?
Right.
Well, that kind of represents the universal opposites that come together because in the infinity symbol, in the yin yang symbol, we see it, we just look at it, it's a fixed line. But in reality, you have to mention it, the whole system is spinning, it's dynamically evolving. See? So now the other thing is that you realize that as this spiraling plasma, electrons and ions are spiraling down this vortex, is that you're changing frequencies. So it's vibration. They're changing the frequencies, and the frequencies coincide with the frequencies of the colors of the spectrum. So that's what you got right there. And the next step was realizing that the elements could be arranged along the vortex. And you see the vortex is spinning down, and each of those frequencies correlate with one of the elements.
Okay, so I'm an idiot. How did the frequency correlate elements?
Every single thing in reality vibrates. Everything vibrates. You have colors vibrate, sounds vibrate, everything can vibrate, right? Everything vibrates according to certain frequencies, and every element has a different frequency. Yeah. And so he discovered those frequencies can be plotted along this spiral vortex, which is the pathway of the plasma as they're spinning down towards the zero. And the frequency is based upon this particular triangle.
Okay, so you got matter, light,
Let's not try to get into that because we'll get pretty esoteric. Now, it is not necessary because I know that like one of the people that I met in Arkansas, his son-in-law is a mechanic. They sent him the specs and the components. He built the thing in his shop and tested it. See his video? Really? Yeah, it took him 5 hours to retrofit an internal combustion engine. And he sends back to his uncle, his father-in-law, he says, well, I don't know how it worked, but I hooked it up and it worked. And he put the gas analyzer there in the exhaust pipe and saw it for himself. What changed? When you turn the technology on and then when you turn it off. So, and I'm at that point where, okay, I've seen it enough now, and I've seen it myself work. I've been in the lab and seen it work. I stood right there while independent engineers and scientists with their equipment were testing. And so I watched myself and seen it. And I was already convinced because I'd seen probably half a dozen videos. Because every time it's been tested, there have been video recordings of it. And I'd seen the videos from the Albuquerque at the Tesla Tech Conference. And George Howard, who was a total skeptic, he was there. And yeah, he came like, oh, well. So there's a video of him getting down. They're running a generator without the technology. And they had to use it outside because the fumes were so strong, right? Coming out, the exhaust fumes were coming out of the exhaust pipe. Were so strong, you had to move the thing outside after the loading down, right? Turn the technology on within about a couple of minutes. Instead of carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, and other particles coming out, they've all gone down to a small percentage. Some of them even zeroed out. What's coming out? Like optimal atmospheric levels of oxygen that you would be breathing pristine, unpolluted, natural environment. And that's what's coming out of you.
This is 20% oxygen in here.
Probably not that much inside you. But if you were out in George Rush, put it in pristine, healthy meadow, unpolluted air, and you're breathing that, that's what's coming out of you. So George got down. George the skeptic got down and joking. It's not radio. It's all this is being live streamed. So anybody who wanted to sign up, and there will be people all watching this happen real time. Okay. He gets down and you're joking about how far down with this, how big the plasma is. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah, I mean, the skeptics have been having a field day. So okay, so this is the mechanic, the son-in-law that I just told you about. He just finished retrofitting a generator in his shop. And I watched the video of him saying, I don't know how it works, but I just hooked it up and turned it on, and it works. So right you can see here, this is the bubbler right here. This is in this tube is where the plasmas are being generated, and this is where the UV light, where they're pre-ionizing the air in this chamber. You can't see. The key to the whole system is the thunderstorm generator. The thunderstorm generator. That's what they call it.
So those donut shapes are being created inside that cylinder, that bubbler.
Yes, that's right.
And if they're just the donut shape?
Porous.
Yeah, so there's only one of those inside that bubbler?
Oh, no, billions.
Billions. Oh, wow.
Yeah, billions. Now, this is a video. I don't know. Can we play a video?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if I turn the volume on the computer. Turn the volume down on it. That's what I said. You don't have to just play it. Are you sure? Yeah. So this is Gary Link. He's in London. He's been overseeing the build out of the big industrial. Now this is a couple of years ago where they were still testing like backyard scale of things. So he's got this in his backyard. They built the thing and hooked it up to a Honda generator. And I'm going to fast forward through some of it, but he gives a great explanation of what's going on. Let's see if I can. Okay, so he's pointing to the gas analyzer here. Okay, and they're going to hook up, they're going to take the probes and the analyzer, they're going to put it in the exhaust pipe that's down here, and they're going to feed it into the exhaust pipe. Okay. I think this is the guy who's built according to Malcolm specifications. Yeah, so he's now going to uncover, so you see the generator here, and okay, so I'm going to pause it right here for a second. Okay, so this is the ionizer. So they feed air into the top. It's subjected to UV light of a frequency of about 100 microns. And then that comes down here in this pipe. And then it's mixed with water, and that comes in. Here's the bubblers where the cavitation bubbles are created. And when those billions of cavitation bubbles collapse, they emit a light. They emit frequencies of UV light, ultraviolet light, at the same frequency as the pre-ionizer chamber. And it was this pre-ionizer chamber that is the key to being able to generate the plasmas at lower energies than it would normally take to cause that disassociation between electrons and neutrons. Okay, I don't fully understand exactly how it works. Again, get me back on 6 months and I should be able to be a little bit more, more
So you said UV. That's where the energy's coming from, the UV light.
The UV light, I wouldn't say that's where the energy is coming from, but the UV is emitted when those cavitation bubbles collapse. Now, that UV light, perhaps, again, my understanding of this is still in its infancy. Over here, this thing right here is for the water intake. The water is fed in here and it goes down, and that water comes up here into the bubbler, and then the bubbler captures those plasmoids and feeds them into the thunderstorm generator, which you can't see. But if we go around, let's see, I'll fast forward here. coming around. Here we go. Pointing out explaining how the bubble works. And then turning around, yeah. So here, since this is the center of the whole system. This is your thunderstorm generator right here. And then, if people want to kind of get the basic principle of how the thunderstorm generator works, look up the rank, RAN2UE rank filch vortex tube. The rank filch vortex. Yeah, yeah. And maybe Stevenson. Yeah. But actually, I think I've got a slide. So this is the heart of the system here, thunderstorm generator. And what it does is it takes the injector and separates it into extremely hot, extremely cold. And in that, so you get a stream of plasma that's really hot and it's really cold. So it's imitating the way a thunderstorm brings together cold from the hot storm. And you know, in a thunderstorm, now when you bring that together, it's light, right? It's light and it's plasma. So somehow what you do is come up with a system of mimicking the thunderstorms. And so let's use this right here. Let's jump ahead here. I think there's it's explaining the operation of the thunderstorm generators right there. Take a good look at these. These are actually, there's another sphere inside a sphere. There's two spheres on each end. There's another sphere inside, and then there's a pipe or a tube. There's another tube going inside it. Okay. And okay, so here you can see the gas analyzers that fed into the exhaust. So what they're going to do is they're going to do a series of tests, turning on the technology and turning it off, and then watching what happens to the change in the emissions that are coming out. So they're looking it up, they're running the gas analyzer, and let's see here. We don't have the volume, that's not what part that this is hearing things. This is actually his backyard when he built this thing. So, I probably speak up a bit coming out of that. Could be 19, could be 20. The highest I've seen is 20.9. So is that the reason?
Hey, what's going on for you? Okay, well, I'm gonna do that thing that I do on Instagram. So if you want to watch that, feel free. All right. I'm kind of feeling for what? Not that we're not coming in for it. It's just I don't know if it's an MC. Just enjoy the show. As they say. I'm gonna make it cool. What did you say? I don't think that's possible.
Carbon emissions and to decrease like pollution and things like that, or are there any other
Well, that would be
benefits?
one of the main reasons. Okay, look at here. Let's see what we got here. Zooming in on the analyzer. Let's see. So he's turning the let's see what we have to do. Just turn the technology on. Well, we just turn the technology on. You can see carbon monoxide. But you can see, let me back up just a little bit. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so you can see there, okay, there you go, that's what the technology on.
Carbon emissions was zero.
Let's see, so carbon monoxide is the top reading, and hydrocarbon, let's see, so this is percent of carbon monoxide, this is the parts per million of hydrocarbons in the air. Okay. So now, they will turn the technology off, and then we'll see what happens as soon as he turns the technology.
This guy's a terrible kid.
Well, yes, but yes, that's why we have more medical professionals out there. I guess. Fast forward a little bit here. Okay, so now it's presumably going to turn it off. It's been a couple of months since I've watched this. I just turned it off. And the generator's running, so let's see what's happening here now. Okay, so now you can see what happened. He's turning, but here you can see the carbon monoxide percentage going up, hydrocarbons parts per million. Or no, okay, so he's turned it on, now he's turned it off. I mean, I'm sorry. So now he's turned the technology back. I guess I skipped forward a little bit too much. So now he's turned the technology back on. So what we're seeing is that those numbers are going down. You see that? See it?
What's that say? 10, 24?
Oops. Well, he's explaining it as it goes here. Let's see. But let's not spend too much time on that. Let's here's the cross section of the sphere.
So this is okay. So this is a diagram of what's going on inside the thunderstorm generator.
Yes.
Inside of those spheres.
Exhaust gases are introduced at an angle. First expand anti-clockwise and then contract clockwise as they pass through the cavity between two spheres. This creates opposing tornadoes within both the outer and inner spheres. So again, this is available. You can download this. You can go through it yourself. Several people are now. This is the one I was talking about. This is your Rothschild vortex tube. Using compressed air supply with a room temperature of plus 23 degrees centigrade. Let's see, what does that convert to? Fahrenheit? 60. So right, almost room temperature. All right, so check this out now. Okay, so we introduced it at almost room temperature. You said 73.
Yeah.
Okay, so what has happened is there's no moving parts in this thing. It simply is based upon vortex geometry, these rolling vortexes. So what comes in, this is the chamber where pressurized gas is injected tangentially into a swirl chamber. So this is the swirl chamber in a vortex tube. In the thunderstorm generator, the spheres are the swirl chamber.
So so the first part gets introduced to into the sphere. And as that begins to swirl, that
Yes.
gas there.
Yes.
Argon gas. And then it begins to travel through the tubes. And there's two tubes. There's an inner tube and an outer tube. The inner tube looks like cold air, and the outer tube is
Yes. But look at the cold. The cold air is coming out at minus 15. So the minimum recorded temperature is minus 50. Steve, what is minus 50 convert to Fahrenheit? So negative 50 degrees below zero Fahrenheit is coming out one. At the other end, the maximum recorded temperature in the vortex tube is 200 degrees centigrade. So we go from a high of 392 to a low of 50-some below zero. So we're talking well over 400 degrees separation in this tube with no moving parts. And in reading up on it, one of the things that comes up on is that scientists are saying, well, we don't know exactly how it works, but it works, and it's being used throughout the industry. You know, it's used in nuclear reactors, it's used in air conditioning technology. It's got multiple applications, these vortex tubes. Nobody really knows how it works.
Really? Yeah. These same vortex tubes are used in air conditioning units?
Yes. Well, the air conditioning industry uses them. And now I want you to look down on what's happening on this end. Right? There's a cone right here. And it's this cone that is pushing this high temperature. You see, as it's coming, look at it. See what's happening is it's traveling down this tube. It's getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And it's ejected. Due to the conical nozzle at the end of the tube, only the outer shell of the compressed gas is allowed to escape at that end.
Got it. Okay.
The remainder is forced to return in an inner vortex. And you can see this. So here it's returning. It's coming back, and it's cooling as it's coming back up the tube. A reduced diameter within the outer vortex, and it is now being emitted.
Okay.
Now, I don't.
That's pretty easy to understand.
Yeah, but how it works, I don't know.
Yeah, where's the hot air going? Where people
Well, it just goes
out? That's the exhaust.
Yeah. Now, I guess, let's say in air conditioning applications, I guess you would capture that cold air or cooling nuclear reactors. There's some adaptation of this type of technology. And again, I can research this in depth. So give me another few months.
Okay.
Yeah, here's a that.
Oh, this is great. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Compressed air normally 80 to 100 psi, which is 6.9 bar, is injected intentionally. So here's your air supply. And
Up to 1 billion RPMs. Yeah, the air steam revolves towards the hot end, where some escapes through the control valve. The remaining air is still spinning. It's forced back through the center of this outer vortex. The inner stream gives off kinetic energy into the
sorry about this online.
Okay.
And anybody who's watching this, I've encouraged people to do your own research. And really what we're trying to do is sort of get a group of people who are students of this who are exploring it, testing it, comparing notes, and so on.
Okay.
There's a lot of stuff we'll skip over here. This is,
Yeah. So what's that big diagram above that? I don't know. These are all the elements. This is where it gets interesting.
this is the plasmoid unification model.
Okay.
And again, this is basically, this integrates all sound, all colors, all elements. All of the sacred numbers are in this. Astronomical numbers. You look up here on the right, the sun, 864,000. And people can go through this and work this out. I've had posters, full big-size posters printed up with this that I could sell if anybody wanted. If somebody wants to really get in and study this, it really looks cool. There's so much information. If anybody wants to dive into this,
Little diagram on the bottom where it's the sun of
down here, showing the numbers. The sun is, 864,000 miles. And showing how those numbers that measure the sun, the earth, and the moon correlate to these various frequencies. So, one of our previous discussion with Dan, we did touch upon some of this.
right.
So here's your basic diagram. Air inlet, the pre-ionization chambers, which is fed down into the plasmoid generator. Then that's fed into the thunderstorm generator, which then is fed through the carburetor into the generator. It captures the exhaust output from the manifold and feeds right back into the thunderstorm generator.
So does this replace the need for fossil fuels?
You use fossil fuels only to get the initial temperatures to create the plasmas, and then once you've done that, it's self-perpetuating. But it requires something to get the energy up. So the models now use fossil fuel only in the initial, but once the requisite temperatures have been reached and you generate the plasmas, now it is, and I suppose, at some point, I don't know what down, but it can run. I mean, all the equipment also. So one of the things that's now being done, like with George Bush, is they're now going to go into really high performance metals. So I think the lifespan of this process is dependent upon the lifespan of the materials out of which the thing is made, particularly thunderstorm. So in the interview, which I can play, I mean, I haven't played the interview with him when he's talking about now, he's got the industry contact, so they're going to be going into like high performance materials, the kind of materials we would be using in the aerospace industry to build the new generation of thunderstorm generators. So the pre-ionization chambers, the function of the chambers to pre-ionize incoming air from the engine. Air is drawn into the chamber by a vacuum emanating from the engine that is to be pre-treated before it enters the plasmoid generator. That's the bubble. It is pre-treated by exposing the air to ultraviolet light at a specific frequency of 100 microns. This frequency is determined by the frequency of ultraviolet light emitted from collapsing bubbles within our plasmoid generator. The bubbles collapse violently as they are exposed sequentially to both vacuum and pressure pulses, resulting from the movement of pistons within the combustion chamber of the engine of the generator. This has the effect of making the gases, this pre-ionization has the effect of making the gases co-reactive by ionizing a small percentage of each gas present in the air with the nitrogen oxygen, the argon.
And then this all pumps back into the carburetor of the engine.
Yeah. Right. Well, yes.
And then it somehow keeps cycling through the engine.
Keeps cycling and recycling. So everything that's coming out in terms of okay, so oxygen is coming out because that's basically it's air. It's your air coming out because all the other stuff, the hydrocarbons, carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, that's all being recaptured. But broken down into sort of a low energy atomic reaction is what it's called.
Okay, got it.
So here, here's the diagram, the schematics of the pre-ionization period. So again, all of this is open source, so people can go on. And, I mean, yeah, you can go ahead and plus all the fun about hoaxes and frauds and all of that. But while you're doing that, while these people are doing that, others are actually now building these, using these. I know there's one guy in Australia, young fella, very smart young fella, who's building his own machine by using the schematics. And we should see here from him what his results are. Here's again a cross section of the schematic of the bubbler and all the parts that you would need to build one. All right, here's all the part numbers that you need to put the thing together. And the team that's going to get around this is totally open to helping, backyard mechanics and all the experimenters who want to try to build the small scale of this technology.
Okay, yeah. So it's been proven, it's been done. People, some of these backyard engineers have done it. They've gone, well, that's what we saw. That was the discussion, right? So, what are the ultimate implications of this technology?
It will massively increase the efficiency of any engine. Anything that runs on fossil fuels will be the efficiency will be massively. It's one of the things that's now been demonstrated repeatedly. It massively increases the efficiency. And like George Russell says, once we have cars that are ready to fit this, he said, like, instead of cars, driving down the city streets, exhausting pollution, they'll be like little trees, because that's what trees do. In the carbon dioxide, they put out oxygen, and in that oxygen, this nice pristine forest where you've got healthy forests with trees. I mean, that's 19, 20, 21% oxygen. It's, yeah,
Combustion engine is only 32% efficient.
I think that's, excellent.
Yeah.
So all of this is available for people to study. So I would say, be skeptical, but be open-minded and do your homework and decide for yourself. And here, again, you can see the swirl. It's just like it's very much the zone vortex, except in the Higgs vortex, cold air is in a confined stream within the hot air, right?
Correct.
Okay, in the thunderstorm generator, you actually have a pipe, tube, inside another tube. Okay, and this is your swirl chamber right here.
Now, what are these depictions that Malcolm was showing on the descriptive series he's on their website, where he was basically showing this giant sort of like pine cone shaped thing. It was metal and it was like a giant metal pine cone.
Oh, I think that was considered one of the turbines.
It was huge. It looks huge. It was
Stays there.
yes, that's up there.
Yeah. Well, that's called the Vajra explosive turbine.
The Vajra explosive.
The Vajra is what the hell that? I was afraid.
This episode is
Well, Vajra was Indra's weapon, or Indra's,
who?
Indra. Who's Indra? He's one of the Hindu gods. Maybe Steve will look Indra up for us, report back to us.
Yes.
Indra. I-N-D-R-A.
Okay.
So Indra wielded the Vajra. That was the source of his power.
When was Indra around?
Well, I mean, he's mythical, so
We have any ideas based on text.
well, they're made it text.
Oh, got it. Okay. Indra is the king of the Devas, godlike deities, and Svarga heaven in Hinduism. He's associated with sky, lightning, weather, thunder, storms, rain, river flows, and war. Indra's powers are similar to other Indo-European deities such as Jupiter, Hermes, Agnes, Zalmaxas, Taranis, Zeus, and Thor, part of the greater Proto-Indo-European mythology. Okay, here's a picture of Indra riding on a pictures of those Vajras? They look like the Vajras.
Yeah. Just look up Vajra, V-A-J-R-A. So Zeus also knew very well what it means. The Vajra. Or you might say an ancient Hindu thunderstorm generator.
The Vajra thunderbolt is a legendary and ritualistic weapon symbolizing the properties of a diamond and a thunderbolt. The Vajra is a type of club with a ribbed spherical head. The ribs may meet in a ball-shaped top, or they may be separate and end in sharp points with which to stab. The Vajra is a weapon of Indra, the Vedic king of the gods in heaven. It is symbolic. It is used symbolically by the dharmic traditions of Hinduism, Jainism, often to represent firmness of spirit and spiritual power. Okay.
So not a thunderbolt, but I call it a weapon, yes. But don't forget, it's Indra's god of lightning and thunderstorms. That might be a clue right there. The Vajra, I look at the Vajra, it says here,
So Malcolm called this thing the Vajra to commemorate.
So a red spherical head, all a top, picture the thunderstorm generator to the sun, all shaped top. Another bandits of whale, a cowl, so the oldest writings, 5,000 years old, probably 5,000 years old.
Symbol of nature, symbol for the nature of reality, or sunyata, indicating endless creativity, potency, and skillful activity. The Vajra bells are used many rites by the Lama or any Vajrayana practitioner of seven times. The Vajra is a male polysymbol symbol that represents many things for the Tantrika. The Vajra is representative of. So this is an ancient tool.
I like that better than that ancient. But it was a source of power.
Right.
For Henry.
Right.
As well as Zeus. Zeus's thunderbolt was the variation of the Vajra. It's also found from Medicine. So, let me continue on.
Yeah.
Okay, so here, this is a diesel retrofit. Here's the now. This point is going to be recognizing the components. Right. There's your water intake. There's your pre-ionization chamber. There's your plasma generator. There's your thunderstorm generator. And there's two versions, two variations. So they're still experimenting with the optimum shape and geometry of the thunderstorm generators. But interestingly, I call the kitchens. People see the interviews coming up with the one you did yesterday with Ben.
Yep.
He brings up Joey concentric circles.
Yes.
And I call the kitchens
Measuring the bases.
measuring the bases, yes. You saw number 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yep.
Those are the optimum dimensions for the concentric spheres of the thunderstorm generators. So this one is 4, the next one inside is 3, and we're getting up here now to the larger scale applications. Here you can see this is the thunderstorm generator with one sphere. And holy shit, that's massive. Yeah. So you've got the spheres here at the end, and you've got here's the inner tube, the smaller tube that's going up the middle of the outer tube. So this is operating again like the vortex generator. So they've got your end-to-end analyzers here, your electronic control panel. There's your exhaust analyzer, so it's printing out what the results are. So this is a retrofit that says to a Caterpillar generator. And it's showing, so you've got a 24-inch stainless steel sphere here, and inside that is an 18-inch sphere. So here's your bubbler.
And this thing works.
Oh yeah, this is one of the the company, you heard of them, right?
Yeah. Well, that's
Well, okay,
like black hole.
so right here, what it's called the event horizon is where the plasmas are meeting and accumulating. And what happens is they start to see each of the plasmas is has like almost like a mini black hole in the center with this very powerful implosive force, right? Now, if you assemble a bunch of them together, what happens is those implosive zero points accumulate and act as a single organized system. So the inner pipe, if you look at this inner pipe that's going into, they ran it up. I believe if I remember right, what they did was this one had 3 spheres and 3 pipes, but the intensity was so great they had to take the middle one out because what was happening is the plasmas are embedding themselves into the crystal in the middle of the pipes, and then somehow their zero points are self-clearing and creating this explosive force. I'm very, I'm kind of grasping here because I've seen this on the videos. Had it explained to me, but I can't say that I fully understand what's going on here, other than the fact that you have these millions of plasmoids forming this coherent implosive force. And then what happens is that the pipe, this was the air pipe. This pipe here is this one. So, and that right here is where that explosion occurred.
Okay, so we're looking at a picture of the inner pipe.
But yes, it's busted inwards. Inwards. It's an explosive force, not an explosive. So take a good look at this geometry here. Remember the cone, how the cone separates the flows. Remember we pointed out the cone here with the vortex tube?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so this is basically doing the same thing. So this is one scheme for right here. You can see the carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide just shows the concentration. Notice here 4, 3, and 2. These are the ratios.
Inches.
Yes, this means inches.
Okay. So that the outer layer of CO2 chamber is 4 inches wide. And the inner chamber with chamber. Is it with water?
We forgot gas.
Got gas. Okay, that's 2 inches wide.
And then let's see, plus water. It gas things. So water vapor is going in the 2 inch. And it's coming out this end. It's a minus 20 inches. That's what this is. Yes. I'm going to try to explain all
That looks like some bicycle rims. Because that pine cone module on the inside.
It is bicycle rims.
And it looks like there's some sort of a purple aurora around that pine cone module.
Here?
Yeah. That, I see it. It looks like there's some sort of like purple light around it.
I think you're close. Okay. This is actually looking down one of those tubes that is floating. It's interesting that it's trying to create a hexagonal shape.
Now, why did it float?
Because the accumulated plasmoids embedded in the metal has this coherent zero points. When I come back, I'll have a better explanation of what's going on. But see, here's the thing. All of this, we're going to, as this proceeds and the experiments are going on and different people are trying things, there's going to be an ongoing dialogue amongst experimenters and inventors and technicians and mechanics and people that are building these things and testing them and experimenting and trying to understand. I mean, I heard, PhD physicists go, okay, I see what's happening here. I don't really fully understand what's going on here. Oh, yeah. So, somebody with a PhD in physics is still trying to figure out what's going on. I'm a geologist and an architectural designer. So, don't expect me to give me a few more months at least.
Right.
So yeah, we're going to just speed through some of this.
Now, wasn't Malcolm saying something about in 1923 there was a patent for a Model T Ford using water?
Yes, there was. And I don't know the background on that. But that's true, yeah, there was. In fact, several. And this is okay. So this is a basic assembly here that could be adapted to chimneys and capturing the effluents from chimneys. Now, this is a simple testing mock-up here, but it could certainly be done on a much more sophisticated level. But this was just to test, to try to see what was capable of attaching this thing to a chimney, particularly with the coal chimney.
For a coal stack,
Yes,
a power plant.
yes. And in fact, one of the companies in India that is now very interested in the licensing of this is looking at this application because they're built for coal plants. Arthur Whistle is something else somebody can research if they want to try to understand the scientific background of this. I won't try to explain it now because I don't fully understand the workings of the Arthur Whistle. Let's see, we've got this particular.
Is this retrofitted onto the chimney stacks of energy plants and coal plants?
Yes.
Is it possible, do they speculate that they could basically get to a zero emission or zero pollution coming out of the chimney?
Yes, but that's the ultimate goal. Where it's at now, you reduce it to almost insignificant levels coming out. And here, this is showing a retrofit of
And more power, obviously.
yes, Falcon Superior MSAT plasma energy retrofit. So it's retrofit cars. Here is another. This would be for a jet turbine. This is where it really gets interesting. And I'm not going to try to explain this because I'm still studying this, but you can see it's got, there's that cross section of the torus there. And it's capturing all of this. This explains the idea. Right? So I would recommend that people go online, go to howto.com or Strike Foundation. You can find links to all of this. You can download the video, watch them yourself. Links to other work that supports this. There's been a lot of papers presented on plasma, potential plasma technologies. The work of Ken Shoulders very much preceded the work of Malcolm. And all of his papers are available online. You can download them and read them. And then we will be forming a study that the people who are working with this just to learn about. This is the scheme for a jet engine. Wow. So there's a lot to it.
What are the skeptics on about this?
Oh, well, nothing other than, it's a hoax. It's just a hoax, yeah. I mean, they're not making nobody's making an intelligible argument to explain any of this away. And in fact, like I said, several of the skeptics who come on, look at it, and have said, well,
It's hard to understand. So,
yeah.
let's introduce this video. All right, so what is this video we found?
This is an interview between Jerry Lee, who has been associated with the plasma work, friend of Malcolm's for years. He was there at this London build-out, and George Lush did the annealing of the components for the thunderstorm generator, and he was there as an independent witness to the installation of the thunderstorm of the technology. And now he's giving his response to it. Admits that he was initially skeptical of highly credible individuals who can do the research, third generation. And again, this is an interview between Gary Lang and George Lush right here.
This company is making the hemispheres of this project. And George has come down to this site. So George, can you tell us a bit about
Yes, TNT is primary fuel. So yes, Lush, what's happening is Lush heat treatment, the aerospace heat treaters, in
response was that you know, we're and was it right that you were working in universe? Yes, I can chose to run that process. And again, what these things of dispersal ratio, things that are time pressure, so because material availability and speed, these were just under the temporary first evolution, just mild steel. Not in the expectation that they would be able to provide purely to prove concept. So we ran a deal with the material, so it was homogeneous and uniform, and then sold it to further working every other operation that's gone on. The degree to which everything about this is so madly counterintuitive, and again, being asked to come out and experiment with take on experiment on site today, and running a film camera and seeing it myself. It just astonishing results. You get from 300 degrees on just a small crop of pipe, and the bottom chamber is teacher chamber, it's just an elbow on this tiny facility system. The elbow costs 330 degrees, and the outlet pipe beyond it 4 inches away from 30 degrees. I can tell you the conductivity of a great physicist, the conductivity of copper, it's impossible to be 4 inches away from the flow going through for something that's 330 degrees, 400 inches away, it's 30 degrees. You can't just drop 300 degrees, not possible. But I've just seen it happening. So that was on the 4th Street, which is just called the Chonga. Yes, and that's the small just down at the bottom of the device. See the top of the small sphere at the top. This is the test unit. Let's say 330 odd degrees, 340 up there, then within a few inches, so the transfer pipe dropping down to 180 degrees thereabouts. There's no other way to explain it. The facts are there, the evidence is there. Having the thermal camera up and down, I'm quite convinced that I'm making a mistake, right? I'm not hitting the right thing. But slowly, task down, and it was recording and showing the state of it. So hopefully the focus is exactly to download in 2018. But this has been trying to get 300 plus degrees of full total down in 100. So it's 80 times like that. Put on the pipe, so the pipe is possibly goes into the end of 300 odd degrees, and then we out there, like to be sourced from 70 degrees in 6 or 7 inches. There's just everything about the universe that we don't intuitively, and there's no explanation for it rationally to be displayed just the temperatures and the changes that are going on. So the diagrams of the positive from the earlier experiments and theories are proving to be exactly what's going on. And there's a lot more to learn here in terms of the behaviour of everything. I just find it absolutely fascinating. Yes, so we still got on testimony in 2018. Yes, we're on our way. You see all the construction stuff you it's a bit impressive. It's nice to see things that I stay like this. Okay, so it's in that final stage. I'm more good. Okay. I ran out of things to touch, so I put it on the spreadsheet, just thinking about the applications for this. So, can you give us a short outline of that? Right. So, again, power stations, power stations are now spitting out 20% oxygen as their source. Everyone's things like that. Carbon dioxide monoxide articulates from what we've seen so far in sensors, drops away to zero, or it's so near to zero that it's just to be clear, that's the sensors on the outside technology. Yes, yes. So particularly on the Chonga, which is a small is the exhaust on this. Yes, that's the principle just to luminousness, just to illustrate how absurd and yet true the exhaust readings on this are. Now, I'm as skeptical as it gets. If you don't show me evidence, I don't believe it. And seeing these results, not believable. I must be stupid. I must be misreading this. This thing's putting out 20% oxygen, whereas before misreading focus turned on. It's nice running engine. It's 12% of work time. The engine running quite well, but it's pumping out pollution. Well, that's what you're going to get. You can switch this thing in, 20% oxygen, negligible carbon dioxide monoxide. And it's astonishing. It's working. Yeah, the evidence is there. So yeah, returning to the applications, fitting on every power station, another big pollution issue is the shipping transport. So they will all container ships in the world should have these fitted to cruise liners. Same thing. It's just the cargo is plastic goods. The trains running these, for instance, get these on that. You fuel the companies that go through the roof. Your emissions are going to fall later. Nothing. What else? Well, the other one that was interesting, again, just a little bit more, but where the evolution played about through Centurion just to see where climate gives the sweet spot. They got cryogenic results. It was minus 50 or 60 or something like that. So right away, the air conditioning industry just stopped because you've got a 50-story glass office building in the city. And you put this technology down in the basement, and you're pumping cryogenic air. Straight out of the sea, you've got the refrigerators, CFCs, pollutants. You're just creating cold air as a byproduct of a really cool blast. You set this up, so you're pumping out cryogenic air, pumping around the 50-story building. So you figure how much does it cost to run a 50-story office air conditioning for a year? How much electricity does that consume with the attendance and the rest of it? And here's another one. Fitness tracking is on every truck in the hospital. You don't need 22 kilo air conditioning pump under the bodies of your car. Sure, your car's running a tiny little plasmoid motor, as well as oxide, so you use half as much fuel or whatever. You get some metal power out of it. Your tailpipe emissions are 20% oxygen. You've got plenty of these cars going around the city, which is all smoky and horrible. Then onto these cars, each car is pumping out 20% oxygen. Cars also become these hard trees. We go down the road. Now, if you do that, that's easy to that's one of the medical corporations who have that one in their science. But George, that's one that if your car is now 25 kilos lighter, set up one ventures, maybe you can set this up with two ventures, one made feed, one cryogenic. That's your air conditioning. That's taken care of. There's no kind of mass. You don't have to make air conditioning pumps in the factory for that. You convert it to something useful. You're not having to produce the free high products, do you?
That's good. Wow. How many more tests do you have to do before this starts becoming something that's more mainstream used by some of these big mega corporations?
Well, those tests are ongoing right now. Like I said, there's like a major testing laboratory in the United States that's doing a series of tests, and I think it's going to go a long way to establishing the credibility of this. But yeah, there's several countries that are interested in the license. So we'll see what happens over the next 6 months. I think this thing could explode if there's not. Yes, it could go big if there's not obstruction, artificial obstruction.
Why would it be artificial obstruction?
Like you said at the end, beginning, but you want to know what I think is that, there's huge, hundreds of billions of dollars of investment out in clean, new energy, the alternative energy, what they call But I think, it may happen. I think it's going to happen simultaneously on two levels. I think you've got, you'll have this group of people, and some of the people I've seen that are very interested in this are very bright, intelligent young people that are studying physics and mechanics and engineering and things that are getting interested in this. And so I think over the next year we'll see more of the small scale applications, retrofitting, like this guy Jordan who does science. It's a website that he does. He's been really getting into this and studying the principles. And I just heard that I think he's going to be retrofitting a car, and Malcolm and some of the team are going to be helping him with that and perhaps providing some components. And one of the ideas is to basically create.
How you live in Canada?
Because one of the things George was really saying is that really the applications of this are mind-boggling in terms of
Hey, come to my Discord.
things that
My
I
Discord.
mean, it's very much up to where we would have been 120 years ago, trying to wrap our heads around alternating current electricity. And
Absolutely.
you start talking about the applications.
Discord.me/Rabbi.
Well, what are the applications of this? Like, I mean,
Well, if you just imagine, like when we first came up with combustion engines and started developing steam engines, diesel
It
engines,
says,
imagine
click
if
the
we started with something like this instead, where now.
It's just typed into a browser.
and I don't know.
Discord.me
Again, you could
/Rabbi.
another separate study is the history of these kinds of ideas. And again, like Malcolm says, he didn't originate a lot of this. I mean, there were other vendors,
Discord.me
scientists that worked on these ideas and built prototypes and tested them. They all met with obstacles usually thrown in their way. Having the patent stolen, having very, suppression. There's a whole sordid history of what's happened to these inventors and scientists that attempted to go down this road. And that was why the whole strategy now is to open source everything. So, there are licenses for specific applications.
Yeah.
But overall,
There you go.
basic
You just joined
principles
the How you live in
open
Fam?
source and all of this.
Wow, so much work to get in here. What's good, big guy? How you living, baby? Well, welcome. You're always welcome in here. How are things in your neck? What do you thoughts on your Parabon Science? You're very well. You've been interacting with the community. I don't know, man. We just all the service and communication.
You know what I was thinking though?
What were you thinking, Ken?
You have like a podcast or something, like a video you put out like regularly, or it's just always streaming. Like you have like serious audience, so like is it waiting for your next video to get like published?
Yeah.
But yeah, basically to like get someone that has that sort of thing going on. To like run an ad, like within their video about like their product.
So you're thinking to get with an influencer and run an ad within their stream to buy the phone?
Yeah, you know, people out there are like their ads that they do, like
were able to find it to get one of the big streamers, perhaps even someone on Twitter, one of the people who's doing a big space, to have them do a live read for some point or a fixed price if it isn't anything.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be a library. It can just be like a little trailer, you know?
Well, if it's a video, I get that. That's something that you have to go from YouTube for if it's a YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. Like a YouTuber or something that a decent amount of people watch. Just something I was contemplating. I haven't said like I want to have a real billboard. This is like digital real estate.
Right? But like, there's a thought that someone who hosts one of those really big Twitter spaces, like take Mario Malfar or whatever that guy is, we could get in contact with people and say, would you do a live feed during your stream to have people buy it, have a bunch of type of things, we'll pay you X amount to give you guys.
Yeah. So who is this person?
That's fun.
Some Bobby.
You know, randomly she is, but she got banned from that one thing. Oh, I don't know if she was ever a holder. Yeah, I don't think she was ever a holder. I think she was just a member of the Telegram.
You know about the backpack? You think the backpack? Get kicked out.
That's a question that you're asking her that's probably best for not me. Because she doesn't know.
So is it the very first thing about my or is it two other people?
No, they're just Adi and myself.
You're both, right?
Yeah, it's the one that plays podcast.
Okay. Okay, so Audrey, are you like Rabbi?
No. I'm jumping in on that question. Just my friend. Yeah, she's part of the Rothschild family. Big dog.
You know, Benny Dog.
No, I mean that's fine if people want to do that. That's not my thing. Just be yourself. Tim, did you hear her? I don't know. It doesn't help that you're talking to him and he's not answering. Tim, are you there? All right, you can.
So you're showing earlier. It's all there. Anybody who wants to down the notes, the schematics, the videos, it's all there. And so some of this testing that's going on will probably be made public. You're relatively soon. I'm not sure when, but to get a lot of people at the Tesla tech conference out in Albuquerque a few weeks ago have gone away with an more push to presides over Tesla technology studies.
Tim, what are you doing?
Stuff for decades. Because it was presiding over this particular conference.
And I
At
can't
the
hear
end of
you.
that,
Who's the Discord?
the technology, and it's on video, making a statement that this technology is decades ahead of anything anybody else is doing. And so we'll see. But I think the potential is there to, if this isn't suppressed, if it isn't, you know, obstruction, so that's a information that this is to do the same to industrial activity and plants within a decade.
Sounds like it's too true.
Well, it does sound like it. But we'll just have to see how it plays out. And then if enough people get on board, see how it's good.
I see how this is good as far as how some of these massive mega corporations can make money off this and transition this slowly.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. I think that there is absolutely that potential for some of the mega corporations. Just, well, for example, the retrofitting of postbeds. It's very possible it could be one of the first large-scale applications of the basic technological principle. And if they do that, you know, if other countries are interested, there's a number of other countries that have been looking at this. This is not yet, this is Alpha Prospects. Alpha Prospects is handling the licensing. Okay, and they are a little bit about this. Alpha Prospects is an energy-based investment holding company. You know, 15% of Strike Energy, a U.S. incorporated company which has been granted the license for the revolutionary molten sea art atomic construction technology, or MSAT, as it's Australia pronounce it, by the Strike Foundation, which owns the intellectual property. So the Strike Foundation is the nonprofit side, and Strike Energy is the profit side. Okay. In July 2023, Alpha Prospects was granted the exclusive license to MSAT technology in Thailand. Alpha Prospects also owns 10% of Strike Foundation. In addition, has portfolio of other investments in energy. And then it goes on. It says in the subtitles here, subheadings, a game-changing fuel-saving technology significantly reduces carbon emissions, set to revolutionize energy and power industries. Major manufacturers are now lining up for testing. Unprecedented data in trials, wide variety of applications, dividends expected next year. So it goes on. I can copy this and I can leave you with this if you want to read the whole thing. I'll just read a couple highlights here. MSAT allows for the recovery of waste energy and the removal of toxic emissions from the exhausts of industrial processes and internal combustion engines. The technology enhances the energy efficiency and emissions profile of any industrial device or process that produces heat. Aspects of this technology are commonly referred to as low energy atomic reconstruction, or LEAR, and also plasmoid power. A plasmoid is a coherent structure of plasma and magnetic fields that's well understood in the scientific literature as part of electromagnetic particle theory. Plasmoids are found naturally in thunderstorms and in the rare phenomena known as ball lightning. MSAT creates plasmoids in exhaust gases to recover waste energy and recycle it back into the system, as well as converting harmful emissions into water and oxygen. The key advance is that the whole process is undertaken with low energy inputs. Splitting carbon dioxide molecules isn't hard at high temperatures, but it's expensive. Doing it at low and economic temperatures is likely to be a major game changer because it can be achieved at minimal cost. How does it work? Firstly, air is ionized using UV light and introduced into the system. Second, plasmoids are formed in water by passing the ionized air through a catalyst. Plasmoids are then generated by collapsing cavitation bubbles, which are created by a vacuum and then exploded by applying pressure. Finally, the cold plasmoid and water mixtures pass through a catalytic tornado resonator. That's the thunderstroke generator. This comprises two spheres. The exhaust gases from the engine act on the plasmoids, and energy is released in the form of a heat that is sufficient to change the molecular structure of the exhaust. Energy is also transferred to the plasmoids, retained in the water vapor, which is then added to the fuel intake of the engine, either through a carburetor or fuel injector. In the process, energy is released at an atomic level within the exhaust stream, altering its composition and eliminating toxic chemical wastes such as carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, hydrocarbons, and other toxic harmful compounds. And finally, tests have been conducted at several locations and will shortly be ramped up to an industrial scale via established partnerships with power generation companies in the Far East. The most recent tests in the UK were conducted in July of 2023. Okay. These aim to ascertain to what extent MSAT reduces engine exhaust emissions, increases engine power, and changes the temperature conditions of the engine. And so it goes on to commercial applications and shows some of the test results. So this is
talking about with the multi-seed, where's the connection there?
Well, I'm not doing that, but that's one of the things that was a source of inspiration for Mel, was the multi-seed that is described in the Bible, the Old Testament, associated with the Solomon state. And I'll have more to say on that once I get a chance to look into it a little further. But we can quickly look here at some of the applications. This is, we saw it in the video. If I go back, we'll just go quickly here. You can see the build out. We started with this, the build out in the machine shop. Here this guy's creating the spheres. And this is an interesting video. We won't watch this video, but yeah, this is how they're creating the spheres. Yep. And there's some of the finished spheres. Now, one thing I'm going to show you which is very interesting. This is the transition piece between the spheres and the pipes. If you take this rim right here and this upper rim, so this is the transition between, this is where the smaller pipe comes into the sphere, and only one angle works, right? With maximum, with optimum efficiency. That angle, you can measure that angle from the rim, the top rim, to the bottom rim. So if I was to draw like a chord line from the top rim to the bottom rim, that optimum angle is 51.84 degrees. Is that what you're doing? Which I think that might be an important case. 51.84 degrees, the optimum angle for this thing, is the slope to base angle of the Great Pyramid. Exactly. So let that sink in. Does that possibly suggest somewhere there?
Now, are we getting into is there a connection here with angles, measurements to different frequencies?
Oh, yeah. And so this is, where, again, there's no proof in it. Maybe it's just a coincidence that it worked out that they tested various angles of these transition components and it works out. But the optimum angle was 51.84 degrees. I don't know. It's coincidence. But if it's not a coincidence, what does that mean? I don't know. Other than the fact that is there maybe some kind of a function next to the Great Pyramid that involves?
There's many theories on pyramids and power plants should be done.
Yeah, but this might support that. I don't know, because again, I learned that and I thought, wait a second, 51.84. I've seen that before.
Right. Yeah. What do you make of the theories, like the Giza power plant theory?
Well, to be honest, I haven't really studied, and I can't. I don't like to present opinions on things that I haven't really studied in. But learning this fact was enough to make me decide to study further for that. But now, with the idea of how is it possible that somehow this was involved in the utilization of plasma energy? There have been reports of anomalous spikes and even ball lightning associated with the apex of the pyramid. So again, that's more suggestive of what might have been going on here. And I think in the ongoing research, these are the types of questions that are going to come up. Now, I'm going to show you something else here. When we look at the Vajra,
Steven, is that something that you can find balls of lightning in the pyramid?
yeah, light illuminations, things like that.
Let's see. Because there is, if you look at the diagram of the Great Pyramid and you look at all the different passageways that move through it, and the chambers, it looks like something that was built very similar to something like this. And I know Ben talks about how the Great Pyramid gives off the this like low frequency sort of, it gives off some sort of frequency. It's really quiet. It makes some sort of sound.
Now, but based on what we've seen, let's take a look at the vaudeville. Now, remember, saw the thing about the importance of the tone at the end, right? Technology. Yes. Look at the vaudeville. Could this be your swirl tuner right here? And you've got the tube running down, you've got the tones at each end, which would suggest that the vaudeville was really just a component of a much larger machine. And maybe the insertion of the vaudeville here was basically just looking at the heart of a machine, just like Gary Lynn said when he was pointing out the thunderstorm generator. Well, here's the heart of the whole system, right?
Where were these vaudeville found?
Oh,
You know?
many places. Yeah, there's many pictures of them.
The vaudeville instruments, awesome. That one top is super old.
Doesn't it though?
Yeah. That's a good symmetrical.
And look, you see you've got the tones at the end, you've got the tube running down the middle, and you've got the swirl tunes right here. Could these have been part of some kind of plasma technology for the control of I don't know. I'm just looking at it, all I can do that. I'm trying to encourage other people. I want many intelligent minds, curious minds, innovative minds looking at this. And too many people looking at it, too many smart people investigating it, looking at it, seeing the potential of it for it to ever be volatile. That's part of what my goal is. So, and then of course, Zeus, holding the thunderbolt, it's built the spiral form of the vaudeville right here. And that, remember, you had the included torus and the plasmas, the plasmoids. The plasmas are whirling down in the form of a vortex and a spiral vortex. And there we have a spiral vortex right there in Zeus's version of the thunderbolt. So again, I don't know. I think it's suggestive enough that it warrants further investigation and consideration of an open mind.
Just use pulling a thunderbolt. Yeah, but it's just like that.
Yeah. So I have instinctively believed, and with some substantial evidence, that there has been a lot more sophisticated knowledge and scientific knowledge in the ancient world we could possibly pretty straightforward. Exactly what form that took, I was never clear on. Didn't have any specific vision of what that was, other than that there's enough out there that just doesn't fit into the prevailing explanations and paradigms of ancient history. There's just too many things that are anomalous, right? Now, just one example of what was going on with whip race. I mean, what's interesting here, look at the coil of the serpent. There's your coil. And there's so much here to dive into that we couldn't really get into right now, obviously. There's your bolt you see, and it's half of a sphere. And all of the numbers are key numbers. Like now, when you study those numbers, realize that those numbers were, and again, what you get is the numbers, like the 432, shows up over and over again. That was the basis of the whole system of the divine kings of Sumeria, the time cycles of the Vedas. It's also a number that's embedded in the Bible over and over again. Yeah, 432. And those are the outcome of the spirit racers and the spirit. 432. So again, I don't know. It would be worth
Would it be just coincidence?
sure. I'm not going
The angle of that thing being 51 degrees, just like the angle of the pyramid, is just a coincidence?
I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to complain that it proves anything. I'm not going to complain that. But I'm also going to consider what if it's not a coincidence. Might be a coincidence. It's got to be investigated, not by somebody who's made up their mind before they've looked at the evidence of what's possible and what's not possible. It's got to be investigated with an open mind. And, if you get a coincidence, it becomes a matter of coincidences are we allowed before you finally, okay, this has gone beyond coincidence? That's the question.
But when we're talking about like some of the ancient technologies that were lost in the ancient times, for example, some of the stuff that Ben showed, the symmetry of the same pieces of these bases that are made out of hard stones and are perfectly symmetrical within one millionth of an inch. And the pyramid, these enormous multi-ton stones, not only moving them for hundreds of miles, but elevating them to the top of these pyramids. Is there anything that suggests that this plasma technology, obviously this technology is great for missions and having clean missions, but is there any of the stuff that actually be responsible for these massive stones or creating some of these perfectly symmetrical bases?
Well, I have not pondered how this might apply to creating those perfect bases. Certainly, if we would look up stone cutting and plasma.
Okay, so they're cutting stone and plasma.
Yeah, we're already doing it. We're using plasma to cut stone. Wow. So, I mean, perhaps we could explore the idea that it needs to be chlorine cutting of the stone. Perhaps utilizing some kind of plasma thing.
How plasma cuts stone? Here, search for this. How is granite cut today? Granite can be cut wet or dry using a circular saw or an angle grinder. Cutting wet granite requires a wet cutting saw. Okay. So just a regular saw. It's not conventionally used with plasma, but honestly, it's been done with plasma.
I mean, there is that whole method. And the benefit to do that.
Inside of the description explains how it works. Plasma cutting is a process that cuts through electrically conductive materials by the means of an accelerated jet of hot plasma. Typical materials cut with plasma with a plasma torch includes steel, stainless steel, aluminum, brass, and copper. Although other conductive metals make it as well, plasma cutting is often used in fabrication shops, automotive repair, restoration, industrial construction, and salvage and scrapping operations.
It's interesting stuff, isn't it?
It is, especially when you start stacking it on to areas of the sacred geometry and these numbers, finding out correlations and the conditions of the body layers and stuff, text, pictures.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of it, but it's definitely interesting.
Well, I'm still wrapping my head around it. But, like we talked about earlier, there is the question of the possibility of ancient civilizations, which I think we haven't proven the existence of an ancient civilization. Saying that in the sense that they have not talked about. But there's so many anomalies that it's kind of got to the point where, for a century and a half, they've been running all of these things under the rug. The seems to suggest a much deeper, much more complicated, complex, and sophisticated past to the civilization on this planet. And what I've now learned about the plasma technology, it seems to be like this natural candidate for being the basis of an alternative technology. And the other thing, that might be things that we are looking at here, it looks coincidental, but it's not. Maybe there is more to this idea of the module and being an implement of power, a tool of power, wielded by the god, Indra, or Zeus, or whoever it might be. Is it possible that that's a remnant of a much more ancient knowledge of a kind of a technology or a science-based civilization that may not look anything like our own fossil fuel-based civilization? That's the point. And that's the point of this, that we were making in the podcast today, is that, we're looking for in a mirror for whatever ancient civilization might have looked like. We're looking at that mirror, we're just looking for a reflection of ourselves. We might be missing. But I mean, we could go down the list. Grams were as anybody else has gone towards establishing the case that there is something that our modern explanations of history and prehistory are just not explained, that they're almost deliberately ignored. And that really became obvious with the mainstream attacks on ancient apocalypse and the misrepresentations and the character assassination of Graham. So many others whose names we won't mention because of the fact that there could be this fallback. But they're out there. Anybody who does this kind of research is going to quickly learn all of this on their own. And that's what I'm trying to encourage people to do. Ask questions. Be skeptical, just like George Lush was skeptical up to a point. But then it gets to the point where it gets to that level where at some point you got to look at, I think there is something there. Make a piece of something. And I started thinking that years ago after I started having my conversations with Malcolm, and things seemed to converge between what he was saying and things that I had already learned, but I didn't have the scientific foundation to say, yeah, this makes perfect sense. But I've learned a lot. I've still got lots more to learn, but I've definitely now seen that there's been multiple levels of tests going on. And now myself, I've been able to witness some of these tests going on, and with credible people who are there as much to debunk this as to prove it, and they're coming away like George. Well, it's counterintuitive. How does this work? I don't know. I've just seen results for myself. So he said there's a lot of work to do to piece all this together, to draw and tap on this and figure out what the scientific rationale is. I think what we'll do is we'll go quickly before we get to the end thing. Just show you the build out of the latest. Can we go back to my laptop, Steve? So here you can see the fabrication of the largest to this date scale, industrial scale thunderstorm generator. And what was this one you make up here for? This was replicated, you see the section. This was onto a 400 kilowatt generator on a power. There you can see the concentric spheres. I'll just quickly go through this. There's nature of our first steps. Here's the power plant. That's very late again. That's the housing. Right on that. Here's the manager of the plant. These guys are not going to turn over and allow their big generators to be replicated with this unless there is some sort of okay, so 36 or 1 minutes. Somewhere in 35. Okay. Let's see. So this is the generator right here. This is $30 a day. Yeah, this is good. There's a truck from the side. We're going to go with this right now. All right, so there's the thunderstorm generator on the front. And it's being hosted with the fucking up onto the generator coming. That is fun. That is blowing into the place. And then there's the crew in the assembly. Okay, so here this is showing how the dimensions and the proportions are critical to this thing working well. So here you have 12 inches, 1 foot. Right. We were talking about that yesterday. Yeah, we were. And again, showing the measurement of the dimensions are very precise and extreme. And here's the modular of the generator. The modular is down here below. There's the technology now installed on top of the generator, obviously. down below. As butlers in place ready to start plasmoids. This is the type of generator, every kilowatt goes into a diesel generator. This is not the actual generator, but this is what's down below. That's what's here. This is now retrofit. And there's the butler. Yeah.
And those are all the
The bubbles you're seeing are not the ones generating the plasma.
okay.
The micro scale bubbles, the larger bubbles are not symmetrical. They have to be symmetrical.
Okay.
And this is part of the heat analysis showing what this was astounding was Rothschild of how the heat changed the not too cold in a few instances. That was the thing that puzzled me.
Oh, whoa, this is a thermal.
Yeah,
This is too much.
yeah.
328 degrees Celsius. We're going that. That's 700 degrees there. Now keep going. Let's see if he points it somewhere else and see what changes here.
Well, I've got to like a dozen of these thermal videos, and I only put one in the show.
Okay. Oh, is that the whole thing? Okay, got it.
And here you can see some of the results. So here's the Honda generating the pet that looks regular gas. And if you look here, you can see the carbon dioxide up here was at 10/11/53. Before they turned on the technology was 9.3%. Here it is like 4.5 minutes later. It's zero. Here's the carbon monoxide, 5.48%. Zero. Here's your oxygen. 4.66% of the effluent was oxygen. After the further technology got 20.97. Hydrocarbons in parts per million, 199 down to 58, and your nitrous oxide in parts per million, 27 down to 4. And you can look similar. Here's Honda with heat gas. Heat gas is, this is a British I think heat gas is the gas that is emitted from landfills. I know they did test that using on gas emitted from landfills. And again, you can see some of it here. Oxygen, 21.37%. Perkins with mains gas, and again, all of this is online, posted. So here's the rough. So this is the same data you see right here, coming directly out of the gas analyzer. CO2 9.3%. Then over here you can see 0.0. Carbon dioxide 5.48. Zeroed out. Oxygen 4.66 and then 20.97. So yeah.
Whoa. Where did you get this?
He's been to India. And in fact, I was involved in one of the conversations with Tom Carpenter, who's the head of the India Foundation. And he's the one that set up meetings with the Indian government. The Indian government might be the very first large-scale application of this technology. And I actually participated in the official conversations with Tom Carpenter. He is the head of the India Foundation, and it's a liaison between the French government and the Indian government. He had high-level contacts in the Indian government, and he went to them with this technology. And at one of the meetings I went to, one of the admirals of the Indian Navy was there. I met the man. The Indian Navy, like you saw, that was pointing out the potential applications of this technology on ships. Could be the Indian Navy in the first.
Are there any other bizarre, crazy out there applications that don't involve clean energy? Is there anything that's like outside the spectrum of energy that this can be used for, like outside of like
But yeah, I mean, I'm still learning.
What's like the wild speculation that people are talking about? No,
I think space propulsion.
space propulsion.
Yeah, using this as a propulsion system, and there's one of the things that's in on the drawing board now is a prototype jet engine that could be used both as a power plant in like submarines and in space propulsion.
Like for rockets. Now you think there'd be a better way other than just blasting rockets into outer space? And you think you wouldn't even need a rocket, right? You think you needed something else that could just pull itself through the universe, like some of the crazy anti-gravity technology some of these guys are talking about. You know, how these things bend, they fall through gravity by basically creating some sort of anti-gravity.
So there are some concepts out there that create as inherent as plasma applications, but I've literally not tried to dive into those yet. Only because I'm still, like I said, I got to get into high school, plasma high school before I do that. It's from grade school.
Mm-hmm.
So
you show a slide that you've shown before that showed a big mountain, the diameter of the mountain, you put rockets inside. What does that say? Earth is what? Earth diameter.
I should recognize that number, but
Can you blow it up? Yeah, 7920. I remember that number from yesterday. Are you kidding me? I'll never forget that number. And 3960. That's a radius.
but double 3967.
Got it. Okay. Now this is showing a diagram of solar wind, the sun's diameter, which is 864, and radius of that number 432, rays of the sun. Solar wind leaving the sun. Okay. So essentially, like these machines could just use energy from the sun to operate and not have to use fossil fuels to start off.
That could be what this is. Because see, the key is you have to get matter up to the requisite thickness that disassociate the electrons and the neutrons. And as I understand it, that was the function of the ionization.
Right.
Was to enable the reduction to that we could call low energy, shoot, I'm getting tired.
Yes.
I've probably good off the
We're on the final stretch. Let's wrap it up.
yeah, that's what
There you go, Rachel. I'll send you some. Oh, okay.
But yeah, this is definitely what I'm going to be diving into this. Absolutely, because this is sort of very fascinating. But how it works, don't ask me. As you can see, a spacecraft launcher payload delivery system, and that schematic, that exploded schematic that I showed you of building these engines that are running on plasma energy. So that's further down the road, and I've not ready to yesterday, so don't do that yet.
But that's fascinating. Thanks for showing the slides. The slides are a lot of rockets that are housed inside some big mountain. And I guess they get pushed through that plasma generator too.
I'm guessing that's what's going on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a lot to this. This is the first time I've ever done a recorded public presentation diving into this much detail on this. But it's good because, like I said, I'm very much a student of this, trying to understand it, and I think that there's multiple dimensions to this whole phenomenon that many people will be exploring for years to come, and we'll be figuring out applications that we haven't even begun to imagine yet. And I've seen enough now to become convinced that it's real. And now there are dozens of people that I'm aware of, that I've communicated with, or I'm aware of, that have seen it and participated in testing. Not lightweight people who have a strong scientific background. So I think at this point it's past an important hurdle from the time I made those first comments on television. And that is these three levels of testing that now been demonstrated. One, what I just showed you, the retrofit of the power plant in England. What happened to the Tesla tech since they have conflicts there, and what is now happening as we speak, which hopefully soon will have to reveal the specifics of.
It'll be interesting to see how this evolves and how it pans out, especially when it comes to like mainstream people in academia at universities starting to study this stuff and taking it seriously. And like we talked about before we started the podcast, being published in journals. Because you were saying that some of the stuff, the evidence of the drives and the record you have that happened there, contributing to the drastic change in climate, it's being kept out of the journals.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. And what's interesting is that the first 2017 came out proposing a centralized impact was published, I believe, was the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. A lot of the articles that have come out subsequent to that were published in the mainstream journals, and there's dozens of them. I mean, I have copies of all of them. I've read all of them. That's something I can actually talk about with a little bit more confidence, say, than I'm talking about classical technology, which is something I've been actually studying for years. Where these two dovetail is the idea that if you've got evidence of these ancient catastrophes that have remodeled the surface of the globe and potentially caused the collapse of civilization, then we have to kind of open our minds, like we were talking about earlier. Number one, don't be looking in a mirror. Don't be necessarily thinking that an advanced civilization or a scientifically sophisticated civilization has to look like our own. Because if you're looking for a mirror image of our own, we could overlook it. The second thing is realizing, and this is why I do tours, why I'm trying to bring people into the field, and I've been bringing more and more geologists into the field to try to show them here's the evidence and here's the language of catastrophes, like we talked about with Ben. So when the interview with myself and Ben, if you post that, people will be able to listen to that. Where I'm discussing this idea that there's a whole brand of this that I'm trying to get people to. It's literacy and being able to read this story that's written large into the landscape of planet Earth. That has literally been waiting for 13,000 years to reveal itself. And we're now at that stage where we can see it. We can begin to decipher and actually read this epic story that has been waiting eyes to see, ears to hear, and the mind to comprehend. And that's what I'm trying to do. Now, this comes along and dovetails with that, I think, because we'll do more, and we'll have more discussions, I believe, as we go further down the road. But you saw just a few satellites and tests that perhaps some variation of this kind of technology was already discovered and utilized once upon a time. Maybe even in prehistory. And what we're seeing in the legends and the stories of Indra, Zeus, and Audra, and Demonis, and all of this kind of stuff that is seen to apply some kind of technology. Maybe it's not just the conjurations of pre-literate, out of control imaginations, but it's actually fragments of memories of something that actually once existed. And from what I've learned up to this point, I would say I can come up with no more potential candidate for what a technology would be based upon than this. The utilization and the control of plasma energy. And what I learned that the geometries and the frequency and the numbers that are measured by these frequencies are key to the operation of this technology. That seemed to confirm what I instinctively realized from my own studies of sacred geometry, that it was more than just an aesthetic, that there was something probably scientific and technological at the base of sacred geometry. Why are ancient cultures used sacred geometry all over the world to build these structures. Yeah, it's just, so I think we may be on the cusp of something very interesting because, on the one hand, application of this technology, like George loves, to watch the internet. He's just, imagination is going crazy thinking about potentially what could we do with this, right? Literally, the potential might be here to change the industrial landscape of the earth. I mean, it could be as profound as the shift into the internal combustion engine or the utilization of alternating current energy. And if this is not suppressed, maybe a generation from now, the landscape of the earth will look very different. And like George Lush said, if you retrofit cars with this that are now producing toxic exhaust, they're now each part of the tree, emitting 20% oxygen as they drive. I mean, that's astonishing if that's true. So, on the one hand, we may be looking at a window into our future with this, but
That's a beautiful way to go. Randall, thank you so much. I appreciate you walking us through all this stuff, and I hope people watching or listening can investigate this further, and if they want to regularly go to find some more of the stuff,
Outreach.com, and the Strike Foundation.
Awesome. I'll link it all below.
Welcome.
Awesome. Randall, it's been enlightening.
How are you?
Thank you so much.
What up, Derek?
To be another round of podcasts and reaching out here maybe next year.
Eric, can you hear me? Eric? Hello? All right, we're just watching podcast. Going to reading a lecture.
Sounds good. Awesome. Thanks, Dan.
All right. Goodbye, everybody. You were trying to explain to me last night when I was asking you about the brush testimonies and all the stuff that you were saying. I was explaining to you that I was highly skeptical of the whole thing. The fact that they made this big dog and pony show on national television, and I always question it. When the government starts to get behind it, I always question motives and what's going on.
First, when you say you government, there is no such thing. There's no government. We're in a state of chaos. The government is organization. Like in Yugoslavia, there are different. What you see right now happening, with the extreme Democrats trying to put in jail all the guys around Trump. That's like civil war. That's a civil war. We're in a civil war. Civil war shooting each other. But they're trying to stop the election. It's a political war. But it's getting real bad. People trying to put this has never happened in the United States. It's like a banana republic.
Yes.
It's what do we do? Putin might do this, right? Putin just killed one of the whole. What's the guy in Russia? The one vodka guy? He already have that. Like, Donald Trump's airplane has not been shot down yet. Right. But maybe that's coming. I wouldn't be surprised. Would you? So,
No, I honestly wouldn't.
no. So there's no difference between what's happening in Russia with Putin and what's happening in the United States. It's the same thing. It's organized crime all over the place. What it is, it's like the mafia. It's like different gangs are fighting each other. Russian mafia is Italian.
When you talk about these different gangs, or about different factions of the government, like
And they're all government now. Yes, they're all government. The government. We don't have a legit government.
so that's what you're talking about when you say there's a war going on. It's not intelligence.
Yeah, right now, there are guys. Okay, this Trump they're fighting. I have people next to her who were supporting her. And then I have guys who are trying to destroy me. If I get hit by a car, who's trying to destroy me? Christopher Mellon's trying to destroy me.
Why?
That's a good question.
Why would he want to if he voted me?
Because we got into a fight with Donald Trump.
You, Christopher Nolan, did it?
Yeah. That's a real thing. It's on fire. You could come up to a meeting bill and do a vote for Trump.
You and him were at a reunion girl.
I invite we could have a big thing with
We should have done this podcast with a reunion girl. That would be great.
the guy,
We got a big owl statue. Is this big statue still there?
yeah,
Oh, like the owl.
that's but they'll never let me back there. But it's true though. But there was this guy, Don Rich. Don Rich is one of the top members of the union. Okay. Let me tell you about Don Rich. Just passed away now. And you know, just by the way, you didn't have to. Don Rich, Don Rich was born in Idaho, cowboy. He's half Indian, half Apache. And cowboy, grandfather was a Texas Ranger. Cowboy, up on a ranch, born in Idaho. And his father was a friend of Kenneth Arnold. Worked for Kenneth Arnold. Kenneth Arnold was the pilot for 1947 storm for Soviet flying discs.
Yes.
So Don was a little boy, like 4 or 5 years old, and was there when Kenneth Arnold came back and had just seen the flying saucers. The toll was it. Don heard Kenneth Arnold telling his father about what just happened, what he just saw. So right there at the beginning, right? Yes. Okay. But there's some other stuff. So of course, Don Rich was into flying since the very beginning. His father worked for him. So Don, about my age, maybe 2 years younger. So Don goes into the Marines and becomes a tank commander. Sees some action in this South America with India. I forget what it was. Not I think something like that. And he gets out in the 60s. But he's an artist. He's a sculptor. So Don has a big forge. He does massive steel sculptures and stuff. And he had a forge, good things. And he gets he's quite successful with the final, a bunch of famous, he got involved with all these famous people. And he started teaching, but this is the artist. He's like teaching the artist. So it's like the late 60s. And then this guy, who I think is probably connected to Chip, wasn't Chip. This guy, Colonel Harry, made up his work. This guy comes up one day, knocks on the door in 1969. And Don's brother got a colonel in the Marines, but it was his own brother. And it's December 5, Colonel Harry Wolf. He said, listen, we need you. He's here. And his job and stuff, it doesn't come against. We have part-time security. They give him stuff that is handcuffed to himself. It's not handcuffed. It's small packages. And he's delivering stuff to the. He said, one time I went to China, Shanghai, and but the French intelligence, the MI6, the Australians, go to and they were the plots for Rothschild crash. Plots for Rothschild crash also. That also talks about when we're trying to reverse engineer and stuff, right? So Don is, he's involved in it. And then, at one point, Harry Wolf, he's probably, so that means he had to be one of the children too. Back then, okay? This is before I knew children. So, but this is all CIA, whatever. And Harry Wilford gives him this army duffel bag, like AAF, 19 Roswell, on the board. And Harry says, don't look at this, I'll be back. So, of course, if you read also, there's about the struck, really struck with the symbol, like Egyptian hieroglyphs, symbols on it.
Yeah.
It's there. It's there. He has it. It's there. What? This is, I didn't tell you before, but this guy, and he says, cool, I sell it to watch us, everything. Try to kill it, fight, to resist any kind of thing. So sometimes you can put something up over three stores. So, and hardly weighs anything like that. Jared starts like almost 40. Okay? So he's hard to go. I got other witnesses, not just me. Kid, some guy, Larry Lepke, which was Jacques Halle, and Gary Nolan, who Gary Nolan is. Okay? So, Larry works with these materials, right? No, this is back in 1968. This is Don Mitch. This is way before any of this stuff now. This is back in 1968, 1969. And Harry comes and takes it back. Okay. So now, what's the time? I am oh yeah. So Don Mitch's nephew, Will Wilson, who actually works at the tree, which is the other something that does computer animation. This kid, he's young, his nephew, this is about 6 years, 7 years ago. Yeah, exactly. Walks in the cafe GS, me and Kim, and says, hey, you guys got to be my uncle, because he knows about you, and he's into flying saucers and all this stuff, and he's very big and wants you guys to take me to the so that's how we met. And Don, he had a library, he knew the stuff. Don, at this point, they had a memorial. It was a memorial to Don. It's all the tough guys. Think highly. Don was one of the 6 guys who won project, picture, physically, picture, these schools, stuff like that, make sure, you gotta make sure number of if you can make the city, so we went to the road at one time. I hang out with him. He had dead bodies to the camps. Next door was Honey's. This camp, and it's all these camps, camp with Henry Kissinger, Bluebird, I heard Robert Gates give a lecture at that private stage. Robert Gates, this is back in 2017 or something. I don't know, Trump was president. And Gates is talking to somebody else about Joe Biden. Joe Biden talking about Bill Gates? No, Robert Gates, who's Secretary of Defense. Oh. Robert Gates, who's Secretary of Defense of President Bush. Not good. Although Bill Gates would be ugly. Oh, sure. But now Robert Gates, somebody asked him a question about what do you think of Joe Biden? Basically, Robert Gates said, Joe Biden is the dumbest of all. I don't watch this. Joe Biden. He says, every foreign policy position that Joe Biden has supported has turned out a disaster. This is back before nobody was thinking Joe Biden was president. And this supports all, and I heard Gates say this. And then this supports what Trump says that when he spoke to Teddy Kennedy, it's back when Trump was Democrat. Right. In fact, Trump's the winner. Chelsea rather than Chelsea Epstein. No, that's bullshit. Okay, that's not bullshit. No, I know exactly what it is. Don't tell me because I know better. I know a lot about Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. I've done a lot of research on that. No, yeah, but I know too. What I know is this. Is right. Donald Trump Jeffrey Epstein was a member of the Mar-a-Lago Court as a 2000. Okay. And then Jeffrey Epstein started giving on a 15-year-old daughter of found that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of. Yeah, he's found out everybody, but so did Clinton, so did everybody.
Right, everybody. Right.
Everybody. But I don't think there's anybody that Trump ever went to now.
Trump is probably more connected to Epstein than anybody else.
If it wasn't his financials, I don't think it's six. I'm sure it's his financials.
I don't know about that. I don't think there's any evidence of that with Trump doing that, but I think I know Trump has been to his townhouse in New York.
One day I was but they own it. He said they own it. Yes, right. Right? Everybody's everybody. I say, right. I mean, Epstein, I'm sure it's my son. Epstein is my son, right?
100%.
Yeah. I think it's, I agree. So Epstein's job was to compromise. So we have like JP.
Yeah.
You know, look himself is gay, right?
Right. Yeah.
His buddy was doing that. So that's true. But I do know for sure that when Trump found out about, Willow, he kept using that money. He would take the money.
Right. Yeah. I don't think Trump. There was the evidence of Trump doing any sort of business or hanging out with Epstein after he was convicted.
Yeah.
And unlike Bill Gates, who actually met up with him, told him a bunch of
And he did something else. A bunch of my physicist friends hung out, went to the island.
But yeah, Stephen Hawking to dial
With Kip Thorne, who got the Nobel Prize. Yeah, and a bunch of other, this guy who runs Santa Barbara, would have been a Golden Gun. I forget his name. The guy who runs the Santa Barbara Institute of Physics. He spent a lot of time. And this guy said, boy, he runs his own physics. Now, I'm not saying I think when let me say this, when the physicists were there, I don't think there was any hanky.
No.
That was,
He held a lot of big events there.
Yeah.
There were a lot of people there, and that was part of his operation. It was easier to get high-level people with money like Bill Gates if you see that, look, all these other high-level academics and physicists and scientists are going there. What's wrong with you? Think twice about it.
well, the same thing happens in one era, I think the same thing, but one of them the same sort of thing.
Right.
The people went ahead and supported us back in the 70s, and he did the same thing that Epstein did. But he was not involved in material. Right. So it's not the kids or anything like that.
Right.
But they also had all these famous Feynman and Susskind and all these famous Hawking, Victor the old one, here in San Francisco. So, yeah, so that was, and what was also intelligence. I'm not sure for who. Could be they'll probably see why they could be the Russians. She went to Russia. So, I don't know who, but it was definitely quite intelligence.
Right. All right.
So that's a standard thing they do. Yes.
Yeah. I want to get into the warp drive stuff.
Yeah.
Can we talk about that? Can you explain to me your warp drive theory and how that works?
I'll try. Okay, warp drive theory. Okay, so now it's a little bit. Okay, I'll use. If you look at Bob Lazar's videos, where he talks about gravity A and gravity B, he talks about they used to the flying saucer falling free in space.
Yes.
That's what it is. But what it is Einstein's theory in general is about gravity. Gravity is the bending of the space itself. It's the warping of space itself. It's called curvature. The curvature of space and time is gravity. This is bending. So gravity is space and time itself is like this electromagnetic field. There's a space time field. It's a field. Okay. Gravity field is space time. There's no difference.
Okay.
If you can control gravity, you control space and time, you can slack it. The problem has always been everybody knew this.
This episode is brought to you by Rothschild. Let's talk about
The problem has always been that the strength of the gravitational interaction, I don't want to say force, I say force is not the interaction, it's not a force. Gravity's not a force, electricity is a force. But the strength of the interaction of gravity and matter is normally very weak. Okay, and so energy, the concentration of energy in the volume, what's called the stress energy density scale, will warp space-time. So if I had enough energy, and if I could shape that energy distribution properly, I can make space-time work any way I want. That's what the machines are doing. That's what we're doing. The problem has always been that when you put in the numbers of Einstein's equations, the coupling is so weak that it's impossible to have energy to accomplish that task. But we know from the creation, the forever, the Tic Tac and stuff, what we see them doing is that's what they are controlling gravity and it's still that's energy. So there's something missing in our physics. Okay. That's the missing link. That's what I saw. The energy. Right. Yeah, it's the energy down. And so the thing is this, I would say right away, as soon as it's walking, like when Kevin Booth and all these guys that had that congressional meeting, said, things got hundreds of G's, that's impossible. Because inside the ship, they're weightless. Remember I told you, inertial reserve is a space suit floating through space, right? Inside, that's the correct one. What the czar says, the ship is falling free race, falling through space, weightless, and then falling weightless, right? Okay. Like on the space, but there's a space station that's going around in orbit, they're floating around. Because so what, without firing the rocket, you're flying around, right? So what they do, the ship is far, it's like on the space station, but it has a little, maybe a little fusion there, whatever, it has a control system where it's able to change the shape of the space around it. Yes. So it can control it anywhere it wants to go. Yes. So even though on the outside it's going at 5,000, but apparently it's called kinetic acceleration. There's no actual, the G-force, the actual G-force, like they're weightless. Exactly. Okay, outside they're really all moving as if they're going 5,000 G, nearly 30 trillion miles a second. But inside they're weightless. So we understand that right away. Right. Easy. Right. Easy conception. Anyone understand that? But the guys, the CIA director doesn't understand the so others, they don't understand it. They don't understand it yet. Try to explain it. They don't understand it. Travel doesn't understand it. Mike Graves doesn't understand it. I can explain it to him. And when I tried to explain to Chris Miller, he didn't want to hear it. He said, no, you don't know. What did he say? This guy, Christopher Mellon, he's a schmuck. He's a schmuck. And when it comes to science, what is Christopher Mellon told Jack Sarfati that he knows more physics than Jack Sarfati? I don't think he claimed that no more physics. He did. Well, he did. He said, no, he said, you can't be so sure. I think he's talking about the kids. It's 1,000 years old. We don't know. And he's never taken a physics course. And here up here, the CIA is in it. He's a stupid guy. He shouldn't be. He's a Mellon. And by the way, his cousin, John Moore, his cousin, the same grandfather, together. John said, yeah, my cousin's an alien. Okay, John Moore, Senator Walter's son, his mother was, stepmother was Elizabeth Taylor. So then he's Secretary of the Navy, all to UFOs. So both John Moore and Chris Miller, we all agree UFOs are real as a threat. Right. Is it a threat? Of course it's how is it a threat? It's a threat because some of them are not friendly. Because the big difference is not just one. Which ones are friendly? Well, I don't know. The ones that contact the beavers would be friendly. But the ones there are people who hurt. That's what Jean Paul's were. That's what Gary Nolan's were. The blood. They said people have died. Yeah, I'm saying now they don't need to deliberate because that's what my theory I explained. When you're anti-gravity, if you're under as a UFO, you stand under it. You have radiation. Because let's go shift. Okay? Yeah, explain the blue-red shift. Well, that works. Okay. That's really interesting. This is basically because if So with light does that light is a photon, it's a packet of energy. With the energy proportional to the frequency. So in order for the light to escape the gravity field, it's losing some of its energy, just the way you expect energy by going through the hill. So some of its energy, so the frequency goes down. That's the redshift. So it's okay. Redshift, that's not ionizing. It's more energy you understand. It's the orange.
Red light.
Yeah, the redshift. But with anti-gravity, it's the opposite. With anti-gravity, it's like you're at the top of the hill, looking at the top of the hill, and you're on a scooter. In fact, they go on skateboard, and you're gaining energy.
Yes.
And that's the photons, and the photons increases frequency, that's blue, and it gets ionized. It's like a nuclear bomb, gamma rays, high energy, gamma ray, high energy light. So what happens is the light escaping from below it, right? Because it's the top of it. The anti-gravity can't see the Earth's spin. Right? It's the top of it. So what radiation, any kind of light energy that's coming from the thing, it's enough energy to ionizes the air molecules, or ionizes the air molecules, and that causes ionization. If it's really high energy, it's the same as a bomb. It's like radioactivity. Yeah, it's like the effects of a nuclear bomb blast. Well, obviously, it's happened because these people are getting radiation sickness.
Right. That was on, I think it was on a PDF or something. It really described it nicely. Where it shows you the person, and it shows that if the spacecraft moving towards you or away.
Oh yeah, that's the self-body. That's one of my predictions. Normally, the Doppler shift, the motion Doppler shift, if a locomotive whistle is coming toward you, the pitch goes up.
Right.
And if it's going with you, the pitch goes down.
Yep.
The UFOs, that's the possibility that if you have the right, if you're Commander Fravor, the Doppler, the frequency shifts, when you see the thing is coming toward you, it's approaching you, it's the frequencies are going to be low, redshift, just the opposite of what you expect from the Doppler shift, and the opposite of what
So it's coming toward you, the frequencies get lower. And when it gets farther away, they get higher.
And if you see that is sloping to that slope, that's a warp direction. It's a warp direction. Very simple. That's Jack's body, the upper first one to say. That's my prediction from the theory. And Frank Milberger, who wrote the.
So why is it the opposite of a train?
Because it's just because the guy explained it, because that was the gravity. Think about it. It's gravity is different from motion. It's not motion.
Got it. That makes sense. Yeah.
So they work opposites of each other.
Right.
Okay? So that's how you can tell. If the ship is moving through air, if it's a liquid motion, you get a regular Doppler shift. If it's warping space, you get an opposite. So it's a very simple experimental thing that the military should have by now. But they're so stupid. Maybe they got.
Aren't the top scientists from around the globe working for the government, working in these
Well, because they're stupid, because they don't listen to them. Okay? Because they're dumb.
Are the Jason scientists still?
No, back then, the Jasons, I didn't know any of this stuff. I was a kid then. That was many years ago.
But you don't think we still have programs like this with the super?
No, because they're too stupid. They don't. Some of them are maybe not. And now the Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory started secrets. I didn't know until 2 days ago. A few days ago. Last week, I find out that at the West Berkeley Lab, they have this big light fusion reactor, and they're testing this self-body equation. I don't know if it's just, I think it's a
Have you trademarked this self-body equation?
yes, that's the purpose of it. It's
Who calls it that?
what
Who calls it that? Who calls it the self-body equation?
the guys on Earth's everywhere.
They all call it that?
It's a publication.
Wow.
No. They got it from my paper. I mean, guess what? There's a guy there, the guy in charge, PhD, Michael G. Gibson. He's in charge of the laser fusion stuff. Or so was it? Right? And apparently, when I remember, he works with John Bryan and Gary Nolan. He must have been here because they pulled a paper line 3 years ago.
Okay.
So they've been working on this thing secret.
materials fit into this?
Okay, well, wait, but that's not good. Well, that's limited. What they're doing in North Country, it's not limited. It's plasma, it's fused. What's called, it's a heavy ion fusion, plasma fusion. It's a different thing.
Right, but when it comes to the spacecraft and the way it moves, the way you just explained it with the ionization, right?
Metamaterial and all these guys like Harold Puderoff, Rudy Amazon, and even Bell, they don't talk about that. They talk about metamaterials, but they never explain how the metamaterials help. All they say is that, well, it looks like this stuff like the Rothschild.
They explain like a foil that couples up. They like
well, that's what I was telling you. That's what Don Rachel had. Exactly. So he did that. But he didn't know about metamaterials. It's like he's not a scientist. So he didn't have an electron microscope to look at it. He had the stuff Gary Cohen had. He didn't know. So the thing is, okay, so I have a theory that I'm working on it, that by pumping the metamaterial into the resident electromagnetic radiation, create what's called it's basically like a room temperature superconductor. It's called a foil condensate. So it's like a laser. So now this is laser, but the stuff that's laser, what we call quasi-particles, are just emergent properties of the material itself. So it doesn't go out into vacuum. It's like the material itself. But you've got quantum mechanical phase here. So it's basically this is a room temperature superconductor. But the point is that you keep pumping the energy. It's like laser, you have to keep supplying the energy. Okay. And that's us. We don't have it. Biological, we're lasers. All the lasers? Yeah, we're biological lasers. The math, life is the same. Very simple. Wow. This is a guy from Germany who developed this. I have books with him. Yeah. And so the point is, see, this is how this warp drive connected. See, it's all the same physics. When Jordan in 1975 says the CIA wants to know, one, how does consciousness work? Two, how do the flights work? It's Janus. So two sides. It's like Janus, Janus, the scholarship. It's the same. Two aspects. It's duality. It's what many such mind calls ER equals EPR. It's general relativity equals quantum mechanics.
So are you saying that these craft are operated through the mind? Like they think about what they're going to do, and their consciousness is directly connected to how these things propel through the universe?
Exactly. That's what the guy. That's what they told me. What do you think? It's a consciousness. It is conscious. This is the metamaterial. First of all, is both a conscious artificial intelligence before the quantum to the post-quantum computer. It's all built into the same architecture. Nanotechnology. Right. Okay, what's happening there? The chips. You have one chip. My input chip. There's 5 nano technology. But it's like my laptop, right? The M1.
Yeah.
But you have Intel?
No, I got the same thing.
Okay, so they come out the M3 is going to be, I think, 2 3 nanometers. The M3 chip's coming out in 2.
Okay.
Okay, so we want more power. You guys have 2 meters. Okay. And Eric, the only use for the Eric Davis, I have fighting Eric. Here's Eric Davis. He's a physicist like me. He's a second physicist. He didn't go to Ivy League schools. He was a military guy. He said, this is that. I'll tell you how he's like. He's one of my competitors.
Okay, but he's not.
He's a schmuck, but he's all right. I've actually always thought, I've actually go probably yeah, it's like Donald Trump talking about, it's a guy, Texas Ted Cruz, they still right? How that happens. Christopher Bell, I didn't tell you on his own, though. They don't have any choice because the physics of the Lord's little guy now saying stuff. Eric Davis is going around saying stuff out. He's crazy. Physics doesn't work. Anytime he's pushing physics, he's like, no, physics doesn't work. So there's this conflict because they're trying to get money. See, the money, they follow the money. Right? But now, if one is looking for one, they can test. So if the test works, that's a proof of concept. There's no question. So look at that. Already the fact that Rothschild was taking on Seriously, already Christopher Nolan, he's smart, he'll come say Jack and Stripe and shake hands, let's smoke peacetime, and let's start working together. What can't we put like RFK Jr. said, Right. So I attacked them because the assholes that attacked me, so I attacked back 10 times.
But do you think there's a plan? Do you think
There's no plan. Everybody speaks.
there's no that nobody knows? Nobody knows. The right knows nothing about it.
You can trust. I think they're not, when they start listening to me, they start. There's nobody who knows more about this than I do.
So you need to schmooze a little bit better.
The Russians might be Moscow.
Yeah. Did you say so? You involved me?
Yes, of course.
Why did you do that?
Oh, it's technology. Why did you invite me to Moscow? Right in Moscow. This is when Obama was president. Before any of this war stuff, and we were still president, money on the story of Russia, the armament, but the Obama was president, twice they came. And the first they did a few months after the film movie, I was talking about all the stuff that the Soviet Russians are quite this Russians are quite and then it came the second time. It came the second time in June of 2016 during the campaign. I watched it talking about Donald Trump. So that is just a bit of a threat. You see that?
It's on RT.
Okay. It's a remote. Channel 5, St. Petersburg. Which is owned by a first of and I was told that somebody would get I was told basically told me what the quick competition so it was like that. And I got fired at the hospital. It's like, yo, this thing is good. So the Russians opened up. And then and I had this guy, he watched this he went, you got this guy over. I know that. Because you know the physicist is all schizophrenia.
I don't know the physicist.
So in any case, finally,
I've watched episodes of it.
I never watched the book, but I told it that the presentation about what I'm doing is going to give it to the chief of staff instead of sheet of paper to and then it's like, I was he's trying to get, he's talking to the chief of staff, Walker Rubio, the Bill's Walker Rubio. And they were supposed to contact me. And this guy was a Nelson, head of NASA. So he was an astronaut. Head of NASA. They were supposed to contact me. They haven't. And who else? And then, and then Ron Randolph, another CIA guy.
Yeah, this Ron Randolph. Jeremy Reed has mentioned that name to me.
Ron Randolph, I know him now. Almost 25. Okay, Ronnie, I know his brother. And his kid. Ronnie Randolph, okay. He's, I guess, in his 50s now. Maybe 60 or 50s. Ronnie's uncle was some kind of CIA. I got like the idea. Not quite. Yeah. So when Ronnie went to UCLA, I think in physical chemistry in like 1980 or so, got his PhD, and his uncle already got it said, no, you want to see it. So your PhD, science. So it's science technology. Yeah? The guy who does this is the thing. He's the guy with the dead bodies, the aliens, the guy with the blood, Gary Nolan giving the Because so you got to do your homework. How people disagree. These are guys. These are really guys who educated the New York Times article. I was actually doing it. Yes, that's Green. Christopher Green. Kick Green.
Okay, so keep going. I don't want to get you off track.
Yeah, Harold Chipman is called Chipman. So his CIA was global.
Never like that.
And Christopher Green is a kid. They were all FDA so it is it's what the real question. And so when Ron goes into the CIA, his boss is Kid Green at the real test. So the guy who was here all those paranormal stuff, about video stuff going on. Uri Geller. So we all so because of Ron's background, and also Ron at some point he's one of the guys that goes every morning to David. This is a good Reagan, Bush, and as far as I know, Clinton, then who's after Obama and Trump. He was one of the team that frequently represented today. He was going in the morning to the National Intelligence Committee for the United States. So the information all these presidents had officers. Well, when it was thing, what is the job? I don't get this one. Now, maybe I'm a dummy, maybe I don't know. I don't say this stuff again. I was told. But him and my other people. Okay. So now, when Trump was president, okay, so first of all, Trump said these guys, they asked me, the Jews, right before Trump said, well, it's a candidate. And the Russians asked me, what do I think is Trump's attitude about me? What do I think is Trump's attitude toward Putin? So you see, I came out to not sure about the man. I know that, but the rest is so easy. And I didn't have it. So, well, that's how I knew this guy, Sam. He's like, he's like a white boy. So he's close friend, friend with him. He's a Trump supporter. He wants to borrow Mongo. His family very well. The private jets and stuff. Oh, yeah. So the Russians know these guys. But that was the 28th. So the Russians got it. They're this smart. I have a friend in London. A friend in London who is the same person, same as like the British West Point. And he was involved in the military intelligence on the British Army. He's a black dude. I think this guy's in London. And yes, he was in when he left the Army. It's a special branch of the London Met. Special branch. Okay, so part of his job is when you get the Russians and people incidentally to provide security to the Russians. This is back here in the 19th. They're up until recently. And so he was telling me, he says, with the Russian intelligence, they have this person at the turn, serious, in other words, serious. Schmuck?
Okay.
The Russians, who consider themselves obviously this interesting, okay? I got this bullshit from this fella who got into the physics course and how applied to know anything, and I'm showing French stuff to him, and he's telling me that don't be so sure on what you say. Now, it could be he knows what I'm saying, boy, it doesn't want people to know. And maybe the legitimate reason.
Well, maybe they want to tell you, you wanted to show them exactly how it works. They were around with those things.
It's too stupid. Maybe that, okay, well, let me try to cross. One thing, I went to the OTC before that to go to see. Everybody had to be whatever. One reason the The West Coast. Getting to the point to understand the relationship. Serial killer. Always going to do. Okay, that's good. Christopher Allen is an enemy to himself. I don't understand why they want to argue over Donald Trump. It's dumb. That's a dumb reason. But let me try to be not hostile. I think because I want to be I respect. I think this is that's so I've seen so much. But RFK, I see RFK. I can vote Democrat. This man is a thinking man. He's a serious person. He's intellectual. He's global. He's globalist. His family sacrifice. And he's intelligent. For this reason, he's a bullshit. He's a white man. Says, I did not say anything against anybody. Predators? Yeah, it's culture. And I won't say it's not the truth, but that's not who you are. No, I'm not done it. Oh, yeah, you're throwing bombs everywhere. Yeah, that's the way. Yeah, New York, Jews, and Brooklyn. Yeah, Jewish mafia is mafia, right? You fuck around with this stuff. I fuck you with the See, that's interesting about you. You're unlike any academic in that way. That's why I quit. I couldn't stand them. Yeah. That's why I quit. I quit academic 50 years ago. You feel that there's sort of like it's a bunch of pompous assholes. I mean, I was smart. Right. Well, no, just dummies or, and a lot of them are idiots. But a lot of them are, you mentioned, a lot of them are communists. You mentioned this briefly earlier. You said that, you're reading that quote out of the book over there, that they wanted scientists who weren't afraid to speculate. What I see in academia and some of the most respected scientists, people in academia that are studying this stuff, is they hate to speculate. They don't like to talk about their feelings on things or their opinions on things because it can taint the science, it can taint the facts. And also because the real is that's the public. That's the bullshit. The real is that the real is every academic I know, they don't know about it. Also, they're all and to some extent, I'm for it. I'm not saying I'm better than them. But the thing is that that's the way it is. That's human nature. Because that's not, I gotta know, like a Catholic. Not even living in the city. It's real civil Catholics are right. Right. Yeah, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Do you feel like kind of like an outcast of academia or an outcast of physics in general? Yes. Well, no, I'm an outcast of choice. Just fucking and also, CIA said money. But okay, so it's something that it's all as this upper private presents, which is actually the upper. And so I'm much the private king of the presents. The story is that these private secret chips or anything that we have, but they're all really what is the problem? It's all set. What is the problem with like the bill? Because of the hips of the purpose. There's a song, The Pirate King, I am the Pirate King, and I'm starting for up sit right there and walking in a royal and I sit a few more ships to shoot with a whale with pirate water. goal was managed to get through to actually work on everything. This is good song. So I'm like the pirate chick. And at the end, of course, the album back and go and take all these countries. Take all these hits. So listen, I do the I'm a puppet. I'm white privilege guy. Jewish. I'm definitely white privilege. I didn't steal Jewish. Okay. What else did I say? I have toxic masculinity. Not woke. And we're going to take back the country.
Yeah, you're radioactive to this.
I'm radioactive, actually. It's not radioactive. But you say, no.
So that's the other. This is why it's easy for them to dismiss also.
Yes, because the climate is gone. Okay, now we explain something. We're not going to about it. We know what to do. A country, we're running out here. The country's full of water. You're right here. Almost down the line.
I'm shocked how little homeless there is here in San Francisco. Oh no, no one's telling me how much of a dystopian hell.
Right, no, you understand. You're right now in a it's like people. It's like you're right now in a privileged area.
Right, Sam Altman was right next door to you.
And all my next door neighbor, Johnson, there's like not far from here. There's all kinds of powerful people working. I mean, if something happens here, if I call Johnson and say there's something in the country in 2 minutes, yeah. All right? It's not that way. Yeah, but yeah. As I say, it's my friend, Michael Corella, friend with Joe Brown, who's a philosophy professor at San Diego State, and as president, says, we're booking passage on the Titanic, express to go first class. We are on the Titanic. I see it. Hey, we're gonna go to that glacier. We're gonna sink. Yeah, and nobody's paying attention. Man, just playing.
So, have you, getting back to the UFO stuff, have you heard about Gary Nolan talks about in regards to the human brain? He talks specifically about, I think it's the basal ganglia. He did some.
Okay, this is where I'm not.
So what he did was he studied a huge group of people and he found out that
They have certain structures.
they have certain extra structures in like the certain part of their brain, and those people are more in tune to the both now.
Yeah, in contact TV. So okay, so you see that. Okay, so I believe. Okay, first of all, I'm not a medical person. I don't know anything about it. I know certain things, and I know it's a smart man. Only one of the PhD, but PhD. You know, you know how to get information to find out. That's the talent. That's what PhD level means. And guys like this, they don't know that. You realize they don't know what they're doing. They don't respect it. Not just make sure we respect stuff like that. So, in any case, but that's what I was talking about. Walter Reed in the crash. I think it's Oslo. Let's see, it's Oslo crash. And then he claims something got superpowers. So that's consistent. That something happened, zapped him, and they got these help. So probably his puppy broken down and said, "You have to reborn." Because being a white man is dead, he was 5, 6 years old. Around the same time, he stayed before. I think a few years difference. And then he got the power to control. He claims. And then there was this guy at the time who witnessed this. He's a young soldier, 19 years old, Israeli defense soldier, who saw this happen. Saw the thing come down, the other one snap, kept going. And later came out on recently, he was a general in the Masons. My dad says, yes, now, I didn't want to say until I retired, but he witnessed this. Okay? So everything that Gary Nolan says, and I accept Gary Nolan's expertise. I don't know what he's going to do that much about. So the answer is, I support whatever Gary Nolan says. I don't know if he supports me because he's his father. So anyway, Gary Nolan is like so so going back to that, there's also a connection to like paranormal shit. So that's what I'm telling you. Yeah. So in his studies, it was not just people who were able to experience or witness these UFOs. It was also the same people had more paranormal experience than you had. Well, it's funny. It's weird shit. It's but like you see people who are positive talk about poltergeist. He talks about hearing a poltergeist in his house and seeing ghosts. Okay, and it's not just him. It's John. It's a stuff he does. Stuff with you, shit. That's what how it opened. What's wrong? I don't know you. I know some of them. It's real. What's the name? I was like, God, ancient Egypt. You take LSD. Yes. And I was there. I mean, it was like, spectacular VR. I mean, I don't think my faith, is that good to do that? But yeah, it was like, I was there. It's not the time that Frank Allen was a good book. His experience. Just like numbers. Trust it, Sean, something movies. His book, he talks about and then to the rest of the history. But I actually did want to make it. I think I was something that chicken temple. It's like the gods of Egypt. And then like coming back, they're like, geez, so that's a real country. And then I was also a Knights Templar, and I got like a spear, spear. My legs, like spear. It comes on down with a spear. Oh, and I was also sold as more churches. Oh, wow. So this is, that was the experience. Wow. So that was like 7 years ago, right? Yeah. But this is, and this only happened with Rothschild. Okay, but using sight power, the guy is the great meeting $4 billion.
What is your opinion on some of the work John Mack has done?
Oh, yeah, I can't go. I got a kid. I got this kid.
It's a UFO experience or one person.
Yes.
What is your opinion on everything he's done in specific? Like it seems like there's more.
100%.
It seems like there's more of these sightings around schools involving young children.
Well, that's what I'm going to read. I want to teach the younger stuff in mind so they can show them that stuff. Yeah, of course. The answer is yes. And John, I still think, I still think that John is successful. I was with John right before he went to London. So he had just come off the trip and John Rothschild with him. And he was and John was also, yes, number one, John had done a Pulitzer Prize for TTRs, right? Separate. And John was talking about I was once the Cambridge seminar on enterprise. When he came back, it was midnight. And I know, yeah, it's this big street, it's a real big street. Well, it's a real big street. No traffic. And this guy from Czechoslovakia said, truck that from Czechoslovakia on a truck.
They look the wrong way.
Oh, it just happened. But this is a northern boulevard, nice lights, and it's right across the street. So even a truck has seen him a mile away. The guy said he was drunk. This was an assassination. Because I'm pretty sure after that story, I think he was assassinated. Because he was an officer of intelligence officer. So I know he solved it. It's all part of the CIA stuff. So, yeah, he was about something with Islamist revolution going on at the time. So I think he was hit. Plus, I have another friend who's a French success. Even the house changed. The guy from the French intelligence. Jean is Rothschild. And he was actually working with Francois Truffaut, playing the same scientist who plays Francois Truffaut, plays Jacques Vallée, what's he got all time, when I got Vallée into the Hollywood fashion, the party with Francis Coppola gave at his house in 1976, the Spielberg movies, Edison was there, and that's how we connected. And, but Francois Truffaut was involved in the intelligence operation, but a French friend, Jean Donald, San Francisco, the French CIA, he had found some stuff connected to people, maybe the Russian kind of something. He had found out, they were going to assassinate, said there was a plot to assassinate Nelson Mandela. It's the way. So, anyways, he had two photos. And this is where I saw the opposite guy, Rothschild, very information. I just said, if something happens to me, if something happens to me, what is it? Year goes by, okay, somehow somebody tells me, oh, my French oven, I'm not just going to shed. Then the shed starts to change the French oven. Yeah, I can hear it. And it says, John McDowell's being buried in Eldership Cemetery. Son cancer. I just wish I was killed. He's killed. He's way out. He's killed. First, my true friend died suddenly. Just because he had my true friend. So, yeah, blacks get blacks. And this fits right with you should say, too. So, huh? Yeah, so I don't know.
What did he say about the
Well, I don't know because I didn't say much. That's what I don't know. It's good like to see. Like, can you tell it? This guy's government. Who knows who? I don't know.
What do you think about what he said about there's actual bodies that have possession of bodies?
Yeah, we don't know that. I mean, that's what. Do you know it? Well, I don't know it for sure. I haven't seen the body, but I know it from because I believe it in the system. People say it's one. I don't know if I haven't seen it myself. But Kit Green basically says, so Kit Green, no Kit Green.
Do you think they're planning on disclosing it to the public eventually? Or do you think there's not
I don't know if this works. Right now, that's what the war is about. Like, it's reality. It's reality. It's a reality. It's a war, I call reality. Right? Yeah, we don't know what's real. It's deep fakes. Like, deep fakes that have anybody say anything they want. Okay, so I am in reality, I am a puppy master to some extent. Because of my intellect, because of my education, seriously. And if I could get, I see these pictures, I'm putting together a narrative. I'm giving you my narrative. Right. Okay? Like, okay, well, no, we're still back in the cave where I'm camping. This was tell you something about the time they were looking at it, but we're still on where my kids were telling me. We're still sitting around. Everything depends on stories. We wrote us on stories. I'm giving you my story. I'm shaping the narrative, the self-founding narrative, what reality is. You take it with me. Of course, I could be more. There's what's called basic unchecked knowledge. What we can do is take pieces of information and then we try what's called artificial intelligence. It's a landscape with optimization. This is what the computer, this is what AI, that Sam Alvis, algorithm is. I'm like an algorithm. You're an algorithm. I don't know what it's conscious. But we're doing exactly what it is. But we're trying to optimize with all these pieces of information. Any piece by itself is very absurd. I'm trying to look at a coherent story out. I give it you as a body story. I think that I could be wrong, and I'm willing, as new information comes in, I change my story. I adapt to new information. I bring it. It's called raising yes, and that's, I'm giving you what I think is the best possible thing to go data. I have what is the best storyline, what's the best narrative to give a coherent understanding of reality. Now, somebody else, I welcome anybody to come and tell me your story. Get this guy Nick West. He's a schmuck. One does something like the TikTok video. Okay, I don't care. He may be right. I don't give a damn what that video is really about. That's one little piece of data. When there's bigger thing, and we can throw that out. It's still plenty of information.
Right.
Okay? That fits. Once I get the physics to explain this. That's why I have the thing on. This stuff is against going through air and stuff like that. They don't know.
What about the idea that a lot of these UFOs are living under the ocean?
Oh, yeah. It's that careful. I'm very careful now about this question because I think totally classified information. Not I think classified information where if I say too much, I have to be very careful that the guy worked with get a lot of time. Someone like David Bruce, who's this thing in the same position, which is like a U.S. field. Not that I would go, maybe I don't know something about it, but the answer is yes. I would for sure. I haven't been breaking my bed. I don't know yes, until this guy decides to come home with the answer is yes, I do. Tremendous thing about it. The answer is yes, 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 yes. So I don't know. A lot, in fact, most of them, if they see it, they just send it out. Yeah, very, very good. And I have pretty
What government? Can you tell me what government it's not? Is it not the U.S. or
I like saying it's not the U.S.
it's not the U.S.?
That's it. All right.
So it's
I didn't say that.
is this a program that is controlled by human beings?
Yeah, well, no, yeah, it's not.
It's a military question.
And this guy trying to figure it out. I said, you do it. He had it every day. He said, don't do your work.
So these things that are underwater are military things?
But no, they're not elements.
They're not armed.
No. We're talking about ETs.
We're
No,
talking about ETs.
we're talking about second Russian soldiers.
Having
Talking
really
about
difficulties
through courses.
coming up with the words.
Rick Tony, Air Force Intelligence.
Yeah.
As a check, I was going to go what I like. And Rick Tony talks about the same machine, kind of machine, Phil Carson talks about that might die, one guy, then the same kind of machine, not the actual same machine. Same kind of machine, like one guy, that's identical. Okay? And the machine's real. And it was this was Washington's U.S. military base. I know where that base is. I don't think the machine may not be the house. It's years ago, but I have a good guess where it is now. At least for one of these machines right now, which I can't see.
Is this machine recovered or is this machine
Operation.
Was it reverse engineered? It was recovered.
Yeah, no, this is an actual machine. So, yeah, I don't have the gun. Maybe it's something else. And it's left to the ground. You got the Crusades. Somebody did like 12 or 30 of them. A bunch of them.
Going back to the 30s.
Yeah, that's Italy. That's my Italian friends.
Right.
They have the access to all those records, the Mussolini records.
Speaking of Cody, I just watched it, my first ever guy you punched in the face, or almost punched in the face.
Oh, Stephen Greer. I didn't punch him. We got to the point. He would have killed me. He's George Schmuck. He's like Charles Adams. He's like a Hulk. He's on steroids.
Yeah, is the other one?
Probably look like he was.
Anyway,
That would explain it.
so in one of his documentaries I was watching on YouTube, he was asking Richard Jody about false flag operations, and Richard said, "I can't talk about that. That's too classified."
Yeah. No, they're all false flag operations. Latest one's January 6th.
So when it comes to UFO stuff,
Yeah, they're all false flags. Sure.
what's the point of that?
Well, I don't know. You're asking me stuff that I don't know. So this is, I don't really care. There are a lot of stupid schmucks who in the intelligence agency, idiots like John Brennan, it's a company, idiots who don't shut down there. Some of them communist balls like James G. Zegler, and they have all seen, we can't handle it. Whatever reasons they have, some of them because they were working maybe for the Soviet intelligence, and they must know. Who the hell knows? People have different motives for being idiots and for keeping the truth. With the RFK stuff. There's a lot of people when they have different motives, to be evil and keeping the truth from the public. Right now, we can keep from the truth. It's like Orwell, right? 1984. I see stuff, and I'm subscribed to the New York Times. I see stuff that they're saying, and then I see stuff from intelligence people I know. It's just opposite. The London Times. And say, Ukraine's winning, look at the map, Ukraine's not winning, all this stuff. I mean, that's the opposite.
That's a crazy thing about about the media. I have firsthand knowledge of an example of New York, which is New York Times, or one of the top 2, 3 biggest newspapers in the country. A friend of mine, Jeff, who's an ex-Army Ranger, he's now a journalist. He reports on different sort of like military stories. So kind of like the subculture of the military, and reports on corruption and stuff. He's based in New York. He was working on a big story for over a year about the CIA using the NATO proxy spy service to do sabotage operations in Russia, blow up railroad tracks, burn down ammunition warehouses and stuff like that. Good stream, like that wasn't part of this. They were sabotage operations where the CIA would not be legally allowed to be doing that, and so they're using a NATO ally. So this big article that he wrote, this big story, this was this past year, or this was 2022. Last time.
So it could have been what's the pipeline? It's not just now.
The pipeline was also, I think, last year.
Yeah. No, maybe it's 2022.
I think it was 2022, at the beginning of 2022.
Well, they did the pipeline.
So, anyways, the point is, he was getting ready to publish this big story with one of these top 3 newspapers in the U.S. And right before they pressed the button, his editor at that newspaper said, "Hey, we got to get on the call with the CIA deputy director." And he got a 3-way call with the deputy director of the CIA, and he said, "No, this is completely false." He's like, "This is not true." So he said, we can't verify this at all. So he said, "Okay, that's fine. We'll put it on."
They call that there's a movie about what they call that crush story. This is her.
Well, here's what happened. He said, "Okay, fine. We're just going to put that in the footnote of the story that you denied all this stuff. That you said it's false, right?" So it's great. They got the phone, whatever. They hung up the phone. The story never got published. He called his editor at that newspaper the next day. He's like, "What's the deal?" Like, we're not going to publish the story. Because the deputy director of the CIA has an off-the-record agreement. So if they don't agree with it, it just doesn't get published.
That's bullshit.
It's crazy.
No, it's not that we're living in a banana republic. There is no real freedom in America. We are no different from Russia, except we're both some. I'm getting less than bias.
Well, I mean, technically, it's not like he didn't have the freedom. Like, he was able to self-publish in his own website. It's just that publisher. Right, exactly. Yeah, it's a form of system.
Yeah, that's suppressing the information. And it's getting worse. We're losing our constitutional bill of rights. We're losing it. We are 50% of what we're doing today.
Yeah.
So I would definitely, if Trump is elected, it looks like he will be.
I don't know. I think all these indictments, I think these are helping.
Well, it'll help, yeah, but the point is that they also make an election. We don't know that. There's ways to, when I say make an election, they're also not just changing the votes and fake votes, but through the algorithms and moving and stuff like that. Like they suppress the information on the laptop, right. Things like that. With the media. I see the Times radio in UK, London, and I'm subscribing. I used to read it. I still read part of it. But they're getting totally opposite picture from what Colonel McGregor and other people are saying. And then you look at the map, it's objective. You can see Institute for the Study of War, which is like the British military, in Washington, and they show, the front line, and they show what's being contested. Like how much Russia has, what Ukrainians are trying to have. And you see, they haven't, since the beginning of the offensive, they haven't done anything. But they killed hundreds, I don't know how many tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers. It's a meat crime.
It is.
So it's terrible. It's all because Blaine got right by oligarchs who gave hundreds of millions of dollars because the country was falling in line.
You want to keep your funding, you better shut up about politics, Jack.
Well, yeah, but you see, that doesn't
Right.
actually, it seems that my budget is like one.
Right. It's mostly like not to worry about being a scientific prostitute.
No, but of course, the other people that if you buy a car, right?
I don't want that to happen. So.
Well, hey, I'm right now 84. Give me a case of loss, maybe you said, maybe you protect me too. get zapped by a UFO.
Are you familiar with what Eric Weinstein said recently about, he was talking a lot about Ed Wynn, and he was saying that people like Ed Wynn had already been within striking distance of this anti-gravity technology, and Eric's opinion was that this whole Tic Tac thing and all these congressional hearings are smokescreen.
But then, and I he's angry because I didn't say so. Look, Eric's a smart guy. Eric is what Einstein called an intelligent fool. Okay. I know. I grew up with Eric. Eric, he's a very smart Jewish guy, like a rabbi from Rabbi's house. He's out. He's part of that.
Peter Thiel.
And they respect him, but he's smart. I know people who have done pretty well, and his theory is no good. He has this geometric unity theory. It's mathematics. He's a mathematician trying to do physics. He's very smart, but he has no physical intuition. And he's like Louis Elizondo. He has 7 dimensions, this, that, and but what he says about Whitney is true. Whitney doesn't have a clue because Whitney's not interested. His father was interested. But Louis was part of that.
Right.
But I think Ed is, and Ed looked up, and then Ed went to Eric Weinstein's like God. So, but actually, I don't see why everybody thinks he's so
What
cute.
about you, you motherfucking piece of good shit?
Psych,
bitch.
He's done no physics there. Hasn't predicted anything, tested.
Natural motherfuckers.
So it's a false idol, right, Harry? That's why I can see.
Psych.
And I could be wrong.
That's
But Ed Wood was like the golden calf. What has Ed Wood done that's affected technology that has led to an experiment that we Papa falsified? Like what I have here, the testing and grading here, this is going to work out well. Papa falsified. So what I can see is that Ed Wood has done some very beautiful mathematical art, but it's conceptual art. I don't see any physics there. So nothing there that takes physics. Interesting. Now, I could be wrong. I would love if Ed Wood wants to come around with you. And if Eric Davis want to come in, if they want to teach me one, see if I get wrong. Eric wants to. You were saying Davis. Yeah. So the thing is, now it would be very interesting to come on and tell me what it was that I'm missing. If I'm wrong, I have been wrong.
Right. So what was going on at the 50s? He was studying anti-gravity and everything. All of a sudden,
I don't know. It's straight down.
it's everything that people are trying to understand.
Because growing up, if they succeeded, I know they kept going but if we had this stuff back in the 50s, we'd be flying around them. I'd be flying once they went the jets.
And maybe these things are going.
No. That's another thing. There's no other libraries that really always get you files that I guess for 20 years later. Because ours, really, okay, and if it's Russia's, we're using it on the paper.
But if it was ours, why wouldn't we test it against our most elite Navy?
Yeah, but why are we using it?
How do you know we're not using it?
We're not using
There's footage of them over in the Middle East.
Yeah, but they're not, I know, you would cut out. The Congress does know. It provides the money. It's not it.
Right, it's with companies like Intel Institute.
No, they're all stupid. You don't understand that. All engineers are just smart what they do. They don't understand what they do. You don't understand what they do. They don't understand it. You know, the mathematics. There's a thing in different layers. There are plenty of guys who work mathematics is really good, but they don't understand the physics of what they're doing. They can't relate their math to physics because they don't understand it. And that's why they have to go. I would love to be crucible, but I have a different experience. I still have we don't have had it back in 70 years. We'd be using the damn thing. We wouldn't spend almost $1 trillion on some military technology, which is no good. And we wouldn't. If you would, all these 44-star generals, all these secretaries of defense, they should all be court-martialed, their pensions taken away, and tried for treason. Because they keep doing this stuff from jeopardizing the defense of the United States. And I'll tell you one thing, people, why the fuck would they invite you to Moscow if they had it?
Look at this
They
game.
don't have it. There's the proof. I guess it's set from you. It says they don't have it. Nobody has it. I may have it. I have some of it. I have some of it. Okay. And I'm the only one that has it. I have most of it to be show me. So, and everybody's like, he's a big cool with Lex Friedman, and Musk is kind of a schmuck to a smart, like he was a schmuck. Everybody just lets go money into rockets, and he's going a little bit crazy. He's going to do the sugar, and he throws out his kids. He does worse than Trump. Whatever else,
He's going to be boxing.
I know he has a box. I didn't box. I didn't box.
Would you box Aaron Watson?
No, I'm 84 years old. I can't. Yeah, if I was maybe 24. That's stupid. They're stupid. They're smart anyways, but they're stupid. And that's why I say Safari Space Corporation is going to kick the ass of SpaceX. We're going to show that every day we think the image is Today we're going to show that all the rocket technology that SpaceX is using, very attention, comes down. We don't need it. It's done. If you want to get to Mars, I call you like you used to get to Mars. Get to Mars in like half hour. Get to Mars. You step through that. Look at the drive. Yeah. If you get there and you put an arm on it, I just step through the hallway like in Dr. Who, and you wind up here in Mars. You just walk through it. You walk through it. How would make that? Well, how would make it? That's what the experiment.
Just
That's saying he's not being.
No, it's something else. But the point is this: that the experiment that you put more suitable, testing that engagement is the first step. If that works, then we now. If it doesn't work, we should go back to the drawing board and see what to do. So let's go back to manipulating the fact of space-time. You change the shape of the gravitational physics of the room.
So they're going, and once furthermore, they're going to test your equation.
Yeah, because what if they're testing one version? There's a simplified model. They're not testing the general theory. They're testing the particular application of the general theory based on certain assumptions that are simple. For a homogeneous class, that are simple. It's not a matter to a company. Then to from a genius that is tropical. This is for the class that everybody in the class can do the thing. And you're testing it to see if it works there. Okay. And if it works, then it's sufficient proof of concept. If it doesn't work, it's not good, but it's also works like that particular application of the general theory is the one place to go. At least that's a good concept. Okay. So they tested something. Now what they're testing, they got this huge machine, and they got these beams of heavy machine together, like a tenth of a millionth of a cubic meter, 10 billion, tiny bit volume of it, and they can create a gravitational field of 16,000 times the Earth's. In other words, you would weigh, if you're a little guy, you know, weigh would be 16,000 times. 16,000. What about your time? Well, but it's going to, yeah, that's a very good question. Actually, thank you. Okay. did was, I was worried about whether we would make a black hole. No, they have like a simulation where they simulate. It's like a computer simulation of black hole using their material, but it's not a physical black hole. This is a physical black hole. So I checked. Turns out even with the tremendous energy that they're doing, it's still zero black holes. But it is 16,000 Earth G, and the curvature is 10 to the 22 times the curvature of the surface of the Earth. So the Earth is the curvature here. It's very weak. It's technically weak. But this is 22,000 square curve. But it's still not a black hole. It doesn't make a black hole. It's a real black hole.
You explained a little bit about the warp drive that very little power. Your power clutch there, but it's a
Try
cell battery.
Yeah, should we try with the what the medicine will have? Okay. Can you see this? How did you see this?
Yep.
You see the whole thing? Oh, that's the fall. Okay. So you see this? Good, you want to. All right. Okay. This is Einstein's gravity thing.
Okay.
Okay. Do you see that thing called capital G divided by C equal? Okay. That's the coupler. Capital G is what's called Newton's constant of gravitation. The little c denominator there to the fourth power, that's the vacuum speed of gravitation.
Okay.
Okay. Now, just mathematically, that's you have to know something back. If you let that c in the denominator get small, okay, it's small, then that coefficient g of the c gets bigger. If the velocity go to zero, eventually go to zero, it's infinity. One of the zeros is infinity. So generally, if you have this totally don't get as far as making Americans stupid, telling one missing that man is gender, man is white privilege, don't teach that because you make blacks look dumb. What the fuck are you? What are you fucking alive? Yes, you go bastards. No, seriously, you're making us stupid. What are you laughing at us? Yeah, look, critical race. You bullshit. You're the real racist. You're not the racist. Assholes.
Alright, so what the hell is this thing?
Well, speed is 100,000, 300 billion meters per second. But the point is, inside the magic field, it's not really speed, but it's as if the speed is being going down. It's just the speed is going to zero. The coefficient itself is getting big. So, this is the warp field. This is the gravity field.
Oh, lift it up. Let's see higher.
The G. Big G, that's the warp field.
Okay.
Okay?
Got it.
Okay. This is the energy of the beam, power. The T, capital T, that's the energy beam. Okay?
Okay.
So you want to have for the tic-tac it requires a certain amount of G.
Okay.
You keep that fixed.
Okay.
You make the effective C it lets it go up. And since G is fixed, and this is getting bigger, that gets smaller. That's the idea. This is the amount of energy you need. So it's only because G is small and C is so big that they can get it to work. But the benefits of it, you make the effective C really small, and then you get the amount of G you need for it smaller than the other. It's just that. It's the math of a hyperbole. You did that, you know. And you see the fact that most people can't get that. This is why America is going down. Because if it's Russians, the Chinese kids get it. Russian kids get it. That is nothing. But most of them is something. And that's why we have been defeated.
Can you give me a beautiful analogy to understand?
No. This is what the
higher, a little bit higher. C equals XY.
this is Einstein's equation, the simplest term.
Okay. Z equals X what?
Z equals X one. What is Z? Z is the gravity field. Z is the gravity. It's the work field. It's the propulsion field. Okay. The tic-tac work field is Z.
Okay.
Okay. Y is the energy you need, the power. How much voltage? Okay, lots of volts. The power. How big the battery is this?
Okay.
Okay. X involves that capital G over C with one power. Coupling. That's the coupling. That's the transduction. Now, input Y is the voltage input. And then, okay, ohms law, what resistance? Okay, if you have a voltage and if you increase the resistance, you get smaller. But if it affects them, same voltage. But if I lower the resistance, like superconductor, I get a bigger current, right? So, same idea. The whole trick is with the metal material, we're making X big. See, can you see this?
No. Yeah, I do.
But the trick is to keep C fixed. C is how much warp power, how much warp is space time you want. That's Z. To keep that fixed because there's a certain value you want to escape the earth. Okay. And Y is how much voltage you need like your Tesla battery is going to be your phone. Yeah, how much power? How many? What are the kilowatts of power? What are they called? The battery lasts a certain number of miles. Yeah. So that's that. That's what Y is. How big a battery? How big? Does it must have to make the battery?
How much range do you get with these UFOs?
Well, I just get the idea. Okay, don't ask me for this. I'm just making an analogy. Let's take it to the other. So now, X is the couple. That's when the metal material comes in. When you make X big, so you make X big, keep Z fixed. So when you make X big, Z fixed, that means Y gets less. Why is it out of battery power?
I got it.
Okay, so that's the idea. That's the trick. That's the idea of working. So, but the point is, everybody, all these smart assholes, like Edwin, they think that you can't change X. They can't change X. It's X is X. They can't do it. That's why they don't do it. They don't think you change X.
What is X again?
X is the coupling of the voltage to the warp drive. Okay. Okay. What is X? X is the engine.
Okay, X is the engine.
That's the engine.
I understand that.
Okay. Okay, it's like the horsepower of the engine.
Okay.
Okay, and Y is how much gasoline.
Oh, okay, got it.
Okay,
So the whole
no. X is the efficiency.
the efficiency.
The efficiency the more efficient the engine, for a certain amount of work, it's like you have a horsepower.
Okay.
So as you make the engine more efficient, you need less fuel to get the amount of horsepower, right? What's up? But the point is that it's simple mathematics. As Z is fixed, you get X big, Z fixed, Y gets small. Okay, this is there. Let's call the hyperbolas. Okay, let me just do up the graph. This is X, and this is Y. Make it red. This is C fixed. This is it. So
A little higher.
this is the fixed that little curves, but the curve is hyperbola. Okay, I can see which way. So when X is getting small, when X gets small, you need to put the other. This is zero, right? X is getting small, so it goes to and Y is going to fix. Y is the other one you have. Okay, yeah. I want to X starts off. X starts off. X is there. So why? Why is it about race?
Okay.
That's it. So this, that's basically this curve. It's the hyperbole. That's it. Hyperbole. It's just hyperbole. See, now this is, I want to tell you something. In Russia and in China, even in France, the kids learn this when they're 10 years old. 10-year-old kid, your kid should not be knowing this by now. Have a bit of okay? And the fact that most Americans don't know this is why we're going under. This is the biggest national security job. Is that the average American kid, you guys are really smart, don't know basic mathematics. And that's why the Congress doesn't know it. It's right, that is the people, CIA director now is PhD in physics. Oh, yeah, who's the CIA director right now? That woman. Is it a woman? It's a woman, yeah. She's a PhD in physics. So she can only understand. Maybe she's keeping secret, but she can understand in 2 seconds.
William Burns is the first CIA director.
Hold on, the DCI, the National Intelligence. Who's that? Is that a woman?
What's it called? DCI director?
National Intelligence. Director of National Intelligence. National Intelligence Director of something. Yeah, she's like the boss, the second.
Oh, yeah. April Haynes.
April Haynes.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So April Haynes, you called Jack stuff on a goddamn telephone. Jack, sorry, listen to Zoom and you'll have a discussion.
Right.
And they go on the doctors to work with these people. So he said, we should do this.
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid. Meantime, the Russian wanted to go to Moscow. Right. And what the Russians together. Schmucks. And it's all I like this way. This was Assistant Secretary for Intelligence. So he was told to his bill. And yeah, no one should have told him this. No one should have told him this. He's not doing his job.
Right.
So that's the problem. That's the problem. Part of it is that we see what's happening in Ukraine. Everything we're doing is stupid. We have open borders. So now what's happening with the open borders? Chinese communists, Iranian, governments, North Koreans, special forces, the so-called young guys are military expect coming through, and they're ready. They get the order, bang, what happens? They go over the dam, they open nuclear reactors, they incapacity our only find reason for the water. We have no defense now. There's no defense. They can take us over any time.
Well, didn't you say we have that biodome that blocks all the nukes?
No, we don't have it. We want to make it. We don't have it. That's something they're hoping I'm not sure we should make it. They can. Because the Tic Tacs are. We have some evidence. The Tic Tacs have.
They have a force field?
They can make it bounce to. They try to shoot down pieces of bounces.
They try to shoot it. They try to shoot it to a type of
Something like that. Yeah, try to shoot it.
What? Who tried to shoot it?
Well, I can't tell you. But the guys who told me that I was trying to get trouble.
And what happened to when they shot rockets at it?
Yeah.
What happened to the rockets?
They bounced back. Nothing happens to kids. Well, they even have to think when they have to see the whole, they take a set of torches and try to do the thing identity until you can't get until it's like saying one of the big that's the people can consciously that. What?
People can consciously tap into that.
That's clear. Because they come from their life. So it's an artificial life. The artificial living consciousness intelligence. They are sharing looking for what's happening, what's our body actually do if you're successful. If you get that. What's our body actually do? You get a rifle. It's they want it's this country, maybe it's maybe it's myself. How to do it. Get stuff out of space. And so what happens is you get into a test that car. I don't like it. That's for sure. I'm going to get into my E-Pace Jaguar, like 2030 E-Pace Jaguar. It's going to have a conscious ability, same Jaguar, it's going to be but simply it's going to be much smaller. What they have now. What they have now is just not right. But they also have, but you also design conscious robots. It's going to be like Blade Runner. You can't tell me you can have deep fake people. Maybe it's a problem for that, but that's science fiction.
What are your thoughts on the YouTube talk you said about the multiverse? Where you stand?
I like going into it. I like the YouTube part of it. We discussed why he's a different
Yes.
and he's a very smart guy and very good communicator. And whatever we just said, he takes things. He's says, hey, GB. Very good podcast.
So yeah, you're talking about what is
Yeah, I had a, it was a problem. He said, hey, I expect to tell me about this. This one I got into the fight, almost got into the fight with Steve Greer. Steve Mitchell was there. I had to somewhere in Santa Fe, the hotel, Santa Fe, New Mexico. And people were sitting down at the bar, drinking, and he said he investigated the JAL, that was the Japanese American. So he was the JAL. But anyway, everything's really What's JAL? That's the most capital is Japan, Airline, Sparks, so that's what I heard. I've got the details. But back up, 20 years ago.
Oh, really?
Just look up that, just Google Mitchell Cutler, JAL,
Right.
and so he, he's unexpected.
Yeah, I've heard him talk about this, and I've heard him mention like the concept of avatars.
Yes, well, that's what I'm talking about. Right. That's another thing. I said, there's all these Silicon Valley young billionaires, they got those, yeah, they want Sam Altman's one of them. Yeah, so they want to live forever. They're going to live forever. Sonic Space Corporation has a chance to show was the CIA, like 1979, they jacked, we wanted unconsciousness drugs. So that's called the hard part. Tom Sullivan was played with the hard part. David Chalmers is South American. Lost the bill. See from around. Now, I solved the hard part back 20 years ago. It's one of the first. My first CIA said two problems. How the conscious heart and how the UFOs work. I basically solved the hard part back in the mid-1990s. Finally, 2 years, less than a year ago, there's a guy, Tom O'Connor, who's now a respectable cognitive scientist, kind of biophysics guy, philosopher, he gets grants from the Defense Foundation. He's part of the crowd. He's a bench. He's a first and he is a Finnish guy. He's a professor at Helsinki and Sweden. Okay, he published a paper in December 22 on rating of quantum visual device. It's section 7 of that paper, the retrospective peer-reviewed journal, is the Solfati theory of mind matter consciousness interaction. And he's basically saying it's the only idea in physics. So nobody knows that. I explained this in physics. So, just like these guys that wrote up. And then at 2011, I basically solved the UFO time problem. And I gave a talk. I was working beside Larry with Brigadier General, who ran the space. As a PhD in astrophysics years ago, so it's sparks and my kind of focus. It's like 11 research planet work students, satellites that see on this morning, we do like SpaceX, like Sky, the Sky, they work in satellites, we do stuff like that. Yeah, the space surveillance with the small satellites. Space surveillance? Yeah, like Starlink. Yeah, they do like that planet stuff like that. Here, it's Planet Corps. It's a spin off of NASA Inc. The guys and they've done this. In any case, back in 2010, 2011, there's a big meeting with DARPA, Defense Advanced Projects Agency, NASA, what they call the 100-year scholarship, and General Ward, things I would advise me to Orlando. It's October 2011, and I sort of solved the problem by the I did my basis paper, what I'm trying to explain to you guys. It wasn't as good as I had it now, but it's still better. So, I get the first form of it. Eric Davis said, put me down. You know, believe it. I guess he was afraid that he was, too big. What was Fred title? Who knows? You gotta ask Eric Davis. I think this was after the money. I think that he wanted all the best books in the but the thing is that Sharon Weinberg is the defense journal. She writes here, and she wrote an article about what happened. She was like, about me at this meeting happened, read the article, yeah, obviously. And she writes about the whole thing. It's on the BBC website. It's broadcasting. So what is everything saying? So I solved the problem with it. I put it. They basically estimated it. But we didn't know stuff as well. From the Eric Davis, this man, we really thought Colonel Alexander, maybe because of that they thought of their Trump agency, so because of their soft language agency, or because of his support of Donald Trump. That seems to be it. Or they're trying to keep the secret to but it's too bad. That's not good. So I don't know why you do it. But see, this is something now for you. But you can have you should maybe you should call out. You should call this now. Get to the Eric Davis. In fact, I can do this for you. There's my but there's also not the people that I wrote that. Travis Davis wrote that. Now we look at all these guys that are mentioning, they're all experts in different skills, right? Obviously, for mountains, politicians, defense guy, right? So, yeah, but this is a politician, so what is this type of skill? He was the Secretary of Defense, right? The actors, right? And I'm going to say George Bush, but his job, by definition, is not to be understand this. Well, intelligence, but something about it. He's down there. I mean, Chris and I agree with this. A very cool issue. Chris says UFOs are real. That's a real shit. That's not right. It's just UFOs are real shit. Chris Bennett says UFOs are military threat. That's not like this. Yes, that is a and now it's on the and I can put off the Eric Davis. We all agree on this. So, I mean, important stuff we all agree. When they start attacking me, they say Jackson Party is a nutcase conspiracy. There's a nut, and this is to understand physics, and it's physics is weak. So I got that as what do they say specifically is conspiracies? When you say you're a conspiracy, what part of it I want you to say? Because I support Donald Trump, and I believe that it was a ripoff. It was like the Rothschild, because I think the FBI is looking agitated and I think Trump is stupid for the first place. He fell into their trap. Yeah. So it's on bullshit. But the indictments are bullshit. Basically, like, wait, I think Matt Gates and some of the other guys, what's her name, the girl from South Carolina, the congresswoman who's Reed, I can't think of the name of her. And, well, actually, what took Dawson, woman wants me. And so that's why. So that's it's part of the political, the civil war. Civil war.
Yeah, no, that's your basic
Yes. I'm not going to grumble. I'm not going to.
no matter what's true, let's justify that.
Exactly. And I'm not, for a while, I supported with my son to sanctimonious. Was a good one.
Ron Sanctimonious.
I'm running the governor, and the governor comes on, this is interesting, and he says, at one point, he says, we have to give money to Ukraine to reverse the wars with stupid strategy. And then, because this is Colonel Governor, told me, he says, then one of the sanctimonious daughters, he goes, I don't say, was it see, these are just politicians. Think about that.
These are good people who want to make the country better.
No, that's right. But RFK Jr. and I support Trump, but I would support RFK Jr. is the real thing. Okay? I may not agree with everything he says on certain things, but he is authentic, he is honest, and he's not bullshitting, he's not lying. And that's why I support Trump. For Trump, it's not. Trump says what's on his mind. He doesn't bullshit around. He says he would, he acts on, he did what he said he was going to do. He doesn't, he's like me. Trump is like me. And he has enough money. He didn't go in for the money. He lost $1 billion. Like, dude, he could have had, he enjoyed he's doing this because he's a patriot. He's doing this because he sees the country going down. He's doing assholes. That's why he did it. That's the reason, I can't stop saying, as I'm a patriotic American now. So there it is. And I agree with one of my politics. My politics is saying that Douglas Rabbi, David Scott, Lewis, but just that. It's just one guy. There's a couple of other guys. Like Jeff Thomas, Carlson, basically, Michael Savage, which was and that's it. And RFK Jr. I think if Trump survived, the start of his Trump trials, 1936, the man in the public, treason, the dude in New York, Jack Smith, that asshole, if he survives this, and if he and RFK guys went in as vice president, they're going to win.
Well, as far as the indictments, I don't want to let you for a political podcast, but the indictments, it seems like the Georgia one's kind of that's kind of a straight shot for them because they have like the recorded conversations with them, and
I don't know what they have.
they have some pretty damning evidence. Yeah, I've heard. I can't remember. I can't recall right now.
But so, what did you say? Did they agree with people? Right?
Yes. Yeah, basically. Either it was the guys that were working for him or Trump that said something about there was a quote. He said, "Find the votes."
Oh no, but that's all. No. Oh no, that's bullshit. That's all. If just find the votes.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. That's like shit. That is total crap. That's ass. Oh, I do that. I can remember the night. They said, fine. He meant by that. He believed that's not right. He meant that they were voting votes, they were real votes, they haven't counted properly. By find the votes, read out the legitimate votes, the voting votes. He's talking about five real votes. Okay, let me tell you something. I have people, I say, guys, this is down Orange County. Okay? They voted, and then some of their friends, they voted Republican, and their votes were lost. They were disenfranchised in the 2020 election. They're disenfranchised. Right? My vote doesn't count. I don't know. I just like, because they have all this bullshit thing about vote for for Trump or somebody else at RFK, but then they still, so we don't have it. But California is a one-party rigged election state. We have no Democrats. My city wants to find a vote to something in Washington, Florida. What? Washington, County, the kids getting better. Beautiful weather.
So you'd rather you give up some freedom for good weather?
Yes. Fair enough. No, so and also I'm in London.
Okay. Half the year. Wow.
Well, it's I plan to spend 1 year. If this thing goes through, one branch, and my better half is a British citizen, and we have a British flag. Politics is a funny thing like that. But whenever I look at this club, and we got football, and I'm just like, what? Yeah, people like I've never been to London. Hey, guys, if you have the money, if you want to do that, maybe come over to London. It's not that far from Florida.
Yeah.
For a couple of days, or 2 weeks walk around.
As long as I don't look the wrong way when I'm crossing the street.
Yeah. No, London's great. London's still, and even England's going down. But also, they have something to say. They have something to say about this either.
Yeah.
But still, the Londoners are just, it's just one part. And I'm with them. People, you know, government, army, police, the phrase of assistant commissioner of the London Met, did, playwrights.
You're a big shot.
Well, I'm part of the, I integrated into
Bohemian Grove.
Right. Well, no more Bohemian Grove. My guy died.
Are you sure they don't do sacrifices at Bohemian
No,
Grove?
man, my guy died.
Have you seen Alex Jones' documentary about that?
Alex Jones, Alex Jones is an asshole. He's an asshole. I like some of the stuff Alex Jones says, because I'm a conspiracy. But Alex Jones is really stupid.
Conspiracy nuts. It's made fun of Chris Melton calling you conspiracy nut. You fucked up.
Oh, yeah, but anybody who isn't a conspiracy nut is just stupid. I'd be stupid not to be a conspiracy nut these days. That's couldn't be worse. Everything you think is good is worse than you
What's the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth? You know?
Not much.
6 months.
Yeah. Right. So what we're talking about? Okay, the growth. Alex Jones basically screwed up on the same.
Oh, yeah, big time.
That was good. I don't know. So stupid. I like him as a personality. But and then he screwed up on the Bohemian Grove. That's stupid. I've been to Bohemian Grove many times, and it's just like the London club. It's a bunch of old guys like me. Okay, old guys like me who are relaxing because they feel safe. Okay, and then they have a few guys like you up and coming, and hedge fund guys, a lot of them rich and powerful, and Ken Kissinger, George Bush. There's this whole camp that's all like Robert Gates, defense intelligence, heads of the CIA, admirals, the 4 stars. They have their own camp. They can go with them, talk to them, everything's so effective. Go there. And this is beautiful. Night, some night, like 1,000 people at tables, out dinners, and this young people, beautiful waitresses, and maybe there summer jobs, college kids, stuff like that, or waiters and stuff like that. And they get
Sex slaves.
no, none of that. But these guys couldn't get up anyway. They got sex slaves. So, I don't know if they did Viagra, but it was yeah, no, they're not.
You ever seen Obama there?
I don't think they're not. No, they don't like it.
Really?
Oh, they sometimes have sex. Yeah, but they don't want to talk to what they have against administration. I don't know. Maybe the guys that spoke to me, maybe they spoke to them. I don't know if the Barbara's been there or not. It's a good question. No, but the people go to Kissinger, Boomer, what's some of the other guys?
George Soros.
I don't think they like George Soros much. I don't know. I don't know as far. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know that much about who's been there. But when they go to okay, being at the Grove is like when I was at Cornell at 16, coming in on Cornell special with the band. Being at the Grove at times is like being back in the 50s. They have these plays, they have these performances, and everybody, the orchestras, everything's done by members. And a lot of talented people from Hollywood, from Broadway, very famous rock stars, okay. And it's very patriotic. Because it's just like when I was back to Cornell. So we go like this big, big empty theater, they're putting on a play and show, and they play the star studded, and everybody gets up, but we just play it's American. Look, it's there. It's all very American. So it's all in Rockwell. You know, with the bands and some guys with the American flags. And they play all the guys. They play the Stanford song, the Berkeley song, the Cornell song, the Harvard, Yale. These are all people. These are guys that grew back in Cornell. You go from the Ivy to the Cape. Okay, they have two classes of members. If my friend hadn't died, if I hadn't been busy, I think we thought it's called creative members. They don't have to pay you. You pay your bill, or you sort that money. But a guy like Kissinger, they'll pay like $30,000 a year for students. 50 is a lot. People are very money. But those are the rich guys who do stuff. The professors, the creative, movie star, well, depends on the money. They always pay. But they will let you, like my friend, and so my friend who I met, he was a tough guy. He was great, but he took care of the Grove. But he spent, you put your time in, do something that the club needed to do. Make sure everything's running on time, and you work for the club. You do sets, you band, show, make set, you act. You put in your time, and you don't have to pay your yearly dues. You keep the club running and create. They're very creative. Sounds like Scientology. No, it's not. Nothing like Scientology. It's just like Scientology. It's exactly how Scientology works. They have, and they're talking about some of the big rock stars.
Jagger.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he was there, but
Alice Cooper.
yeah, well, I don't know. But who are some of the American guys? Yeah, listen, who are the Broadway? Who's a Sontag, guys like that? They put on before these people.
Michael Jackson.
These are other. I don't think so. But what's his name? But we talked to John Warner, to Senator Warner, Richard Nixon, Oppenheimer, a lot of Berkeley professors. They put on shows. They do original scripts. They put on shows that are Broadway quality shows.
Wow.
Okay? They put on 30 to 50 a year. Okay? And they do it one night. Everything's done by members of the Grove. Okay? And then I think they do something with Christian photography. Okay? No cell phone like that. It's just done. Okay? And then it takes a lot of money. And they have lectures. So on stage. These are top intellectual. It's like Chicago. It's like university. You go there, and you have, like college. You have top people all over the world. Prince Philip is there. That's the top. And I think Charles is there. Charles is top. No, it's not about Andrew. What?
What about Andrew?
I don't know if Andrew's been there. I'm not sure this is pretty good. they should. Because at 9 o'clock, when they do that window, they just open the window to the lights up. At 9 o'clock, they all have to have these trucks. So they all have 9 o'clock, all the security guards come to all the camps, and the women have to get on these, the women stay outside camps. They have, various hotels surrounding the road. And that's where, after 9 o'clock, it's a 9 o'clock service.
No women after 9 o'clock.
No women at 9 o'clock.
Only young boys.
No, it's not a bad. I was walking around it. I saw everything. No, it's guys. Yeah, it's like an house. So weird. No, it's a fraternity. It's fraternity. It's like a fraternity
For super powerful women.
It's up there. It's what these are all arrested developers. Yeah, these are super powerful. The people who want the world. It's like that. Yeah, these are
These are the people that run the world, that go to the woods and kick the women out at 9 o'clock.
That's what it's like stars. They are back. It's arrested development. Yeah, they're back.
Sounds very Tolkien.
Yeah. I'm a part of it. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's like I'm back. It's an 80-year-old wife. It's like 20. He's back in college. He's back. He's back in the 50s. It's very innocent.
Yeah.
There's no, and by the way, because my guy, he's like the charging cops. You know what they got there? They got their own police force. They got Navy SEALs, FBI, California Highway Patrol. They have a private army there. Wow. Yeah, they have like they have helicopters. They got machine guns there. They got and my guy was one of the 6 in charge of the military there. And he's a straight guy. He's a Marines guy. Simple guy. These guys, these are old school guys. They're not going to shit. In fact, there was sometimes and then they just throw them out. There's no Epstein type stuff going on. Okay,
I'll take your word for it.
I mean, I know it, but I think this friend is not upstairs. Okay, and I know what I know that much. So that's all. So I'm defending as well. Yeah, okay. I'm defending.
Defending the girl.
Yes. Anything that Alex Jones and some other asshole with bullshit, fuck them. They're full of shit and liars. That's not what happened.
Okay. How should we wrap this up? What do you want? How do you want people to remember your legacy? If you don't live forever, if you don't find immortality.
Want to see Star Trek 4? Did you see Star Trek 4? I think our next time is Star Trek 4. We go back in time to San Francisco to North Beach, save the whales. It's filmed at the Cafe today, Star Trek 4.
Really?
Yeah. And Paramount Pictures, they have the director's cut to see it. So they have me. And after this show, it doesn't come on and talk about the show, and have me lecture on time travel. And in the plot, there's this crazy rocket scientist, the guy from guy, which is like me, building the warp drive to get them into time travel. They need to come back to San Francisco. So I wanted that. I'm that guy. I'm in the ground. I was actually wrong. I wanted the guy who would drive time travel to the world and save the world from nuclear war. Superhero checks out.
I love it.
Yeah, that's me. That's what I did. Super Jew.
That's it, right?
Super Jew.
Super Jew, Jack Sarfati.
Jack Sarfati. I mean, you want my son? Just make me in charge of this stuff. I'm already jealous, but
That's a great way to end this podcast, man. That's a very strong evening. Where can people find more of your work on the internet? Where do they find your work? Just people.
so I drive a board. Go to the city. Just playing off it.
I gotta get back. I gotta fly back to Tampa.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Jack.
Okay.
We gotta prep up all this shit.
Okay. See if you can get some of these assholes I mentioned
Yeah,
to debate me with you.
that would be great.
Okay. And and also think about if you want to come to London, or maybe you want to go to London and go to Italy too.
Okay.
And just remind you, if you really want to do it, I'll put you in touch with the
Okay.
Yeah,
was in the Vatican.
No, it's not Saturday. Yeah, actually, he's in charge of that.
That would be incredible.
Yeah, I'll picture the space station.
Okay. All right, folks.
And that'd be fun for us to all go to the Vatican.
That would be incredible.
Of course, they have the astronomers there. Yeah, if we could do he could raise us to do something Saturday. Yeah, you thought that's $3. And then, that's
Let's make it happen.
good idea.
All right.
Good idea.
Next episode will be held at the Vatican.
All the money, whatever. That's good.
Thanks again, Jack. Let's wrap it up. Good night, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this wonderful marathon episode.
Yeah, marathon.
Good night, everybody.
I feel okay, no, Tim Lewis. The marathons, charities.
Start this thing off by sort of giving you a soft introduction. You're a theoretical physicist. Been doing this your whole life. You were contacted by the CIA in the 70s, is that right? To work on some stuff with consciousness and
Flying saucers.
and flying saucers in the 70s.
And actually, even before that, but complex story.
Right. And then your early childhood. Can you explain what was going on in your early childhood when you got that phone call that one night from?
Yeah, well, I should come back before that.
Okay.
Because when I was about 7 or 8, I guess, my parents in Brooklyn got divorced, and I went to live with my maternal grandparents in the Bronx. And my grandfather was working for the U.S. Army. And he was just like a chauffeur. He would drive out of the garment district, quartermaster, and he would drive his officers around doing acquisition of material for the garment district. So I would go down there a lot, and it was an interesting situation. I spent a lot of time there, and they gave me free land at the place as a kid. Out of that, they had all these great laboratories, and they had cold weather lab, and hot weather lab, and this and stuff, and I was trying to play there. And then I sometimes would drive around with my grandfather driving the car, sitting in the back of his army vehicle with these army officers. They're talking. That's quite a kid. They were like encouraging me to. I had been reading all the science fiction pulp magazines coming out at 25 cents and standing these stories about time travel, rockets. All that to be a rocket engineer, but rockets, I was being encouraged by their parents to do that. And they also, I remember the subsequent flying saucers came up. So this is like, maybe just a couple of years, 3, 4, at most 5 years after Roswell. Actually, that's 3, 4 years after Roswell. And then, much later, I guess in the 90s, book by Colonel Course with the day after Roswell, I opened the book and I looked at the photograph. I recognize this. It can't be 100% sure because I'm thinking about manufacturing memory. I can't tell you this is something like over 70 years ago, right? Some years ago. And, but I think it was Corso, it's the main guy I used to talk to. Corso. Corso, the guy who wrote Young Years.
He wrote the day after Roswell.
Yeah, but do you know what it's about? Do you know the story?
I haven't read it, but I've heard about it.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, Corso is the guy who claims that he
was at Roswell, and he witnessed the aliens, dead aliens, and he saw the saucer, and he had been shipped to Wright Patterson at this time. And then he also claims that later on claims that this general he worked for, he was in charge of the foreign material. He was in charge of all the retrieved material, crash material from Roswell. And this, I can tell you a lot more. This lady gets it. Teaches school. Just jump ahead there. There's more stuff I look at. A lot of stuff. Okay, so here we are. It's like a few years after Roswell happened. I'm with these guys, with the military officer. I think, or was somebody like him, or somebody worked with him, because it took out for himself. So, and then, okay, so then I moved back with my mother when I was about 13 in Brooklyn. And that's me. I'm alone. And my mother's somewhere out. So it's summer nights, and I used to walk summer nights. Like coordinates. The street was very hard. Missing this. And then the volume increases. I also caught them like switching circuits. Oh, I was reading a book at the time on the early computers, mechanical computers with switching circuits. So I'm hearing it. It's like a computer. Okay. What I thought, what people thought of computers like 1953, it was did that. And so, and then it's louder, and then Stephen Hawking. Oh yeah. You know what he sounded like? This big talk, the metallic voice. It's the Stephen Hawking voice in 1953. Okay. So it says it identifies itself as a computer, one with a flying source from the future. Back from the future. Well, I'm sort of paraphrasing. I'm not paraphrasing. It's filled with all flying saucer. Yeah, it was said, well, I think it said it was up in a space trip. Okay. But that's the flying saucers. Time machine. Right away. And they said they are contacting several hundred, even 400 young receptive minds that they want to teach their technology. Very much the same. And at first I thought, because I was a pretty supervised kid, and I thought it was, it's a joke. I'm not out of touch with reality. How old are you? I was 13, 1953, 13 years old. I'm trying to think, okay, I've got the joke, but at least it was then. Somebody impressed me. None of my friends in my age group were the smartest and toughest subjects and the toughest. I said, like, kids. They're just all American kids. And so these kids have been kids. And also, none of them had access to the kind of technology that could make it full metallic goods. It's kind of like, it's like a little and but then it said, sorry, you got to continue. And it said, I had to now tell them at my own free will, participate in this thing. Maybe it's a from this joke, like a little bit of a book, so you know, I'm thinking to myself, well, into the brightness. Then I feel like an electric shock. Raise my spine.